Hello, what's going on everyone? Welcome back to another year of the Mania 4-Key World Cup 2024. We're here with the very first match of the entire tournament. We're a little bit early on the weekend, having a bit of a Friday match to kick things off here between two of our teams in the top 32 of qualifiers. I'm Potassium F, casting alongside Mashed Potato today. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, and I'm also very excited as well. Following the map push of this, there's so many good songs in the map board. I can't wait for this team to pick any of these songs because I just like to listen to these songs. So yeah, and we can see on the screen right here, it's the matchup between Philippines and Czechia. Sure, the seeding discrepancy is quite high, seed 4 against seed 29, but you look at the Czechia team, you see Grill Roasted and Decoy.
Yeah.
We're like, so it's like seed 29, but are you sure that they're actually seed 29? When these two players get this shout 990k.
Yeah, in particular, Grill Roasted is a terrifying team. I just want to also have a side note. These two flags do look very similar to each other. I didn't really notice that until now.
They are. I think they just like switched the colors around actually.
Yeah, just switching the colors around. Philippines has the little sun on it as well, but definitely this year though, I'm looking at the Philippines roster as well, and they have an absolutely terrifying roster just in general. Right, we're looking at some returning players. We've got Els and Forcan who have been here, and Cub as well, who was here last year, who's now called Silicosis too. But some of the new players that they've gotten in have really looked like they've elevated the Philippines' late game potential, especially. That said, this is still round of 32, so accuracy consistency is going to be the name of the game with some of these maps in particular, and it'll just be interesting to see who comes out on top in that regard.
That is for sure. I think what makes a huge difference between Philippines and Czechia is that Philippines definitely have a very strong lineup. They can have like any strong free player roster on any maps. While Czechia, they do have Decoy and Grill Roasted, but they do lack a bit in the third player. So that's going to be one of the bigger issues within the Czechia team. But I can see them definitely getting a point or two if Philippines does drop a couple of misses, maybe due to carelessness potentially.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a kind of depth of roster difference between the two teams. Like, as you said, Czechia is really relying on Grill Roasted in particular. Like, Grill Roasted and Decoy, those two players, they kind of have to pop off, right? But on the Philippines side, in the qualifiers, we even saw, like, Siluesca Els switching out for one of the LM picks. And whenever you see something like that, you're like, oh, okay, this team is kind of stacked.
This team, I'm so looking forward for this team as well. Compared to the last couple of years where, we've been praising Philippines for potentially like a top 3 podium. They do have a bit of a late game issues compared to the top teams. But now I think the issues definitely being covered with new blood within the Philippines team, such as, if I remember correctly, Libet, Hana, and Vadria. I think that's what it's called.
Those three are looking so strong in the physicality department especially, and they've got good AC as well. It's not just that they're, just physical only players. They have some extraordinarily strong AC despite not having, as much tournament experience as the others. But, we always say Philippines can have the opportunity to be top 3. They've missed out a couple of times in the past couple of years with some unfortunate results. This year, they're also looking even stronger than before, but I think the competition for top 3 is even stronger than before at the same time. So it's going to be rough.
Yeah, this is what you expect from MWC. Every year we say this is the most stacked tournament we have ever seen, and the next year we come back and we just see a more stacked lineup. It's just always delivering whenever we're back for another iteration of MWC. And actually, let's move on to the picks and bans. If I remember correctly, Czechia decided to protect Rice 2 while Philippines is protecting LN Free, I am so excited. This is like, I love all of the maps in here, but LN Free is my personal favorite map and song of this
the Osu original. Oh wait, this is an interesting ban situation, and both teams interested in the SV.
No!
That kind of makes sense. Like, Philippines banning SV2 out of Mongolia, that is a map that is effectively, the hard part of that map is extremely short and ridiculously easy to choke. So even though, Philippines is much higher seeded in terms of the SV as well, they should be the stronger SV team. It's just not something that you would be super comfortable playing just in general. And Czechia, probably not feeling the SV on this team compared to the Philippines. Philippines do have a strong SV lineup, so I think Czechia probably going to be looking towards, given their protect, they're probably going to be looking towards the more consistent Rice picks if they want to be scoring some points here.
Yeah, probably something along the line of Rice 1, Rice 2 is probably their line of attack. Philippines probably just sticking to their LNs. It makes sense. Their LN roster is extremely strong. I think apart from Aaron James or the Varia player, the rest of the 5 players can definitely just get extremely good accuracy on LNs. They can just pick any of those 3 players and they can get like 996k average or something.
Yeah, I would definitely view Philippines as a very strong like LN hybrid kind of team. And yeah, I would assume from that Czechia would be looking towards the Rice as well, given, like you said earlier, the Czechia does have a little bit of a third player issue for some of these maps, so they might try to look for some of the more straightforward picks, like the more quote-unquote easier picks,
Yeah,
where maybe
it's
their third
easier.
player is a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, but you know, we from last year we have seen like this map pool is actually quite I've seen quite a difficulty increase compared to last year. Like some of these picks are actually like just a huge step up from the round of 32 from last year. So it may be easier, but also it's just harder in general.
Yeah, I mean, I say easier, kind of like relatively. Like, I can't play these maps, so they're not easy
Same.
maps.
I mean that's why we're in the commentator booth, aren't we?
Yeah, that's why we're here and not there.
Yeah.
But like even like Rice 2, which I would say is probably the most straightforward pick in the pool, right? It's just 1/4. It's the one that you would expect most teams to just be really comfortable with. It is what, 226 BPM now
Yep.
in round of 32, which is a crazy high BPM to be starting off with.
It is a 10 BPM increase from last year, and actually they're going to pick the Rice 3. I think this is pretty it's a pretty good pick. This is quite Jack orientated and it has a lot of miss potential. So maybe they're focusing on Philippines' potential to miss like it's one of those things where you're trying to get really high accuracy and you can get quite careless with a bunch of patternings in here where it gets quite bursty within these jacks. It's not just jack.
Yeah.
There's a lot of burst.
It's like what I always like to think of is if you are the lower seed, one of the best strategies you can kind of have sometimes is just to pick the short, choke heavy picks and just hope that you have more combo consistency. And we'll see how it goes because we've got all 6 players starting in. This is Czechia's first pick. And right out the gate here, Decoy actually struggling in the accuracy a little bit, down to 99.4, and that's giving a small lead to the Philippines.
Which is a bit of a slow lead, but again, this is a very short map, so actually a miss can be extremely punishing for any of these teams.
Oh yeah, a miss would definitely be enough to swing this lead over. But actually, Kopi now finding quite a few 200s there down to 99.4 themselves. All 3 players on Philippines right now is 99.9, but Grill Roasted is keeping Czechia in this with some kind of ridiculous accuracy themselves.
They're definitely showing up why they're like one of the best European player, and a miss from Decoy right there, and now the score lead is now ballooning up to nearly 20,000 points.
That's a rough miss. They need Philippines to miss at least twice, like minimum twice, and it has to be fairly soon because we're already in kind of like the last third of the map. And these 3 players for the Philippines are so consistent, it looks like.
Their accuracy hasn't even dropped since the beginning of the map, and Kopi right there, dropping a couple of misses. I think that basically seals the deal, unless there's any disconnection, which I hope there won't be. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that was a client miss for 4Ken.
I think that's a client miss as well, yeah.
We'll see, but either way, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, it was. Still the 3 full combos for Philippines. Only the 1 full combo on Grill Roasted for Czechia. But it looks like it's just a little bit too late now. We will be seeing a very early break point into this match with a this is a stupid team score from Philippines. This is
what
is this?
What? Yo, what?
Okay.
I mean,
Sure.
Sure, nearly 2.99 million team score from the Philippines, Girl Roasted did get the MVP with a very nice 300 count right there. So I think this shows like the matchup between Philippines and Czechia is a team performance against a single player of Girl Roasted.
Yeah, Grill Roasted is absolutely putting on a insane performance, but it's just the Philippines as a whole. Even if you have individual strong players, trying to beat this team score is a bit too much to overcome, I feel like. And now Philippines, after a performance like that, it feels like they can really go for anything they want. Of course, I imagine they were planning on picking some of the LN picks, but Rice is definitely not looking like a bad idea.
No, I don't think so. They can even pick for like Rice 5, which is like the most difficult Rice pick out of these 5 songs. It's a whole level above the other 4 Rice pick. But they're going to go with LN2, with the Density LN pick.
So they are sticking with their own strategy that they had before. They're going to stick with the LNs. This is the LN Density pick. So a bit less wacky, a little bit less technical maybe than the other LN picks that are out there. But still not exactly straightforward. It's still fairly tricky to get good accuracy on this one.
Yeah, I think that's for LN Density picks for especially is that in the early game it's more similar to Coordination LN because of the low BPM. So actually this is more of like an extension of LN1, but just more density based pattern and I guess more straightforward patterning as well. So this is more like sharpshooting accuracy on LNs. And with the current meta nowadays, lots of people can get really good release on LN, so I can see a potential of another stupid team score from Philippines.
Also, just a note here, I mentioned depth of roster earlier. We have just seen 3 players swap out for Philippines. They have switched their entire roster for this pick.
Yeah, I mean, within the qualifiers as well, there is no single player who ended up playing all of the maps. Everyone played a part within the qualifiers, and they got number 4. So this team has an extremely high level of cohesion, where they can pick, where for any pick they have 3 players who can come in and dish out an extremely strong team score. And we just saw that from the Rice 3 pick. And now we might be seeing an exact same script for this. We might be seeing some unexpectedly crazy team score.
Yeah, we are getting Kopi switching out as well for Aiko on Czechia. So that's 4 switches after the first map. Not very common that you see that in a match. That just goes to show, and I mean, if you were to ask me as well, I would also think that these are 3 of the strongest players for Philippines for the LNs as well. So it's not just random switches either. They make a lot of sense.
Yeah. But for Czechia, as you said before, Ayako's actually going to sub in for, if I remember correctly, I actually don't remember who was. Okay, who? But in the qualifiers, it was Ayako who played mainly the LNs and the hybrids. Oh, it was Kopi. Okay, there we go. It was Kopi who was playing on the Rice, and it's kind of similar in qualifiers as well. It was Kopi playing on Rice, Ayako on LNs and hybrids, and the 5th player for Czechia is playing on the SV. And here we go, the second map of this match. Brain Rigid Girl, the density pick.
Yeah, and once again, I think this is going to come down to the 2nd and 3rd players for Czechia, whether or not they can keep up. But it's so hard to be able to do something like that on this level of map pool.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a repeat of the whole script again. Grill Roasted being the accuracy leader of this lobby, but on the other hand, you can see an extremely concentrated accuracy for all 3 players. Elves, funnily enough, has the lowest accuracy in the Philippines team. That is a phrase that I would never get to say in an LN pick.
Yeah, Elves in my head is still just an extraordinary LN specialist. So it's a crazy thing to think. Els does actually drop accuracy quite a bit down to 99.7. I think a couple 200s happened there, but still it's a 20,000 point lead over to the Philippines due to the accuracy on the side of Decoy and Aiko, both hovering down the low 99% range. So still holding the 99%, still holding the FC for both of them. Nobody missing quite yet, but just off of accuracy, it's looking like it's enough to build up this large lead.
Yeah,
and that
miss
that's the
on
first
Ayako.
miss. Yeah.
But that was the second one. That was the second one. Aiko did miss earlier on as well. Oh, actually traded by Silicosis too.
Okay, so trade and miss ends up being kind of neutral. Still 30,000 points in the lead though, because the accuracy doesn't really change for either of those two players.
Yeah, I think it's quite hard to get a lot of column lock within beast patterning as well. With the new Ellen releases system, it's much harder to get a column lock.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to help out most people as well, because column locks on this type of map does just destroy your score.
Yeah. And we're actually going to keep seeing Guru Roasted running away with the MVP once again. So something to be feared of if you're facing Czechia.
Yeah, another Score V1 double S. Score V1 double S as well for Plana, and almost for Silicosis too. Just with that unfortunate slider break that happened. But again, like these team scores right now coming out of the Philippines are just unstoppable as a unit here. Decoy as well getting the FC on that one, but just a little bit behind in terms of the accuracy.
Yeah, I go with a miss and a couple of 50s there, but I think if Aiko did get an FC, it would be a very strong team score with around 970k on this as well, 965k. So it would average out to around 980k average, which is a very decent team score on this map, especially.
Yeah, if only they weren't versing Philippines, basically.
Yeah,
I think a lot of the teams that are kind of like in the middle towards like the end of the seedings, right? I think Czechia would have had a very strong shot at it in a map like that, but it's just unfortunate. This is the way things go in round of 32. Sometimes you do get matched up. Someone has to get matched up, the Philippines, and some of these top seeds.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that this is kind of how it is within the round of 32 or just early games where you might be seeing more lopsided matchups, such as this one and potentially other matches as well within the round 32. But we still get to see some really good scores from Czechia, as we saw before in LN2. So they could be sending a message to other teams that could potentially face Czechia.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, we're going to be getting into another pick from Czechia. They're going to go with Rise 5. As you said before, this one being one of the hardest maps, at least in terms of the Rise here. This one is very uncomfortable to really hold any score. And there's a few points in particular on this map that I remember being very high choke potential.
Yeah. I think OI's gonna be focusing on the 1000 combo mark. That's when like the stream pattern begins, where it was just uninterrupted streams for around 400 combos straight, with different snappings in between as well. So that's where you can get a lot of miss, and since it's a stream pattern, you can get a combo rush, and that could just tank your accuracy by around 1% even if you're not careful.
Yeah, but the question really goes is that will the Philippines find that drop? Because they did not look fully human in that first Rice map, and they've got their full Rice team subbing back in here with Forken, Levet, and Valeria. Kopi coming back in for Czechia as well.
Yeah, that is a $1 million question right there. And we just have to find out with the third pick of the map. Hopefully we'll be seeing Kopi picking up and Decoy picking up a bit of the pace. Rice 3 was a bit of a lopsided pick because with the miss and the accuracy drop. Kopi actually starting out with pretty good accuracy, nearly 99.9. It is just the intro, but this could be good signs for the Czechia team.
Yeah, for sure. I think combo definitely going to be a big part of this as well. If Czechia want to take the point at all, they need to make sure they're not finding any of these misses. But actually very close, off to a really close start between these two teams. Valeria off to a little bit of a worse start than before on the other Rice pick.
Gurosa is just locked in right now. We can just see Gurosa is on a 999k pace right now on this map.
Yeah, we'll see if that holds.
We'll see if that holds, but speaking of holding, both Decoy and Kopi is actually holding really well right now. They are holding good accuracy. They're fighting against they're putting up a really good fight against the Philippines, so they're keeping it within a 1-miss reach right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Both 99.7 average for those two players on Czechia. Grill Roasted still crushing all of these charts so far. But as you said, yeah, 4,000 points is not a lot at all. One miss more than enough to determine it. And here's the streams coming in.
Okay, here we go. This is the part that could determine everything. This part is extremely easy to get accuracy drops. A bit of accuracy drop in Kopi down to 99.63 now. The snapping changes didn't get anyone off guard. We're still seeing a 6-way FC right now. This is absolutely mental. And everyone FC'd the stream part. And without a lot of accuracy drop.
Oh, but not the roll! No, it was that roll after. I knew someone was going to miss on something like that, but Kopi does find a miss. That was a huge accuracy drop as well from Kopi down to 99.3. Unfortunate at that point as well. Now it's going to be 23,000 points in the lead of Philippines, as none of the Philippines players even dropped any accuracy on that section.
Going also hold really well as well. Holding the accuracy before the stream section, and Gurus that misses. And I think that seals the deal there for the Philippines team to take their 3rd point of this match. We can potentially see another freeway FC. We talked about Philippines' strength on LN quite a bit in hybrid with some of the players in this team, but their Rise have just seen an absolute improvement. 4K. No,
not again.
No. I'm leaving. What? We spent
maybe we
like
were wrong.
we spent like a whole minute talking about how good, how hard this map can be, and they just, you know what? I'm just gonna get a freeway V1 SS with the lowest score being 995k. I mean, they're just making us look like we don't know what we're saying.
Maybe Philippines is a Rice team this year.
Perhaps. Maybe Philippines is just an all-rounded team. What can you do against this?
Yeah, there's not really much you can do for Czechia at that point. Shout out to Decoy though for that map. That getting a 985k with an FC was a really strong performance there. Definitely one. You know, as we said, some of these scores from Czechia, if it wasn't for that unfortunate miss in the mid section there, that team score from Czechia could have definitely beaten a lot of other teams.
Yeah, I mean, Girl Roasted could have got around a 997, and Kopi could have got around 980k as well. So this could have potentially been a very strong team score, but even without the misses, they would still have lost. And they're going to pick the also original song.
We're gonna get Hebe.
Hebe. I think that's how you say it, yeah.
It is, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And I think we're going to be seeing another freeway swap for the Philippines team.
Or will we? Leave It is staying in, perhaps. Ooh. So we might be seeing only 2 players. Makes a little bit of sense because this is a hybrid pick, and Leave It is very strong at LN as well. So we'll see what the teams end up being.
Yeah, this team, I think one very important thing about this team is that this team, quite a lot of players in this team are very strong on hybrid. So I think one of the biggest weakness within the Philippines in the late rounds is that they are very strong on either just Rise on some iterations or just LNs on some iterations, but not really both, and hybrid included. But now with some of the players like Plana and Leave It and Els, we can see their hybrid game just seeing a huge step up this year. And yeah, we're going to be seeing Plana coming in.
Yeah, of course, this one also being one of the Osu originals. So shout out to the Philippines for picking this one. Good that we're actually seeing it in a match.
That is for sure. Yeah, an Osu original made by Silas, otherwise known as Raveo. I think I just have to like say that anytime it's a Silas song, because like I think lots of people, lots of people just don't have a connection between Silas and Raveo.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some people live react to finding out that at some point.
Yeah, it took me an embarrassing amount of time to figure out that Silas is actually Raveo.
Who also does have one of their own maps in the pool as well.
Yeah, so, just to throw a wrench within the whole spam deck.
we'll see if we're going to see that one later in this match. But for now, this is going to be Philippines' pick. They are looking super strong. So we'll see how confident they are with this one. This one's a really hard hybrid, actually.
Yeah, this is a much more trickier hybrid compared to hybrid 1.
And speaking of hybrids as well, and speaking of Philippines and hybrids, they were seed number 2 when it came to the harder hybrid pick of stage 6.
Yeah, so definitely understandable why they ended up picking this. Yeah, you can see a bit of a accuracy drop from Decoy, maybe not too comfortable with the Ellen releases. The intro is very Ellen coordinated heavy.
Something that takes a lot of time to really get used to for a lot of these players that haven't had as much exposure to LN patterns before. But yeah, that is going to be a little bit below 99% for Decoy. Aiko also dropping down below 99% as well, but still holding the full combos. So 10,000 early lead here.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for Czechia right now is to hold the combo, but a bit of a combo drop from Aiko at the 700 combo mark right there. Once again, we do see Grill Roasted leading the accuracy. This has been kind of the whole script of the match so far is Grill Roasted on a one-man showing, beating out every other player within the Philippine team.
Yeah, what is a Grill Roaster doing? What 99.95 is not really. I wouldn't think that was possible on this map. But here we go.
I don't even think that was possible. The LM patterning is quite disgusting as well, with the many snapping changes.
This is like a 1:30 ratio SS. That's crazy.
I think so as well. A bit of an accuracy drop. Wow, from 99.95 to 9394.
Oh wow, Grill Roasted got some 300s, guys.
Oh no, he's not doing well anymore.
But this is now.
Oh wait, the troll's coming.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That was a miss for Grill Roasted, and now Czechia in much bigger trouble. 55,000 points the lead now, missing on their strongest player. Aiko finds another miss there, and still 3 full combos for Philippines.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the hope of Philippines team is they're just sending a message on how consistent they are. Decoy picking up a miss, and that is it for Czechia. No more FCs on the board. And on the other hand, just absolute sheer perfection from Philippines. All players above 99.8. Despite a miss from Grill Roasted though, he still holds the highest accuracy in the lobby. Won't be the highest score, but that is still extremely commendable. 99.88 despite a miss.
The Philippines just get 3 994Ks.
Yeah, yes, they just did.
Oh my god.
Let's see the accuracy. 1 and 2 200. That is it.
3 200s on the entire team. Grill Roasted halving the 300 counts of all the Philippines players, but the unfortunate miss in that one little section cost them quite a lot there. But that is going to be another really comfortable point for the Philippines. They're looking so consistent.
Yeah, Aiko and Decoy getting 99% on this. Nothing to scoff at. This map is, well, the harder hybrid of the two. So it's understandable why they get these sorts of accuracy. This is extremely abrasive LN patterning and everything. So, now with that, what will Czechia do? I'd say Rise 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, they still have their Protect, which they protected Rise 2. You would expect that to come out at some point during the match. Although that said, Philippines also didn't pick their Protect, and they may not be able to if they end up winning this last pick.
I'm actually so sad.
At the very least, we did see one of the OS originals coming out. We might see the other one before. We'll see if Czechia can force another point out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hope Czechia gets a point to potentially see all of the Osu original being played.
Yeah, but it is just like adding to like a point before. It is so hard to emphasize how hard some of these maps, how tricky some of these ones are, because Hybrid 2 was not easy. That was so hard to be able to act. But it feels silly to say that when I'm looking at 3 994Ks on my screen.
And a 997 choke, by the way. from girls
Actually,
there earlier.
looking
Oh,
like both of the teams might be avoiding their own protects in this situation, because we're going to be seeing Rice 1, the speed pick, coming out instead, and Forken, actually the secret weapon for Czechia, coming in.
the double agent of Forken right here. And 144p actually betraying their own country, moving over to the Philippines. Actually, this song is, I'm so surprised seeing like the BPM of this reaching 300. I think this is 148.5 on, and the patterning is 1.8 snapping, so 300 BPM stream for round of 32. We have
Yes.
come a long way.
We've come so. I still remember, the time back in 2018 when I could still play the maps in MWC. Now it's like round of 32. It's already too hard. Get me out of here.
Yeah, no, I remember 2021 as well. The map was like relatively easy up to like round of 60, where you have like Joe maps at around like 280 BPM, 290. And now round of 32, 2024 is matching that BPM, or even make it even harder at nearly 300 BPM. And actually, we're not going to be seeing Decoy in this roster. We're going to be seeing two substitution with Koki and 144p. 144p making the first appearance.
Maybe going to be the player that Czechia needs to try and stay competitive here against the Philippines. Obviously, not going to be able to happen unless Philippines make some sort of mistake, because they have not been making any mistakes so far in this match.
In Rice especially, they haven't made, if you count a mistake as a 200, they haven't dropped a single 200 in all of their Rice picks. Let that sink in.
Crazy to think about. 144p actually finds an early miss. It's before the 400 combo mark, so it's not going to impact the score massively, but the accuracy drop does matter a bit more, down to 99% flat there. It's going to give the advantage over the Philippines, and there's a second miss. That one's going to hurt a lot more.
And Kopi picked up another miss, actually no, breaking the full combo, so this is already looking pretty good for the Philippines side.
Finding another miss there, this lead is growing really quickly. It's only a 2-minute long map as well, so it doesn't last too long, but it is very consistent in terms of the difficulty.
The lead is now ballooning to nearly 50k, so they really need to have someone in the Philippines team to constantly miss and miss and miss.
But they haven't even gotten a 200 yet.
And that's what I'm about to say. Like, asking them to miss is just impossible. They haven't got a single 200 yet, let alone asking them to miss. That's like asking me to walk on water or something. Actually, I won't be able to walk on water before like Philippines get a 200 on this map. Actually, Girl Roasted, accuracy actually being matched by Valeria. So this like so actually this is kind of like the first time we get to see some sort of competitiveness for the MVP position of the lobby. Before, we have just been seeing Girl Roasted running away with the accuracy they compared to the rest of the lobby. But I think
Girl Roasted still has it.
Yeah, Girl Roasted has it. It still has it, but this is
okay. Let's see it.
Matchup. Let's
see it. Is this another one?
No,
oh, no way! Not again!
Way. Not again! No, this is.
Oh my god!
Someone called the police. We're just seeing illegal activities in here.
This was a crazy match for a different way than what I was expecting here. 5-0, Philippines managing to make the sweep here. Czechia, of course, still in the competition. They are going to be sent to the losers bracket now, where they're going to have another chance to face someone a little bit less threatening than the Philippines here. But Philippines, they are looking really hot in this tournament, and they're looking like they can maybe make a bit of a run off of this first performance.
Yeah, that is for sure. I can't wait to see what Philippines can do. And as we can see, all 6 players played a major part in this match already. We can see all 6 making insane scores throughout this whole match. So I'm so excited for what Philippines can do. But of course, commiserations to Czechia, but they do have a second chance. So, and with seeing how good Roasted perform in this match so far, I think that the Czechia team does have a shot to get their win within the losers bracket matchups.
Yeah, for sure. Depending on who they end up versing there, they are going to be looking like a fairly threatening team, especially for the seed that they are. Maybe looking a little bit underseeded given Grill Roasted performances in particular. But definitely Philippines missing only once. Actually, that was a slider break. 0 misses.
Yeah. Yeah.
0 misses
Okay.
technically.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. No, I remember that was like in the second pick where Silicosis 2 got a 50. Not even a miss, I think. That was just a 50.
Yeah, bit of a statement match coming out here. So that is going to be our first match over and done with. There are not going to be any more matches today. Of course, this being a Friday, this was an early reschedule for this match in particular. And I believe the next matches are going to be happening from tomorrow onwards. So the next 2 days, make sure you're staying around because we've got a lot of matches coming up. Another 15, in fact.
First match is going to be at 10 UTC on Saturday, so be sure to book that on calendars. It's going to be Vietnam versus Ukraine.
Yeah, make sure you stick around for that one. That's going to be in about 21 hours, I believe. You said 10 UTC, so
yeah,
going to be a fair bit later. But make sure you stay tuned again tomorrow for that one.
Yeah, and with that, I think, do you have anything else to add on before we close?
I believe banners are up already, are they?
Oh yes, yeah, banners are up. Yes, indeed. You can go onto the Osu store page to buy the banner of any of the countries within the top 32 teams. And if your team managed to win in this year, you get to keep the banner for a bit more. But the nice thing is that you can buy as many banners as you want. There was a player that bought at least 10 Romanian banners on their profile, and I think their in-game name is Romania. So you can go crazy with it. Make your profile stand out as much as you want. Buy 20 banners. Buy all 32 country banners if you want to go insane as well.
Make sure you go check out that few shenanigans possible there. But in the meantime, we're going to be having a bit of a break. But make sure you come back tomorrow. So we'll see you next time.
Usutsuki Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be in the world. Osu Live is here to entertain you. We are starting our Saturday with the second technically, because there was one match on Friday. This is the second match of the weekend, Vietnam versus Ukraine. You are watching Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2024, and I am your commentator, Pachiraj, and I will be accompanied by none other than Potassium. How are you?
I'm doing good. Back again for a second day, technically, of the World Cup here in the round of 32. The first day where we're going to be seeing multiple matches. So quite a few matches lined up for today. There's going to be a lot later on, but this is going to be the first one to kick things off. Vietnam versus Ukraine, seed number 7 versus seed number 26.
Yeah, quite a disparity in seeds right now, but we are in round of 32. The maps are easier than in the qualifiers, so maybe Ukraine has an ace up their sleeve for round of 32 specifically.
Yeah, I mean, the easier pools definitely help out some of the lower seeds, especially looking at Ukraine's qualifier scores. They did actually perform very well on specifically stage 2, which, I mean, if you were to pick one stage to be good at, round of 32 wise, it is going to be stage 2. That is going to mean quite a lot for Ukraine in particular, and I would assume they're going to be going for those Rice accuracy picks to see if they can take a few points here and there against Vietnam in those picks in particular. On the other side though, Vietnam getting, seed number 3 for stage 5, are looking exceptionally strong in the LNs, so we might be seeing that kind of back and forth once again here.
Yeah, the back and forth between LNs and Rice is pretty common in tournament situation, but you don't want to forget the SVs, and I do wonder where they are going to head in terms of protects, bans, and picks that are going right now. 68 versus 56 in terms of rolls, so Ukraine actually wins the roll.
Yeah, I mean, SV can sometimes be a bit of a curveball pick by the lower seed, but in this case, Vietnam is very strong at SV. So I don't think Ukraine are going to be wanting to go for that. I would expect to see maybe a ban from Ukraine on one of the SVs. I don't know if Vietnam want to protect one of them.
It looks like going with a Rice protect, as you mentioned.
On an SV1 protect from Vietnam, they're going. We might be seeing our first SV pick coming out because we saw both of them being banned on the first match yesterday.
That's unfortunate.
But I do expect Outer Mongolia ban for Ukraine here because that one is a really tricky. I know there's been a lot of players that have struggled to get good scores on this one. I'm including myself in that one with the timing.
Okay, so sometimes Osu Laser skips messages in the chat, so we are not able to quite see the ban going from.
Hang on a second.
Oh, okay, they banned SV2. Okay.
Wait, no, Vietnam banned. Vietnam protected SV1 and banned SV2.
Oh, that's very funny.
They've done the funny strategy of let's only practice one SV pick and toss the other one aside.
Oh, that is quite interesting, but we are not able to quite see what Ukraine banned on the other side. They're gonna ban LN1, which is a wise decision against Vietnam. As you said, Vietnam, a big LN team.
Yeah, I don't think Ukraine particularly had many players that were comfortable in the LN picks and qualifiers either. That was a big reason why they ended up seeding so low overall, but their Rice does look very strong, at least from what we've seen in the qualifiers. So I think starting out with Rice 5, it looks like is what Ukraine's going to go for, right for the protect. We'll see how this ends up working out for them.
Yeah, you mentioned stage 2 from the qualifiers, a Mystic Eyes, very dumpy, Jackie sort of approach. Again, this is a Mystic Eyes map. Hallucinate, very, very similar to stage 2 actually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something for Ukraine here in particular. They got, like, I think 3 above 990k average for Ukraine's own stage 2 before, so if they can hold on the combos, keep it close in terms of the accuracy, maybe they can capitalize on a mistake from Vietnam. But Vietnam themselves, even though You know, we did say they are a very strong LN team. That doesn't mean they're weak at Rice at all. I think every single team that's in this like top seed kind of bracket is exceptionally strong in all of the skill sets. You kind of have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the top 10, like just take the top 10 alone from MWC. Those people, those teams are really stacked, and we already have our lineup on Ukraine's side, not who you are, Kai for it. Kai Angel, sorry, and Spooky Creek.
Yeah, Tridawan coming in here, Razuna and Joki for Vietnam. These three players, I think, played a fair amount of the qualifier maps as well, so the teams make sense for both of these two lineups at least, and we'll see how the first map goes here. We saw some very strong performances yesterday, so I'm interested to see if some of these scores end up holding up for other teams as well.
Yeah, yesterday's result was just 5-0. The Czech Republic did not have many chances to break the Philippines apart, but we'll see if Ukraine can actually upset Vietnam today.
Yeah, we'll have to start here. This is going to be Ukraine's best chance to take a point early on the board. And we'll see. This one is fairly long, at least in terms of the some of the Rice picks. Some of the rest of the picks in the pool are like under 2 minutes long. So this one going to be a little bit more on the consistency side. That said, we do have a funny middle section. And the roll at the very end of that section has claimed lives already in this round.
People who weren't able to attend yesterday's match, we do have a brand new MWC skin just to feast your eyes. This is the second match where we're seeing this, so people who might be surprised by the skin, just be aware of that. The Vietnam does have the advantage to start with, but the advantage is not substantial.
Yeah, it's very small. We'll find out. Okay, that was no drops. Was that a real drop? Oh no, it's so hard to tell what's going on. Who has missed, who has not missed. But in terms of the accuracy though, Ukraine is holding very strong accuracy overall. I think Kai Angel and Spooky Kraken were holding above 99.8. It does look like that was a real drop from Not Who You Are. Still holding the 99.7, but that is going to give 11,000 points of lead over to Vietnam, and another miss from them as well during the stream section.
That is very unfortunate. Their accuracy is still very decent, like 99.6 is nothing to scoff at. But look at Vietnam's performance right now. They are solid. Very, very solid.
Yeah, and they're not really letting up during this really long... This section gets awkward towards the end here, and no one is messing up on them. We'll see there's just one roll at the end here. No one messes up either, so that's going to be Vietnam maintaining this lead.
Maintaining this lead with two... Okay.
That wasn't the place I was expecting a miss, but it is a miss nonetheless. It's going to shrink the lead a little bit, but Ukraine need definitely a lot more than just that if they want to take back the point lead.
Yeah, now they need way more than that if they want to catch up to Vietnam. That was a very unfortunate miss, coordinated miss on Tiban's side, but... the team score from Vietnam is still incredibly hard to reach.
Yep, this overall, like the accuracy on these three players, especially on Joki, is just kind of incredible right now from Vietnam. And the accuracy kind of fell off a little bit towards the end for Ukraine. Makes a lot of sense on that really tricky part towards the end there. But Not Who You Are, almost with the score V1 double S. Unfortunate with the misses, but it will be 96 300s for Joki, getting a casual 997k on score V2.
Yeah, getting below 100 300s on this one is really hard. Like, the snaps are very frantic, and the approach is not like cookie cutter, very easy to get a good accuracy on. So this is a really, really outstanding score from Joki.
Yeah, definitely. Only the one miss from either team, actually. Both teams only getting the one miss, so it came down to the accuracy in the end. Not much Ukraine could have done overall. But now it's going to be Vietnam going into their own protect, so both teams not messing around. They're going straight for the protects right away.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rationale against SV2 was from Vietnam's side, but maybe they just didn't want to input time into training SV2.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the argument that, you know, sometimes you only want to focus on one SV instead of two SVs. Maybe some players don't necessarily have time during the week to practice both. But I also think SV2 in particular is a little bit risky, even if you do practice it, just because there is some very large choke potential towards the end of that map. And the actual map difficulty itself feels like it only lasts a short amount, so it's kind of like playing a 1 minute long map in a way, where if you mess up, then the consequences are quite large. But this one, I think, is a little bit more varied throughout the map.
Apparently Supercat didn't play the map, so bad sign, I want to
say. Look, what are the chances that you just miraculously pull out like a 990k FC on your site read?
No, I think this is the hardest to get down on site read. Like, there are many fake outs on this map, so I do not expect a very high score on site read.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. So far, you know, intro, all looking good. A bit of accuracy drops on the side of Ukraine. All three players actually dropping a few 200s there. Tokiyume also on the side of Vietnam, but it's 20,000 points already just in terms of the accuracy.
We are just in the reading base sections right now, and the accuracy has still yet to settle. Oh no. I mean, I think Supercat has actually played this map because it's not like really intuitive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 99% still at this point of the map, you definitely have to practice to be able to get this at this point of the map. So far, actually, Ukraine's still with 3 FCs, still with 2 scores above 99%, so they're not performing badly whatsoever here. It's just that one player down there, Misha, on 98% is tanking the accuracy a little bit overall for the team, especially up against Vietnam with 3 99.6s.
Oh, that's a miss from Maris on Ukraine's side. And I was gonna say, it's not so much that Ukraine is doing badly on the SE, it's just that Vietnam is actually so good on all fronts, including SE. Like, look at this team performance.
Yeah, they were definitely up there in the stage 1 rankings as well. Makes a lot of sense as well. They have the SV players to show for it. And still, 5 full combos in the lobby.
Yeah, no one actually missed on the teleport. That just goes to show that everyone in this lobby actually properly practiced this SV.
It all just comes down to the end. I mean, if they've been comfortable so far, I can't imagine Vietnam dropping, you know, enough towards the end of this map to really change this score lead.
We are coming into the outro, and this score difference is just insurmountable.
Oh, the full combo. The full combo from Supercat is unfortunately messed up on the very last LN. But still a really strong performance. That I would say that's effectively 2 FCs from Ukraine and 3 FCs from Vietnam. Overall, Vietnam getting just a ridiculous team score. That is not really much you can do if you're Ukraine in that situation. So they're just going to have to take it and see if they can go for their next pick, which they do get now.
Yeah, 2-0 for Vietnam right now. Ukraine has to make at least one break point to get the status quo back. And I do expect they're gonna go with Rice again, but do they want to go for the straightforward Rice 1, Rice 2, or continue onto the technical aspect of the map?
Looks like the technical option right now is going to be coming out. Rice 4. So this is one that we haven't seen so far. This is the first time we're seeing it in the tournament as well.
Little Princess is its own sort of vibe. It's very interesting, and as a map, it is also quite frantic and quite chokeable.
Yeah, there's some very interesting snaps in this one that on first thought, a regular human like me doesn't really understand how anyone can get good accuracy on this. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some absurd ones in this lobby. But it is also 2 minutes long, so as you said, it being fairly chokeable means that the chokes are going to matter all that much more when we have a fairly short map. We are going to be getting the Rice teams coming back for both of these countries, so a few players switching back in here. Okay, looks like everyone's in the lobby now. Once again.
Same lineup as for Hallucinate, so this is not surprising in the slightest.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just like double checking. I think it's been 5 players switching out of the lobby twice in a row. I guess that happens when you have an SV pick in the middle, but 5 players switching out. It's only been Trito the one to stay in for all 3 maps so far. Well, let's see. Of course, this not being an LN map, there's just a couple of LNs at the start here.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Yeah, this should be in the hybrid section, right?
Yeah. No LNs. Why are there LNs in my right pick?
Let's see. No one doing too badly. Actually, Trito finding the first miss on the side of Vietnam. Ukraine actually taking a lead. Very solid act. All 3 players on Ukraine above 99.7, all beating Trito's accuracy. So this lead might just hold.
Yeah, that was a very brutal miss from Tidwan. So you've got 2 different types of misses. You've got the clean misses that doesn't hamper your accuracy too much, but Tidwan dropped right from 99.9 almost 99.6, which is really hurting the score, but they are catching up.
Yeah, the accuracy's dropped a little bit from Kai Angel and Spooky Kraken, down below 99.7, and now Trito's back above 99.7, so this accuracy lead is starting to grow for Vietnam. 1,000 points in favor of Ukraine. They're going to have to hold on to this in the very last third of the map.
Yeah, please. It is entirely possible. Again, this map is very short, so it's short enough for Ukraine to take the breakpoint. Oh!
That's another miss from Trito in a very similar section as well. That's going to give the lead back to Ukraine right as Vietnam was about to take it back. This is their opportunity. They just need to hold on to the combo now. Last few seconds of the map.
Oh, this is very good for Ukraine. They can catch this point back.
Oh, and it looks like they're about to do it just off of the consistency. Just don't miss on these last LNs. Okay, good. 4,000 points, Ukraine managing to get on the board now with a 3-way full combo. The team consistency is there, even if the AK is still on Vietnam's side. That's 0-200s for Vietnam, but the 2 misses mean everything.
No way. Like, look at this lobby. Like, there's not there's a total of 7 200s in this lobby. I want to say this is really representative of the caliber of players that we have in MWC.
Yeah, players in 2024 are very strong. That's how it's been going. There's been a massive upward trends we've been seeing in just the overall ability of all of the players, even from the bottom seeds as well. And we're seeing that coming out here. Ukraine on the board, only 1 point apart from Vietnam, not letting them get away with it. But now Vietnam, they get their own pick, and I feel like they're going to want to be going towards that LN pool.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that some misses might be from hardware issues, lag issues, but sometimes it's just player issues. As you can see in the chat, Chigwon's brain was lagging a little bit. So, do you consider the brain as hardware or?
Well, it's definitely not software.
Well, it's definitely not software.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can relate. I can relate. Sometimes you're just playing a map and you forget to move your finger. It happens sometimes. I just sit there and I watch the note go by and I just forget.
It happens, especially in tournament situation when the nerves are at an all-time high. Even in round of 32, it doesn't matter. It's just something about the tournament situation that just puts you in the mood to miss a whole bunch.
But it looks like Vietnam's gone for a different approach than what I was expecting, though. They have opted for the hybrid pick instead of going towards that LN pool, which, I mean, hybrid still makes a lot of sense. At the end of the day, it is Vietnam. They can play everything really well. So it's just up to whether or not Ukraine are feeling comfortable with the hybrid picks. And I think, if nothing else, the LN sections of this hybrid map are going to be favoring Vietnam a fair amount.
Yeah, honestly, like the all-roundedness of Vietnam really is making them perform extravagantly.
Yeah, a couple of the Ukraine players got off to a little bit of a shaky start in terms of the accuracy, Kai, Angel, and Not Who You Are in particular, but they are recovering their accuracy slowly. It's just a little bit of an accolade for Vietnam right now because they have been holding very consistent. Joki's still on 99.9.
Yeah, I feel like Ukraine has been maintaining a very decent combo game throughout the match. And if they are able to keep this combo game in this pick, they might have a chance to break out. But it is looking a little bit hard to catch up right now with the accuracy difference between the two teams. Like, wow, what is this Vietnam score?
Their lowest accuracy is 99.82. That's higher than all of the accuracies on Ukraine, despite having 6 FCs in the lobby right now. The accuracy difference is worth 20,000. And we're already in the last quarter of the map. This is a really short one.
Yeah, on Vietnam's side, we have the entrance of Exile. Not the least impactful entrance here with 99.82. Way above anyone from Ukraine right now. This is very impressive as a team performance.
And I think it's just impressive in general that we're getting 6 FCs on this map, not a single miss. So it does come down to this extraordinary accuracy from Vietnam. Only 5 200s between them and the triple FC. Everyone above 993k on Vietnam. Everyone on Ukraine above 980k though. So, I mean, there's no bad scores in this whole lobby.
Yeah, we actually have a full lobby, full combo, which goes to say that, yes, those players are good. No, those maps are not easy. Just try playing those maps at home. You'll see that Andalus is just composed by the cream of the crop.
They are making these maps look way easier than they actually are. That is for sure. This was definitely like more of a physical pick as well, as far as the hybrids are concerned. It looks like Ukraine actually not wasting any time. They're going straight for their own pick. We're going to go to more of the straightforward section of the pool now, with Rice 1, the speed pick.
Yes, as opposed to the other Rice picks that we've seen up until now, you'll see a much more straightforward stream of notes. And having this straightforward stream of notes makes it easier to focus on, and you just have to focus mainly on keeping the physicality and stamina up, as opposed to reading the technical aspects of maps.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the opportunity as well for Ukraine in a map like this, where there's a bit of chance for a couple of misses on the side of Vietnam. It's definitely possible when we have such sustained streams for a long time. But at the same time, it does matter all that much more for Ukraine themselves to be keeping the combo. Okay, let's get into it. Don't let the star rating fool you. This is not a 4-star map. So just about 300 BPM streams here that are going to be coming out right away, sustained as well, and all 6 players actually performing really well. Jokey in particular is doing something kind of absurd at the start of this map. 29.99 down that bottom left corner.
Yeah, Jokey in general has been one of the most consistent players in this whole lottery.
All 3 players. Yeah, I was going to say, all 3 players on Ukraine above 99.7, although Misha does drop accuracy quite a lot down to 99.5. That's going to increase the lead in favor of Vietnam, but for example, you know, Kai Angel or not who you are, definitely keeping up with Vixile on Vietnam. So this ACK lead is not too significant just yet. Oh, but that's a big miss there from not who you are.
And a combo drop is going to hurt substantially here. The map is only 2 minutes and 13 seconds long, so we already passed the midway point, and that is going to hurt Ukraine substantially on their own pick.
Yeah, they're going to need a few misses from Vietnam in order for this score lead to start shrinking. It's just about 20,000 points already, and only growing now as the accuracies are recovering from Vietnam. Vixile now about to hit 99.8.
Ukraine not quite able to catch up to Vietnam, but what can you do against this team? They just are too consistent.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 3 full combos and your lowest accuracy is 99.81, there's not that much that the other team is able to do to really beat your scores. Ukraine themselves having 2 full combos and another really strong accuracy, even with the 1 miss. And I think, yeah, Ukraine averaging like 987 or 989k between their 3 players is still not enough to beat this monstrous performance there. That's 9300s from Jokey, doing it again almost 998k.
Yeah, honestly, seeing a 992k on Ukraine's side, it's just speaking about how good those players are. Like, you do not get a lot of 990k plus scores in here, so it is quite comforting to see that D26 Ukraine is able to get those scores on this map.
Yeah, now Vietnam going all the way to match point already, 4-1, and it's Ukraine needing to win 2 breakpoints now in order to claw their way back into this match. But Vietnam, they get their own pick. They've got 2 LN picks left. They've got the hybrid pick as well if they want to keep with those, and it looks like they are. We're going to be seeing Hebe, one of the Osu originals, coming out.
Yeah,
Also,
honestly,
interesting to note that now I think we've had 2 matches in to the round. We've had more hybrid picks than we've had LN picks. at
Yeah,
least at the current point.
This is quite untypical because people will tend to gravitate towards polarized picks. Hybrid being a mix of both, so the opposite of polarized.
Yeah, we had 1 LN pick in the first match, and 0 LN picks so far in this match. But so far there's been 3 hybrid picks overall. Which I did not anticipate. I don't normally expect to see that in a tournament at any stage, but it's nice to see hybrid getting a bit more love from some of these teams.
Yeah, I do think that Vietnam takes a lot of comfort in the all-rounded aspect of tournaments. So then
Yeah, I
going
think
with hybrid is an interesting strategy.
I think that is kind of a trend in like recent years, especially, is that previously you kind of did have teams that were very like certain players are just the Rice players, and then other players are just the LN players, and you would like switch between your LN and Rice teams a lot, or LN and Rice players between different different map picks. I think now a lot of the top teams that we're seeing in this year and the past like couple years. Their top players are so ridiculously well-rounded that they can just play everything. So they can, like, it is these teams like we're seeing here in Vietnam as well, like, they can really punish the players that can only play one or the other with these hybrid picks.
Yeah, you might notice, like, the roster changes between Rice, LNs, and hybrids. Well, we did see many LNs in this match, granted. But the roster changes were not numerous at all on Vietnam's side. They were only changing majorly for SV, and that is quite understandable for any team, really. But Tidwan, Turkey, Dexile, some of the pillars of this Vietnamese team are very all-rounded players.
Did have an early miss there from Not Who You Are. So that is going to give a bit of a lead over to Vietnam. All 3 of the players on Ukraine all hovering around that 99.3, 99.4% accuracy, while Vietnam still has 3 99.8 scores on all of their players. And again, with a performance like this from Vietnam, there's not really anything you can do as Ukraine. They're going to have to hope for someone on Vietnam, a couple people on Vietnam, to have some kind of catastrophic miss at some point.
Yeah, honestly, on Vietnam's end, if you are good on every single map, I think your picks come down to whichever pick hurts the other team the most. And I feel like hybrid is the single category that will make other teams drop the most accuracy, as we can see here.
Yeah, we did see another miss here from Not Who You Are, dropping down to 99% accuracy. So 50,000 points is the lead. Oh, that's a big drop from Vixile, but ultimately doesn't matter in and of itself. It's still going to be 40,000 points in favor of Vietnam, and we're towards this very last section now.
Yeah, Vixile's miss was fairly clean, still 99.76 accuracy, which is really high. Not Who You Are, just not quite up to speed, but still with a very decent performance. We're gonna witness the final scores of this last final pick to end the 5-1 towards Vietnam.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 FCs for both teams on this one. So very strong performance from both teams, but the accuracy is not easy to overcome whatsoever when all 3 of Vietnamese players getting about the same accuracy and averaging well above 990k per player.
Yeah, I feel like Hebe is probably one of the hardest maps of the map pool. So this entire lobby performance was very interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is going to be unfortunate for Ukraine, losing in the first round here. Vietnam taking the win, and Vietnam are going to be able to move forward in the bracket, in the winners bracket. That is, Ukraine unfortunately get sent down to the losers bracket, where they're going to get one more chance of things, so they're not quite out of the tournament just yet.
Yeah, remember that no one gets eliminated in round 32. They just get separated into winners bracket and losers bracket.
Yeah, and I believe neither of these teams really have any of their matchups decided just yet. So we'll be seeing those later on this weekend, of course. And we'll see who ends up versing Vietnam and Ukraine in the loser bracket, because Ukraine are definitely looking fairly solid on those rice picks in particular.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious to see where this goes, but we do not have a filled-up bracket just yet. This is just the second match. So we have a lot more matches to go through before we can figure out how round of 16 is going to look like. The next matches, we are going to have 2 simultaneous matches, and it is an important moment to say that we do have 2 Osu Live channels. There's also Osu Live _2, I think, that is available to view 2 matches at the same time. We have Hong Kong versus Indonesia and Singapore versus Poland.
Yeah, and following up, we've also got 2 in a row for both of those streams as well. We see China, Finland, and Japan, France happening. So those 2 streams are going to be live for a fair chunk of those matches that are going to be happening all together there. And we've still got a few more matches even after that for the rest of the day. So a pretty packed schedule here for the Saturday, and another one for tomorrow as well. We've got a lot of matches this weekend overall. So make sure you stay tuned for those. We have about an hour and a half until the next match in both the main stream and the secondary stream. So make sure you check those ones out. And in the meantime, make sure you go over to the Osu store where we have the profile banners, which are on sale right now. Buy those banners, you can stack them. You can stack multiple countries if you want. And if you get the country that wins on your banner, they stay there for even longer.
Woo!
But yeah, in the meantime, make sure you go check those out, and we'll be back in about 1.5 hours. So see you next time.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, for another set of matches here. We're going to have two ongoing at the same time in the Mania 4K World Cup 2024 round of 32. I'm Potassium here, commentating alongside Patiraj again. How are you doing?
Hi. I just got lunch since the last match, and here we go. We've got some more food going on here. Hong Kong versus Indonesia. You can see the seeds are closer together than the previous matches. 14 versus 19. I think this is going to be a really interesting one.
This could be very, very close. Of course, okay, these two teams having a very different story this year, of course. Hong Kong actually maintaining some of their really, really strong players from previous years, like Crocient and Racizis. Also having Koshapen, Raksak, really strong players themselves. It feels like everyone on this team pretty much is a really strong tournament player, really active in the current tournament scene. And Indonesia, kind of a complete opposite. Of course, Indonesia getting top 3 last year, but with 0 out of their 6 players from last year returning. They have had a complete roster change around.
Yeah, I feel like Indonesia is sort of having this generational gap. Like, we got top 3, now it's time for the new kids to shine. That is what they are doing right now, and I'm really looking forward to see how those new kids do on round 32. I feel like this closer seeding is gonna make them shine, especially in the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Indonesia is seeded a little bit less as well, if you look at their scores from qualifiers, I think most of the reason why they're seeded lower is because of stage 6, 7, and 8, those last ones, the more physical maps of the map pool, where they really kind of fell off a little bit, struggled a little bit more. But this is round of 32. This is not that hard compared to those 3 maps in particular. So I think if Indonesia can find the consistency, get the combos going, they can absolutely take this all the way against Hong Kong.
What is surprising to see from Hong Kong is that they are protecting Rise 2, and I would think that Rise 2 might be one of the more difficult points to get for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia showed some really strong Rice consistency in some of the earlier stages of the qualifiers. So Rise 2, you would think, leans more into that consistency, more into the accuracy for the early game picks, but it looks like we're seeing an SV Protect from Singapore. Actually, SV2, so we might be seeing Spongolia coming out for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah.
Also, just a quick note as well, important to note, forgot to mention this, but make sure you also go check out the other stream. We have a secondary stream that is ongoing at the same time right now on, I believe, osulive_2 is the link there. So if you want to check out the other match, which I believe is going to be Singapore versus Poland,
Alright, the first pick is gonna be Rice number 2, the jump stream based Rice. And that is the first pick for Hong Kong, so Hong Kong very confident in their Rice abilities. Indonesian not so much, they banned Rice 1, which is the stream pick, so just conserving their physicality intact here. We're gonna see how Indonesia fares in round 32.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these picks play out towards the end of the match, because I feel like there's no obvious advantage that either team has as far as the Rice versus LN kind of matchup goes. Both of the teams showed some relative strengths on both Rice and LN. Maybe Hong Kong might end up opting to go for some of the harder hybrid picks later on, but for now, it is the straightforward jump stream, 226 BPM, so no joke. But I guess they would be picking this because, some of their players in particular, I'm looking at Koshapen and Quotient, those two players have some extraordinary Rice accuracy.
Yeah, myself on the Indonesia side, I'm only really familiar with Yubi from stuffing in other tournaments, really. And they are pretty solid. They have been pretty solid as a playtester, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because for me as well, pretty much all of this Indonesia lineup is really new to me. I haven't really seen many of them perform on a tournament level before. So we'll see how exactly where exactly their strengths lie. So far, it's actually looking very strong for both teams. Koshapen holding the 99.98, but closely followed by Fieri with 99.94. So this accuracy is really close. It's just Bran lagging behind a little bit out the gate.
Yeah, this is only the start of the map, so the accuracy fluctuations are going to look bigger than they actually are. So it's only going to matter like in the long run. So we'll get that to do on the midpoint of the map.
Yeah, and this one, of course, being... Oh, that's a miss. That's a big miss as well. Fieri was holding 99.9 before that miss. So that's 10,000 points so suddenly in the favor of Hong Kong.
Yeah, now that hurts Indonesia a lot, but fortunately it's not their pick, and it's also Hong Kong's percent. So this is getting it out of the way for now.
Getting the nerves out. Sometimes it takes one miss early on in the match to just kind of shake off some of those initial nerves. But still, looking very solid right now. Indonesia hoping for Hong Kong to find a miss. I feel like Indonesia's accuracy is still very close behind, so not a massive lead for Hong Kong just yet.
Yeah, it's just that one single miss from Fieri that really brings the accuracy down. But it's just one single miss. If Hong Kong also misses in the same exact way, then it can be brought down to Indonesia's side.
Yeah, a little bit of accuracy drops from Nico the Rock, now dropping below Bran and Yubi's accuracy, but the two players on the left side there, Quotient and Koshapen, still holding above 99.9. They're feeling so comfortable with this BPM.
Honestly, this entire lobby is doing absolutely great. Like, look at the accuracy. Not one player is below 99.73. Like, even with a miss, Fieri is just getting very much matching accuracy with their teammates.
And the lead did not change. Actually, I'm interested to see if Fieri didn't miss, this could have been extremely close. I think it would have been. There's 0 200s on the side of Indonesia. So aside from that one really big drop there, that was 4 misses in one pan. Aside from that little bit of a hiccup, that would have been a really, really strong team score from Indonesia. Also, Hong Kong doing some crazy things themselves on the other side of the field.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see. Like, if you sum up all of the 300s from Hong Kong and Indonesia, it all comes down fairly balanced, I want to say.
I think it's close. I think Indonesia might have actually been able to take it. Given that Nico the Rock had 3 200s and a 50, if Fieri didn't find those misses, that would have been a 3-way double S for Indonesia.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how it goes on the other Rise maps, because the technical side of Rise is going to be much more different to get good accuracy on. But Co-Zero is kind of close to Rise 2 in terms of getting good accuracy, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, like, despite them winning the pick, I feel like that wasn't really that good of a pick for Hong Kong. Like, in hindsight, looking at those scores, I would be a little bit scared if I was Hong Kong picking into the rest of the Rice pool now.
Yeah, honestly, if I were Hong Kong, I would consider maybe the hybrid category in terms of physicality and just how hard it is to get down. But we are going to see Outage Mongolia for the first time on stream here.
Oh, I'm so interested to see the scores on this map. This is so hard to get good accuracy on. It is insane.
Yeah, honestly, like the first half of the map is like the warm-up portion of the map, and the second half just gets your accuracy down to shreds. You can go from 99.7 into a 98 just from the harshness of the later half.
Absolutely, and I feel like as well, like I felt this when I was watching the showcase last week. Anyone watching on stream, this looks way easier on stream than it actually is. I remember watching on stream and it's like, I kind of can't really see that much SV in some of these patterns. But when you play it, it is so disorienting playing this map.
Yeah, I think what you see on stream and what you see in game is a little bit different, especially if a lot of players might be playing either on 60 Hz or 144 Hz, especially. You will see those little tiny details that make this map really unsettling and hard to hack.
Yeah, and a little bit of a challenge in the intro here just to try and avoid those 200s in this slow jam section with a bit weird snapping, but nothing here should be too hard to combo.
Yeah, Bran with a false start here, catching 1-200 on the very first note, but this is just the beginning.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that we're not going to see a single 200 decide a map like this, so no real harm done. And from now on, we are going to get the SV slowly start ramping up. Starting fairly mild in this section, but eventually the fast jams, the really like mini stops that happen, really going to get in the way of the accuracy. And so far, everyone handling it fairly well from both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where everyone's accuracy is going to go, because it's really easy to just chirp 1-200, and there are not that many notes in the map, so the accuracy fluctuations are going to be that much more visible.
Oh, we see a big tank there from Koshapen, a few 200s on one of those patterns, and it's so easy to do that throughout the map, especially in the last quarter of the map. So this is only going to get harder and harder to maintain the accuracy, and more 200s coming out of Quotient and Koshapen. Indonesia still holding with 399s.
Yeah, and especially Yubi just getting this accuracy down. 99.78 is enormous on this map.
And just in the accuracy department, no misses so far, but 40,000 points is fairly significant, and now we're getting into... These are some really, really hard patterns to be able to act, and we're seeing 200s from so many players right now. Koshapen Recesus, Wish Tonight also finding a few 200s there. And 100s, almost a miss from the side of Hong Kong.
Yeah, Wish Tonight also dropping down to 99.0. And you can see just how, by accuracy alone, you get this gap. And Quotient and Recesus with the misses towards the end. As you can see, the end just gets those people down.
It's the last 10 seconds of the map. It's so hard. And yeah, that is going to be a very solid pick from Indonesia. Bran and Yubi both with the full combos. Koshapen as well, but the accuracy on the side of Indonesia more than enough to guarantee that win for them. They're going to tie it up 1-1.
Yes, it is a back and forth for now. And I do wonder what Hong Kong is going to go for, because Rise 2 was very risky. So they might want to switch this strategy or just keep going with Rise.
I definitely like the idea of Hong Kong moving towards the hybrid picks if they want to try and look for some more, I mean, quote-unquote physical. It's not, definitely not out of Indonesia's range that they're comfortable with, but maybe try to make Indonesia feel a little bit less comfortable with holding the combo on one of the harder maps of the pool.
On the other side, I do want to remind you that per the pinned message in the chat, the other match, Singapore versus Poland, is going on Irisu Live _2. And that is going 1-0 for Poland right now. And that was a break point from Poland, actually. Back to this match, we are going with Rice.
Hong Kong are doubling down on the Rice picks. Well, I mean, they did win the first Rice pick, so it's not like Hong Kong are looking bad by any means. It's just Indonesia is looking very scary. I think these picks could definitely be an opportunity for Indonesia to get a break point if they can hold on to the combos though. That's going to be the key factor here.
I think this matchup is going to come down to how either of the teams are going to handle the long notes and hybrids. But right now, we are not seeing the long notes nor the hybrids. We are going for Rice, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how both of the teams are going to handle the technical aspect of the Princess.
Yeah, fairly short one as well. So both teams hoping to not choke on this one in particular. We've already seen the accuracy can be fairly close between these two teams. But of course, this is a very different map to Rise 2. So very possible that we see some players in particular struggling more on this one than they were just before.
Yeah, I believe we saw a break point in the previous match due to some misses. And the combo game, especially in the early game, is going to be really important. It might come to play despite the accuracy differences.
A bit of a rough start there for Bran on the side of Indonesia. Wishdenied also dropping down below 99.7, but both of those players should be building up their accuracy once again, so tying up the accuracy a little bit.
Yeah, gotta keep an eye on the consistency of the Hong Kong team. Right now they're looking really solid, but Indonesia is trying to catch up. They're not too far behind.
Yeah, Wishdenied also managing to get back up to 99.8 now, tying Nico the Rock's accuracy and actually beating Quotient, who's dropped the accuracy quite a little bit there. And Nico the Rock finds a miss!
Oh, that's going to be the occasion for Indonesia to get back up. As long as Bran builds up that accuracy back, Indonesia might have a chance to get this one.
Yeah, but now, I mean, Bran's accuracy is reached. It's just about to hit that 99.7 mark and is actually beating Nico the Rock. So with Wishdenied beating Quotient as well, the accuracy advantage is pretty much tied between the two teams. Fieri is doing well enough to keep Koshapen's accuracy at bay, even though, I mean, that's a 99.9, but Nico the Rock, a second miss. We've seen this story just before.
It's like deja vu, really. The same exact scenario.
18,000 points. This is ballooning now, and Indonesia's running away with it, still with the 3 full combos. And we're at the end of the map already. This feels like it's done. This feels like a break point.
Yeah, the 3 misses from Nico the Rock were really unfortunate to see, but that is going to give a extra break point to Indonesia. And that is really, really major for Indonesia to get the upset against Hong Kong, like to see the upsets against Hong Kong.
Yeah, oh my god, shout out to those players at the top of the screen there. Koshapen and Fieri both with the full, not full combo, but double S for both of those. 84 300s from Koshapen is insane. And then the 995k for Fieri as well.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the ratios right now, it's looking really scary for Hong Kong. I think in terms of summing up the 300s of both of the teams, I think Indonesia has the advantage on the technical picks. So it's looking really, really dangerous for Hong Kong despite their seed advantage.
That was a close call. I actually don't exactly know who would come out on top with just the ratio involved, that is.
Quotient! Please!
Oh, not the SV scroll speed.
I'm
Oh, that's unlucky. Thankfully enough, I mean, a bit of a positive outlook of that is that the scroll speed from Quotient wouldn't have affected anything anyway, because even if Quotient scored 1,000,000 points, I think it would have still gone to Indonesia.
Yeah, it just goes to show that in early game, especially random 32, combo game is especially important. Like getting your accuracy, getting your consistency and combo game down, and your tournament nerves just in the beginning of the tournament is really important for your team's performance.
And the Rice picks for Hong Kong, that's backfired quite a lot, I would say. After Rice 2, I would have definitely looked at that and said, let's not pick more Rice. But now, Indonesia have learned from it themselves. They're going for the Rice pool now.
Yeah, they saw that break point. They saw the occasion to take it back. They are calculating. Despite Hong Kong's strategy, they are going for ice. They are daring to see the numbers for what they are. They know they have the advantage in terms of technical accuracy, so they will go for it. But I gotta ask myself, is Quotient's scroll speed that impactful for accuracy? If Quotient...
I think it would be, because I was, thinking internally to myself a little bit that Quotient score in that last map was a little bit lower than I expected. Still 990k, so still very strong, but I do know, like, even if you look back at Rise 2, for example, the kind of accuracy that he was putting up there definitely should be an MVP contender for this lobby at the very least, right? So I expect Hong Kong's accuracy now, assuming that Quotient fixed the scroll speed, should be better than it was before, but that doesn't matter if there's misses on the side of Hong Kong, right?
Yeah, the combo aspect is also really important, as we've seen before. But I do think that Hallucinate is both less chokeable and easier to hack than Little Princess.
As you said that, Koshapen gets a miss on the intro.
Okay. Sure.
Does that count as a choke? Maybe? Just a bit of a rough start, I would say.
Ladies and gentlemen, the commentary, let's go.
It should still be recovered. Never mind. Nico the Rock with an early miss as well. That's 2 early misses for Hong Kong. Still before the 400 combo mark, so maybe not as impactful as they might normally be, but still 10,000 points. Indonesia's going to take that every day of the week.
Yeah, as you can see, like, Quotient with a proper scroll speed is destroying this map. And as I say that, it dropped from 99.94 to 99.83, so something happened there.
And Indonesia's on such a solid accuracy advantage. Forget the misses earlier. It's the accuracy now that's really working out. Koshapen and Nico the Rock are still trying to recover from those early drops.
And now look at the team score from Indonesia, just making Hong Kong regret their decision to go for Rice. Yo.
But here's the stream part. This is extended streams. Very possible to drop some accuracy here, or the combo as we've seen.
The hardest parts are yet to come. Like, the transitions after the streams are probably the most chokeable parts of the map.
Right here. Oh, no misses. No misses. Bit of accuracy drop on the side of Fieri, I think, there. But Nico the Rock! It's all coming up from Hong Kong. Indonesia is just looking so comfortable with their combos in all of these Rice maps.
Yeah, no. Indonesia extremely comfortable on this map, and the advantage right now of almost 20,000 points at the end of the map just really speaks for that comfort.
You're telling me this is seed 19? What's going on this team?
Okay. Yeah, this is seed 19, mind you. They're gonna get a team score that maybe exceeds that of higher seeds, like top 10 seeds.
I mean, yeah, you say top 10 seeds. I think this just beat the team score of Vietnam. Did it? Oh no, was I talking about... I was thinking of a different map. But I think you're definitely right. It is going to beat some of the top scores, because this is a 3-way FC with one Score V1 double S on the side of Wishty Knight. This Indonesia squad is just looking so consistent with their accuracy.
This just goes to show that seeding is not the end of the story when it comes down to round of 32, especially early game. You can see that Indonesia is up 3 against 1 point on Hong Kong's side. And right now, Hong Kong is a very precarious situation.
I mean, I think the question that Hong Kong has to... I mean, they just have to pick something else, right? Don't pick the last Rice pick. Indonesia are going to pick that anyway, right? It's time to go for one of the LN picks or the hybrid picks. They're all still up.
Honestly, if I were Hong Kong, I would go for downright the hardest most physical picks of the entire pool. I think Hebe.
I was gonna say Hebe would be a good option, but I don't mind this one for other reasons, because this is the first time that we're seeing the Osu original, a fight in Tunisia, being on the stream for a match, that is.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this one. Downright banger.
We'll see who has the advantage when it comes to the LNs, because this is a really tricky one to be able to play well.
Yeah, as we see the new category settle into this map, we see some roster changes. Here it's Aquapan. 07's for graduation, right?
And also Yubi switching in for Bran on the side of Indonesia, so one player switching out for each team. Fairly standard when we switch from the technical Rice over to the LN picks.
Right now, Hong Kong and Indonesia are gonna take a trip to Tunisia to fight. That is a long way to go for just a MWC match, but I mean, go on.
Okay, yeah, I had to go check just quick. Minato Aquafan is Raksak. That is, I needed to. I was a little bit confused for a minute. I'm like, wait a second, who was this player again?
Yeah, like it is a very recent rename as well, and I do want to think that it is for a special occasion.
Yep, that would make a lot of sense. But Raksak, definitely a really strong tournament player as well for the side of Hong Kong. So we'll see how this LN pick works out for them. They don't really have that many chances left remaining in this this match, so they're going to have to put one on the board really soon.
Right now, Hong Kong does have the advantage, but this advantage might as well not be an advantage because it's pretty much tied in terms of accuracy almost.
It looks like Yubi is suffering a little bit in the accuracy, down to 99.6, but Minato Aquafan, I can't say anything. They're down onto 99.7. I'm just going to say Raksak from now on.
Yeah, that's valid.
But it is mostly Koshapen and Quotient holding those 99.9s for both of them. That's causing most of this score lead here. Wishty Knight and Fieri both on 99.7 themselves, but still just a little bit less than what Hong Kong is putting up right now.
Yeah, Koshapen and Quotient have to maintain their accuracy because I think the lead from Hong Kong just boils down to them maintaining this actually insane accuracy.
Oh, and we have maybe a situation that would not be very good, but we'll see. Yubi does find a miss, so it is going to be a very large lead for Hong Kong here. We're unaware of the situation right now for Wishty Knight, but hopefully it is maybe still not there. Who knows? We'll see. We'll finish the rest of this map, and we might have to check in on them in just a little bit after. But regardless, it is looking like an extremely strong Hong Kong team score right now. So if they manage to hold on to these combos, I don't think the score from Wishty Knight will matter whatsoever.
Yeah, plus the disconnection is also way past the first 30 seconds of the map. And I do not think that it would have mattered anyways to Yubi. Also just missed now.
Yeah, Yubi's missed a couple times now. So Raksak beating Yubi, and Fieri a little bit behind in the accuracy department compared to both Koshapen and Quotient. I still can't believe Koshapen is holding 99.87. That's a little bit illegal.
Yeah, no, like 995.9 and 994.5 on Hong Kong's side, and we see that Wishty Knight may be able to finish the map and get a complete team score here. I invite you to check the MP link to see the complete scores. There you go.
Oh,
There they are.
shout out to Wishty Knight. That ended up being an FC 992K, so really strong score from them, but ultimately did not matter. It is Hong Kong picking up the point by 18,000 points. So fortunately was not a disconnect, but it didn't matter either way. Hong Kong with a really strong team score themselves, they're going to secure their second point in the match.
Well, it is a story of Indonesian internet things. It is a temporary lapse of internet, but we are indeed back. All scores were registered, and we have an actual result. Hong Kong did legit get this point, and we are going ahead. The next pick is going to be the Indonesian pick.
And I'm predicting, I mean, it has to be Code Zero, right? Is there any other pick that makes sense for Indonesia? I don't really think so.
Yeah, seeing how it went in the Ellen department, with especially Quotient and Cushman's performances, is really scary for Indonesia, so I don't think there's much else to go. Unless Indonesia is extremely comfortable with one of the hybrids.
Yeah, I mean, the hybrids could go either way, but at the same time, I think we won't be seeing a hybrid until the very end of the match, potentially. For now, I think it should be a fairly clear-cut Rise 3 pick over from Indonesia into an LN1 pick for Hong Kong. I'm predicting all the way later on to this match already.
Yeah, I think in the lobby right now we are figuring out technical difficulties, trying to get everyone back, making sure that everyone is properly back on the tournament server and is still alive and everything.
Yep. And it looks like Wishy Knight is back. So hopefully internet is going to stay stable for the remainder of this match. We're just waiting on the pick here. I would be really surprised to see anything else.
They are trying to gather their captain, but I do want to say it doesn't really matter as long as you have a pick. So I think we are at sort of a middle point into the match. 3-2 for Indonesia. I think Hong Kong can bring it back, but it's gonna come down to how the next pick is gonna go. I think the next pick is gonna be the single most important point to get for either of the teams.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And I feel like despite being 1 point down, 1 break point down for Hong Kong, the remainder of the map should favor Hong Kong, given what we saw on the LNs just then. It will pretty much just come down to the hybrid pick.
Oh, all the messages just came in one go. Indonesian internet, let's go.
Yeah. That has happened before. You remember back in the day when this used to happen a lot, and there used to be players getting... I remember one match in particular where it happened 3 times, I think, where players on teams would have this happen. All of them would send at the same time, and they would get auto-silenced.
Yeah,
kicked
because
out of
that's
the
spam.
lobby, yeah.
Yeah, like that's a lesson for other tournament players. Just do not send too many messages in a row. Because this kind of thing can happen. Also make sure, like, just have your teammates ready. If they do not see your messages, have your teammates ready to relay your messages and so on.
Yeah, definitely a good idea to have multiple people maybe sending the pick, just in case if you know that one of your team has the internet issues. Actually, that was a different player with internet issues, wasn't it? So Wish9 and UB both in a little bit of a questionable connection situation.
Yeah, I feel like it's a wave within Indonesia. Just like a cloud is passing in the sky and just cursing everyone's internet one by one. Who is it gonna be next? Thierry, Bran?
I feel like everyone broadly in the Asian time zone, the Southeast Asian and the Australian internet all has the same issue in that regard. But let's go into this one. We are having the last Rise pick being played here. First time I'm seeing this one being played in a match. So we'll see how this one goes for both of these teams. We are actually seeing Raksak staying in instead of Nico the Rock, who's been playing those Rise picks.
Yeah, it's also quite interesting because this is the first match that has gone this close. Like 3-2, there's not one single match that has been going at this state of closeness.
Not just the match, this map so far is extraordinarily close. It's Raksak with a little bit lower accuracy than the rest of the lobby at 99.75, but that's still very high. Indonesia currently holding almost a 99.9% average between their players, but on the side of Hong Kong, it's only Koshapen that's trying to keep Hong Kong in this.
Yeah, as you can see, this map is really easy for everyone involved in this lobby, so it is coming down to an accuracy ratio battle.
Don't say it's real. That's just trying to summon the miss. This map is really easy. Everyone is gonna combo this one. Oh no!
Let's go! Let's
I'm
go.
very sorry, Koshapen, but that is a very unfortunate time for Hong Kong to find the miss. Indonesia ends up with a 12,000 point lead just like that, because it was a really messy miss as well.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of accuracy, going down from 99.9 to 99.7 just brings down your score to smithereens.
And that is just going to decide the point right away. All three Indonesian players still with the full combo, still with very strong accuracy, particularly Fieri and Quotient. Those two players put on a almost identical performance, actually, 96 to 98. Koshapen with the 68. That would have been such a good score if it wasn't for that one pattern that was messed up, and that did cost the map just about. A very hard one to call, though.
Yeah, the 69 was entirely within possibility, which is actually incredible to say. Like, it is really hard to get that kind of accuracy, especially in tournament situation. And
I also want to point out a little bit that Indonesia just got 3 SSs. The whole team SS.
Yeah, they might not have had the ratio advantage, but in terms of consistency, Indonesia has been on point, and I think their consistency overall has been rewarding them immensely.
They have been ridiculously consistent. That is exactly why that they're 4-2 up right now. And Hong Kong now, they are going to have an opportunity to come back because there's no more Rise picks. So the picks that Indonesia have looked the scariest on are all gone, and I feel like Hong Kong might have a slight edge on the rest of the map pool. So there is absolutely a chance for Hong Kong to pull this one back. And they've opted to go for the hybrids, actually. I probably would have stuck with the LN picks for one more pick, but this is going to be the option, and we'll see how this pans out for them.
Yeah, the thing is, if Hong Kong secures the hybrids, they are going to go into tiebreakers, and if they win the hybrids, I think that is going to net them more confidence towards tiebreakers, because on paper, I think Hong Kong should have the advantage on the tiebreaker since it's more physical and everything.
And it actually seems that they did not intend to pick Hybrid 2. So a bit of a mistype from the chat, it seems. They wanted to pick LN2, which I would think makes a bit more sense, given what we saw on LN3 earlier.
A little bit of an oopsie, indeed.
Yeah, make sure that you have the, you're typing the right keys on your keyboard.
Yeah, because I do want to say that it is pretty inconvenient for the referees to have to switch picks in the middle of it. And also for the streamer, because we as streamers have to fix the overlay in order to cancel the pick and everything. So rolling back a pick is a little bit of a logistic nightmare. As you can see right now, we are just fixing it, and right now we are providing you with the pristine viewing experience.
Well, let's see this one. This one, maybe a little bit more straightforward than LN3, if that really says much at all. It is still a pretty tricky one to actually maintain any kind of accuracy on, and we did see Hong Kong win out on the accuracy side of things on LN3, so I would say they should look fairly good on this.
Also, news from the other side, Singapore versus Poland is also very close, going 3-2 for Singapore right now. So we have two close tied matches at the same time, and
Wait,
I do.
Hang on. Wait, Poland just won 2 break points. That's their only points that they've won. Which means that Singapore also won 2 break points? So there's been 4 break points out of 5 maps in that match. Okay, there's weird things going on in that match.
What is going on at this time? Why are there 2 close matches going on at the same time?
Yep. Well,
wow.
this close match over here is a nice and normal one. Only 1 break point so far. Both teams winning on their own picks. And Hong Kong hoping to keep up that trend, because this is one that they have to win if they want to stay in it.
Yeah, right now they are relying on Tashkent's and Croatian's legendary accuracy, and in terms of team score, I do hope that it goes towards their way here.
But what we do see actually is Indonesia are looking a lot more comfortable on this map than they did on LN3, which is going to make things quite a lot closer. Fieri does drop in accuracy a little bit, down to 99.7 though. But so does, Raksak dropping all the way down to 99.4. Actually, this accuracy lead is switching over to Indonesia.
Those are 2 very different dynamics going on right now for what is ultimately a tie in terms of team score. So right now for Hong Kong we have 2 carries and someone who is a little bit below in terms of accuracy, and Indonesia is looking a lot more balanced.
Yeah, that's just seemed to be the story of this whole match so far. Hong Kong have had some exceptional individual scores, but it's Indonesia with the team scores overall, and they're continuing with this now. All 3 of the players on Indonesia above 99.6, and that's keeping things so close. It's all up to Raksak. Raksak has to increase his accuracy if Hong Kong wants to retake this lead.
Yeah, there are about 30 seconds left in the map, and right now I do not know where this is going. It is going back and forth between the 2 teams, and it can go either way, literally.
This is absolutely insane. This is less than 1,000 points, a couple 200s, more than enough to swing this back, and it actually looks like it's just about 0. It's flickering back and forth. Who has the lead? Who has the lead right now?
It not only comes down to 1 single 200, it might even come down to ratio alone.
106!
106!
Oh my god, Hong Kong avoiding death. They have just avoided being sent down into the loser's bracket by 200.
106 points away from defeat. Hong Kong just takes it back from the darkness of their situation right now. They secure survival for now, but how long is this gonna go for? Oh my god.
Yeah, I take everything back. The LNs do not look free. The LNs do not look like they're in Hong Kong's favor at all. That was crazy. 2 Score V1 double S's, by the way, 1 for each team. And my god, they needed those Score V1 double S's.
Yeah, it all comes down to accuracy as well, because that was a full lobby, full combo. Not...
I didn't even see any accuracy drops towards the end. That was just pure ratio. deciding the entire point and potentially the match, because now this is on. Indonesia have their own pick, but what map does Indonesia even pick? I mean, Tricolor Prism? I would say that no matter what Indonesia picks, I probably wouldn't pick the LM. I would pick one of the hybrids. And it's going to be Hybrid 2. Okay, we are seeing Hybrid 2 anyway. Coming out, the mispick that happened earlier for Hong Kong is going to be Indonesia's choice to try and close this out. But this is also an opportunity for Hong Kong to take it to tiebreaker, the full distance.
Yeah, Singapore, Poland, 3-3 right now. Can we see 2 tiebreakers in a row?
Oh my god. 2 tiebreakers simultaneously is looking scarily possible.
It is entirely possible, and it is a scary thought to have, especially if you are Indonesia. If you are Indonesia, I would be absolutely scared out of my mind to go into tiebreaker. Tiebreaker does not look advantageous for Indonesia right now. Hong Kong does have maybe a third player issue in terms of dynamics. I think they have 2 absolutely stellar players in the name of Koshapen and Quotient, but it all comes down to the third player, whoever he may be. Right.
Remember why Hong Kong is the higher seed in the first place, though? It is because of the harder picks, because of the more physical picks, and the tiebreaker is one of those picks. So I feel like if it does go there, it might just favor Hong Kong even more. I feel like, even though you said maybe there is a third player issue, but I think the top 2 players from Hong Kong in a map that's even harder than these ones, they might be able to carry. But first, they have to focus on this pick, because this has to be a break point for Hong Kong if we even want to entertain the idea of a tiebreaker in the first place. We have seen Indonesia is fully capable of playing all of these picks. Hong Kong cannot afford a single slip-up. Looks like right now, a little bit of an accuracy drop from UB on the side of Indonesia. 1,000 points in the lead of Hong Kong, but nothing serious just yet. Still plenty of map left to be played.
Yeah, we might be looking at the players who might be a little bit behind, but it all comes down to every single player on this board. Minato Aquafan, also known as Raksak, is dropping a fair amount of accuracy, so it does bring that lead closer to Indonesia's side.
And oh my god, it's only 3,000 points right now. We still have a 6-way full combo halfway into the map. This could still swing either way really quickly, and actually it kind of does. Quotient finds a bit of a accuracy drop. So this lead drops down to 2,000 points.
Yeah, I think Wish Tonight's accuracy is also really important for Indonesia to have a chance at grabbing that lead from Hong Kong.
Oh my god, this lead is looking really precarious right now. It is in Hong Kong's favor, but for how long? And UB finds a miss. That's the first miss, and it's a really messy one as well, down to 99.2. Hong Kong all of a sudden gets a massive lead. And I think it's happening. I think just the intro left to be played. As long as Hong Kong can hold on to these combos, this is going to a tiebreaker. And they've done it. 24,000 points. The 3-way FC. Hong Kong are recovering from their bad start of this match. And they have managed to claw their way back now. 4-4. Only one map left to be played. And it's off the back of Koshapen getting the SS again. How many SSs have we seen from Koshapen? Not even just SSs. I think even in the maps that haven't been SSs, it's been Koshapen with 0 200s and 1 miss or something like that.
So much consistency going from those two carries on Hong Kong's side, and I do want to see how this goes for Indonesia. I think Indonesia again has been having a much more consistent and balanced group between their three players. Hong Kong is a little bit more unbalanced, and I think that this is going to be really interesting to see in this tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is definitely harder than the main stage of the pool, so different dynamic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because it looks like Indonesia's going to be switching out Yubi. We might be seeing a return of Bran coming in here, who was one of their... Oh, actually, never mind. We are seeing a completely new player on Indonesia. That guy 1-bit. Imagine being switched in for your first map of the match, and it's the tiebreaker. I don't think I've ever seen this. It looks like Hong Kong keeping with their three players that they've stuck with the past, kind of the entire second half of the match so far. Koshapen, Quotient, and actually no, they're switching in Nico the Rock coming in once again. So switching out Rakzak. And of course Fieri and Wishti Knight playing for Indonesia. They've been playing the majority of these maps as well.
Right now, everything is going on at the same time. Right now, Singapore versus Poland, 4-3 potential tiebreaker as well. Can we get two tiebreakers back to back? Can we raid into a tiebreaker from a tiebreaker? And also, the next matches are also being prepared right now. Two simultaneous matches. Again, we are getting non-stop content.
Yeah, absolutely non-Scott. You're going to have to keep this Osu Live 2 stream. It's in the pins. You're going to have to keep that on the second monitor because that one is looking like they might also hit that tiebreaker at any moment, potentially, as long as Poland is able to win their own pick. But now all focus should be on this one right here. I am so interested to see how that guy 1-bit is going to perform, because this is the first time we have seen them in a match this entire tournament. And like, it's in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, mind you, from the commentators' booth, since Indonesia's team has changed so much, we have very little information about the Indonesian team. Like, those players do not have a substantial tournament track record. So it's all discovery and information acquisition.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a player that doesn't have much... oh, that's a very early miss from Koshapen in something that you wouldn't really expect to get a miss on. It hopefully shouldn't matter that much either way, because fairly early on in the map...
That guy...
yeah, trade from that guy 1-bit, finding an early miss themselves, and actually dropping down below 99%, so this lead is going to go in favor of Hong Kong, winning out that miss trade overall.
Now it is survival time for either of those teams. Fieri also gonna get their first miss, and we have 4 entire minutes to go, so one miss is not gonna be the end of the world.
But what does matter a lot is the accuracy on such a long pick, and look at all three players of Hong Kong, they're all above 99.8. Despite the early miss from Koshapen, he has recovered massively. And all of these three players are above all three players on the side of Indonesia as well, with that guy 1-bit still trying to recover the accuracy over time.
Yeah, it's honestly looking really solid from Hong Kong's side, but it is still the beginning of the map, and this map doesn't really let up at all. There are very few breaks in this map, so it might come down to the later half and how both of the teams are going to handle their accuracy and stamina.
Yes, stamina is a really good point. As you said, not really much breaks, and so many transitions between different types of patterns. We can see like the jacks and the LNs happening at the same time. All these shields can definitely wear down on your stamina as well. And I almost saw a miss there from Nico the Rock. That was a 50.
Yeah, that was really scary to see, and it is one of those elements. This is the single element from Hong Kong that is putting them into question, because that guy is catching up in terms of accuracy right now, going from 99.0 to 99.3, and it is fully in the realm of possibility that those almost like 18,000 points are going to go away in one full sweep. But that guy is going to give a little bit more lead, but Hong Kong...
It was traded.
Just traded, yeah. Toshpen's miss.
Yeah, but Indonesia going to need a little bit better than trades though here, because it is 20,000 points now in the lead for Hong Kong. They're going to need Hong Kong to start missing really soon, and there is another trade. Nico the Rock does miss, but it's at the expense of that guy's combo once more. I think overall still favoring Hong Kong.
Still within possibility in this last quarter. The last quarter could be enough for Indonesia to catch back up, but it all comes down to all players' performance right now.
A bit of an act drop there for Wish Unite, but nothing too massive there. Nico the Rock does find a miss. That's exactly what Indonesia looking for. Actually, repeat one, but it's traded by once more. And Indonesia really have to hold on to their combos. They can't afford trades at this point in the match, and it's looking like there's just not much time. One full combo for either team, it looks like. But those second and third players are being won out by Hong Kong in the accuracy department especially.
Yeah, I think this is quite unfortunate, and that is what we saw on paper. Indonesia not quite able to sustain the sheer physicality of this pick, this tiebreaker.
Wait, Koshipen got 3 200s and 1 to 10 ratio. The two misses, remember, one of them was in the intro and the other one was in the middle of the map. Okay, but Quotient with the full combo, Wish Unite almost with the full combo. But at the end of the day, Hong Kong managing to pull off the comeback in the end, coming back from 2 to 4 all the way to 5 to 4, and they are going to deny the upset in the seedings against Indonesia. Hong Kong are going to move on through the winners bracket, while Indonesia is looking like probably the scariest team in the losers bracket that we have seen so far.
Yeah, honestly, like as you could all see, Indonesia had a real chance of getting this upset. They were up 4-2 against Hong Kong, and in the end, Hong Kong won it anyway. That is what we lived for. That was a really, really interesting match, and unfortunately, we do not get a second tiebreaker in a row. But what we do get is 2 simultaneous matches going on right now in just about 2 minutes time. It's going to be Japan versus France, and I forgot the other match.
Yeah, I mean, just to mention as well, the other match, you said we missed out on a second tiebreaker, but that was a 3,000 points difference on the last map.
No way!
That was so close to being another tiebreaker. We're getting some banger matches coming out here. And you always got to wonder sometimes, what if there was one less 200 in that LN2 pick that we saw earlier? Then Indonesia very well could have taken it right then and there, but alas, now we're moving on to the next ones. Still have both streams up. We're not even going to be taking a break now. We're just going right back into them, it looks like. So make sure you check out the other stream as well, because China versus Finland, I believe, will be happening on stream number 2, which is still in the pins there, while we are going to be covering Japan versus France here on the main stream.
Oh wow, this is not even gonna be biased for me. I mean, I really like the Japanese team as well. I think like the Japanese team is made of really prominent figures in the mania scene. Names like Kruke, for example, Father.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like Japan as like a community and like as a tournament scene as a whole, it's been very much building over time. It's been one of those countries that has been seeing like a rise in their player base playing in tournaments. They've had their own national tournaments as well that have really inspired some of the players over there. But at the same time, I feel like this team for Japan this year kind of lacks a couple of their players that they might want, especially in the LN department. They've been looking maybe a little bit worse than they looked last year in the LNs, but I've got to say their Rice is scary this year.
Yeah, I think in terms of Rise, I think Rise is going to be the main focus for Japan right now. They have what it takes to really snipe some scores in round of 32, especially. A lot of those players have been practicing accuracy, and I think this is also reflective of Japan's own tournament scene, which is very accuracy focused. France, on the other hand, some new names here and there. Flowerful has been making strides in names in the leaderboard, and some of those younger players as well, Genios, Mr. And also the appearance of Dog Mew, having recently migrated to France, back from the US. Also, really good names in terms of getting good early game scores.
Yeah, I mean, France just historically in general has always been a really scary team to be versing early on, and no different this year as well. We are seeing a very interesting match as well here, even though, I mean, the seeds are decently separated apart, but that said, if you look at some of these scores, it's not actually Japan winning out in all of the qualifier maps. France beat them on stage 3 and stage 5, which I would say are very good stages to have the advantage on in a round like this right now. We're talking about the easier of the hybrid picks and some of the LNs that France might be wanting to target Japan on.
Yeah. In conclusion, I think that France as an early game team is a lot scarier than it should be as a seed number 20.
Yeah, I feel like Japan definitely might be feeling they got the short end of the stick when it comes to the luck of the draw here in this matchup. I feel like this French team is not a good matchup for Japan, despite Japan being the higher seed, but we'll see how it turns out. Of course, this is Japan, so I feel like every time Japan is involved, the pick and ban ends up being very obvious for both teams. Japan will protect an SV pick. France will ban the other SV pick.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about the SVs, but Japan has been known through and through as an SV team, and they did get the number 1 SV seed, I think.
I think it's just crazy how dominant Japan has been, and it's not even been because of certain players. Like, they have not relied on specific players to be the number 1 SV team for the past few years. It's always been changing. They've changed their roster. This time, they lost 2 of their strongest SV players from last year, but still easily number 1 in the stage 1 SV. They just have an endless, bottomless pit of SV players in that country.
Oh, Japan going with the SV2 Protect. I was expecting an SV1 Protect, but SV2 might be representative of some of the more quote-unquote old-school leaning aspects of the Japanese SV team.
I mean, the way that I look at it is that SV2 is probably harder to be consistent on, but at the same time, it's also a bit harder maybe to learn. I would expect to see overall lower scores on SV2, and maybe Japan, being Japan, I wouldn't be surprised if they had like 995Ks across the board on both SV maps.
Japan gonna ban the LN, that is a wise decision, and I think that's gonna go back and forth between Rice versus LNs. With a little bit of SCs, you know.
I think it's interesting that France protected LN2 out of all the LN picks. I feel like that's going to be the least likely LN to find a ban. But regardless, I guess that is the LN that they feel most comfortable on, so we'll expect to see that coming out later in the match. And of course, the France banning SV1, that it feels like almost almost a necessity against a team like Japan.
And the first pick is going to go towards France, and I think they might start with LN2. I think that is their most advisable thought in regards to lineups and matchups.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good strategy to just start, especially if you're the lower seed. You definitely want to start off on a strong foot right here. So picking the map that you feel most comfortable with, try and get your best chance at a point right out the gate and see if you can build on that momentum later on. But we'll see. It definitely should be one of the LN picks that they pick early on here. I don't see France picking any of the Rice picks in this matchup. And I guess, you know, if they're not picking the Rice picks and they're not picking the SV, that means if the match goes the distance, they're going to be picking all of the hybrids and LNs anyway.
Yeah, and I do feel like France has a good chance on the hybrids. As you said earlier, France does have the advantage on stage 3 against Japan. So on paper, the hybrid category is also worth looking at.
So let's say LN3, very good pick for France. I mean, one of their best picks. I think you would have to say both the LN picks are looking really strong for them. So we'll see how they end up going on this one. We saw some very strong scores just earlier from Hong Kong on this one. We'll see if either of these teams can match that performance.
Some technical fixes behind the scenes and nothing to worry about. All of the players are getting ready to fight on this first pick. A fight in Tunisia. Wonderful to original. Sovereign. And Washington.
Okay, we'll see what the lineups end up being here. Crew K, of course, being on Team Japan, I feel like Crew K, especially for these LN picks, is going to be the key player on Japan to try and carry the score.
And I see the lineup from France being the one that I know the most in terms of LNs. Flowerful, a juggernaut in terms of LN accuracy. Doc Mewtwo, also kind of an accuracy specialist, and Quentin also has been, throughout the years, a key LN player. Crew K is really funny because I want to say like 2 or 3 years ago, Crew K was known to be very Rice-oriented, but has picked up LNs very lately. But I think it just takes practice to get good at long notes, and I think Crew K is one of the proofs of that happening.
I feel like Crew K was probably the biggest turnaround I've ever seen in a player, where, as you said, a few years ago, Crew K was that like one of the players that slotted really nicely into Japan's like Rice-focused team, right? That were really good at the chord jacks and really good at the hand streams and jump streams. But I think 1 year later, just all of a sudden, Crew K was one of the best LN players in the world. just automatically from that point. But we'll see how it happens in this one, because the rest of the Japan roster does feel a little bit new to tournament play for me, and I'm not really sure what their LN strength is overall. We'll see how they perform on this one, because we have Bad Mania player and 13 Wiz on the side of Japan matching up against the French team. So far it looks like, oh, never mind, Dark Mew with an early miss. I was going to say France having an early lead there, but big miss from Dark Mew, actually dropping down to 99.2 briefly there.
That was an extremely ugly miss as well.
But it does look like the accuracy is building up really quickly, and actually, just like that, Dark Mew is already up to Bad Mania player's accuracy, but Quinton finds a miss as well. That's 2 misses for France. And I'm not sure if accuracy is going to be enough to bring this back. Oh, actually, never mind. I think it might be. Look at the accuracy from France right now. It's actually really strong. Even with the misses, I think they're beating Japan's accuracy already.
Yeah, the miss from Quentin was much more graceful in that Quentin is able to keep the 99.7 alive, whereas Bad Mania player is struggling to get back to the 99.6, and that might have a play in how the pick turns out. This pick is almost 3 minutes long, so there is time to recover.
And we can already see this is shrunk down to 3,000 points despite 2 misses. And it's Flowerful that's really leading the charge here in the accuracy front. 99.8, the highest in the lobby, but Quinton is not far behind and matching 13 Wiz's accuracy.
Yeah,
and
this Crew K being a little bit behind the accuracy that makes this matchup really interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And this lead, look at this now, 1,000 points. It's shrinking over time. There is more than enough time for France to take this back. But the key thing is they are going to have to avoid making any of those misses that we saw earlier.
Oh, come on, come on! Let's go! Let's take that lead! Please!
Yeah. Oh my god, look how small it is. It should happen. The lead, the accuracy is still rising for France. Dark Muse about to hit this 99.7% mark. Actually matching Crew K's accuracy now.
It all comes down to your accuracy in the end. The combo doesn't matter here. Well, it does matter, but...
It matters a lot, actually. Yeah, it matters a lot. But this... Oh my god, 288 points. Are you kidding me? There's only a little bit left. Any 200s could swing this back and forth. But no, Quinton!
No, what? Why?
Finding another miss. 2 misses. Felt like it was comebackable for France, but 3 looks like 1 too many. And this is going to be a really early breakpoint for Japan because of their 3-way full combo.
No way. That is a first breakpoint. That was a very eventful pick. And that is very unfortunate for France because in terms of accuracy they definitely had the advantage. Like without those misses, they 100% had the point.
Yeah, I'll just say, if you are missing twice and still being able to win against 3 full combos, France just straight up dominated in accuracy. That was not even close in terms of accuracy, but 3 misses is a little bit too much to ask for there. And Japan just combo gaming through, they held that consistently, and that's why they were managed to take that break point, and they're not wasting any time. When I think of Japan, one of the biggest things I think of is Jump Stream. And speaking of Jump Stream, the man himself, a father, is coming into the lobby right now.
Alright, we see some of those rice juggernauts from Japan coming, and the appearance of Genius. Actually, Genius's debut in terms of MWC footage.
Also, shout out to Japan switching all 3 of their players between the first 2 picks here.
Yeah, that is very interesting. They have a Rice lineup and they have a NLN lineup. Very, very interesting to see.
And this one, well, it's going to come down to the accuracy. If there's any misses in this one, it could matter a whole lot. But first and foremost, I know that Japan are going to be looking for that real sharp shooting accuracy here. So France is going to have to try to match them as well. I know France definitely has the accuracy players themselves.
Yeah, again, gonna come down to consistency and stamina on this round of 32 jump stream pick. Father doing Father things.
My father has been doing this for what, 10 years now, it feels like.
I think Father might be older than me.
I'm pretty sure our father's in his like 30s, no?
31, 32.
Yeah, but anyway, this is a really scary situation actually across the board. Almost everyone in the lobby is above 99.9, and believe it or not, it is Dark Mew making the difference with a 99.88, lagging behind the rest of the lobby.
How do you make the difference? Oh god, Genius, please.
Bit of a miss there early on for France. It's not too messy though. It's 99.76, which is, all things considered, not that low. That's still fairly high. But it is going to rely now on Japan finding a miss if France want to be able to take back this lead, because I don't think Japan's accuracy is ever going to fall off. This is a very consistent map overall.
Yeah, the dynamic in this jump stream deck is just do not miss, get good accuracy, and right now this is what Japan is doing.
Yeah, halfway through, still plenty of map left, and of course stamina is a factor as well. I think all of these players so far not looking like they're phased at all in the stamina department though, and Junius already bringing his accuracy back up to 99.8. So it's not just over just yet for France, but it is looking fairly comfortable for Japan, I would say that much.
Yeah, I think France needs 2 or 3 misses from Japan if they want to recover, considering the accuracy difference between the two teams. Granted, France is doing magnificently in terms of accuracy. Like, they will beat many teams on the upper end of the seeding, but this Japan.
Oh, that's a messy miss there from Junius again at the end, but didn't look like that was going to matter either way. And I agree. I mean, the accuracy overall, if you discount those misses, this is going to be a 995k average for France. It would have been 3 995k scores, but look at Japan. I think this is a 997k average for Japan. Oh my god. Yomogi's score, actually. I didn't even realize it because of the 100 earlier, but that is 68 300s. Despite the 100 getting that lobby MVP, and the rest of Japan with 0 200s. Actually, the rest of the lobby with 0 200s. We get 2 SSs from both teams.
So close to the 69. So close.
But that is why Japan picks these jump stream maps. It feels like one of the few teams in the competition that can confidently pick a jump stream map in this day and age. But now France, it's time for their protect. They're going straight for the only other LN map in the pool. They're going to have to win this one. And they definitely can. They just need to make sure they keep these misses to a minimum.
Yeah, as we saw from the other LN pick, they do have the advantage in terms of accuracy. It's now up to them to keep that advantage in terms of combos. We can see that Japan is extremely consistent as a team. They have been consistent for the past few years, and they are very well seasoned as a team.
We're going to be seeing Kruke coming back. I wonder if we're going to see 13 Wiz come back as well. Was actually a very strong score for them in the first LN pick that we saw. And are we seeing Junior stay in for France as well for this one?
Yeah, the previous LN pick had Quentin playing instead of Junius. And Junius is a little bit of a versatile element in the French team. I want to say Yomogi is also playing sort of that same role in Japan. I think they're going to stay in for this LN density day.
It looks like Kruke and Yomogi are running around the 3 spots in the Japan team, seeing if they can clone each other to try and fill the 3rd spot in their team.
Yeah, I feel like they are dancing together to the music in order to wait for 13 Wiz, who is now within the lobby and ready to go.
Yeah, so it looks like 2 of the Rice players that we saw on that first Rice pick there are going to be staying in for this one. Yomogi for Team Japan and Junius for Team France. We're going to be seeing them on LN for the first time this match. And as you said, Junius going to be a fairly well-rounded player. I'm not too aware of Yomogi's strengths just yet. This is the first tournament I've seen them in, so we'll see how strong they are in the LN picks themselves.
Right
Actually,
now, yeah, nothing much to say, just Dark Mute starting a little bit below than everyone else, but very much recoverable.
I was going to say accuracy starting a little bit in Japan's favor, but Not really by much at all, and we can already see this lead has evened out perfectly. I feel like this accuracy overall is pretty much dead even between the two teams.
Yeah, Docu actually trading accuracy with Kupo.
And pretty much everyone hovering around that 99.8 mark between the 6 players.
This is so balanced between the two teams. France might have the advantage on paper, but it might as well be tied right now.
And as the accuracy starts stabling out, it looks like Flowerful's... Okay, never mind, Flowerful finds a little bit of a 200 drop. And now the accuracies are tied once again. Everyone is in that 99.7 range. Actually, all 6 players in 99.7 range right now. Journeos drops a little bit of accuracy. Doesn't seem like it's mattering a whole lot just yet.
Yeah, it all comes down to how well Crew K can maintain that accuracy. Right now, above 99.7 still, and guys, I think that's going to be the most crucial point of Japan if they want to get that breakpoint again.
Oh my god, this lead is negligible right now. The accuracy still tied. Flowerful still with the highest accuracy in the lobby, but Journeos is lagging behind a little bit, and this accuracy is still dropping ever so slightly. It's 2,000 points now, and more 200s coming out from Journeos. That might be enough for Japan to hold on to their lead.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. Just coming closer to the 99.6 than the 99.7. Gripping enough accuracy that this lead is now substantial for Japan at the end of the map.
And the protect from France doesn't work out. Both of these LN picks have been so close to being points for France, but not quite, as Japan wins their second breakpoint and a really strong showing across the board. All 6 players having such strong accuracy, such strong scores, and not a single miss.
Yeah, I do want to point out, again, how consistent Japan has been throughout the years as a team. I do feel like as much as some players might replace some others, in Japan's team, I think that as a community, Japan has cultivated a tourney spirit, and in turn, we're going to see that within the SV pick.
And Japan have waited to bring this one out. Now it's going to come out when Japan are already 3-0 up. So they are really trying to... They're really trying to hammer the nail in right now. They are going to go for what should be, on paper, their strongest pick out of this entire pool.
Yeah, I think what's going to be the most interesting is going to be how high can Japan score on this SV. I saw some scores from Crew K's Twitter, and they were really scary.
I've seen plenty of Crew K crazy SV scores in the past, but I'm always surprised every time it comes back. Every new SV map, always I never expect it. I always never expect it.
Yeah,
it's going to be something silly like 998k again.
Yeah, it's not just Crew K. Yomoge is also a very competent SV player. And, well, everyone is just going to deliberate who is going to go on the SVs. Also, Patu's on France's side is also very well known. High score.
I think there was a timeout that I missed, I assume, because the lobby is currently empty.
Yeah, so I guess we are getting a little bit of a break for now.
Yep, so all the players just going quickly to play the map, I guess. I don't know if you really have any time to actually reach the hard parts of the map, though. But I guess good... Oh, you go editor, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, you can go into the editor and just practice the ending, because the ending is going to be, I think, the single determinator between those two teams. I think both of the teams are very well able to get good accuracy on the first half, and Oh yeah. I guess we should go get our banners. Go into the Osu store and get your banner for your favorite teams, plural, because apparently you can stack those banners together. You can buy every single country in the world and put them in your banner, just to show your support, really.
Yeah, definitely go check those out, as we are still waiting for the rest of this timeout to end, all the players getting a little bit of practice, making sure their settings are right as well. Always remember, if you are a player, make sure that you remember to change your scroll speeds, for the SVs and then after the SVs as well. This is definitely one of those maps that I would expect a lot of players to change their scroll speeds for sure.
Okay, so while this timeout is going on, I do want to say, I just clicked on the store link, and I also want to point out another key item that you may want to get from the Osu store. It's the Osu socks. I think they might grant you some buffs in terms of ratio and accuracy. I did not test them myself, but apparently that's what they do.
You get some Osu socks. The best socks to play in, obviously. Where you're gonna get the sock buff.
Rock your socks off, or rather on if you're putting them on. I want to say playing Mania with socks on doesn't sound very efficient.
Inefficient? In what way? Are we getting like sock friction, air friction, or something like that?
I feel it might be useful for winter, especially if you're getting cold hands, because as a tournament player, I've been getting cold hands in the winter before, so maybe
that is
putting
always a problem.
some gloves or some socks on your hands and playing Mania with it. I feel like if your keyboard is big enough and your keys are big enough, I feel like it might work out for you.
Yeah,
anyway, let's go back into the map.
I just got jump scared a little bit by the first note there. I for a split second, I thought everyone just missed the first note.
Yeah. This slow jam is always really scary, because in the last match, we saw one single player get it 200 and start from like 83% accuracy.
Yeah, it is really easy to get 200s on this, because it's slow jam, and also the snaps are really awkward to try and time. And we can see, I mean, everyone above 99%, so no one's struggling too much here, and it's going to start right now, with these SVs slowly getting more and more abrasive as time goes on. And you can only imagine at some point the accuracies are going to start tanking, at least for some of these players.
I do want to point out on the French side, Patos is not here. Patos is not here. Genius is playing in his stead.
Yeah, one of the SV players for France, for sure, you would expect. But still, all three players from France doing a very solid job so far. 99.7 just about for Quinton, finds a bit of an accuracy drop, so does Yamogi. But it is Japan with a very solid accuracy lead here, but we are yet to reach the hardest part of the map. We'll see how that affects the scores.
Yeah, Kruke with the highest score by far in this lobby. 99.94, and we're gonna see how it evolves with the frantic as he's going in the later half.
I did just see Yamogi get a 100 earlier, dangerously close to a miss, but as expected, it's very easy to get 100s on this, for sure. And actually a miss from Yamogi, the only miss so far. A lot of accuracy drop as well, but it doesn't look like it's enough to dent this score lead right now, as the accuracy lead is just insane. What is this? This is going to be a 999k.
It is
What is-
not gonna be a 999, but
Huh?
it is 27.
What is that? Wait, how? Like, actually, how?
Yeah, you get just 27 300s in the entire map.
I get 27 300s in the intro. How do you get it in the whole map? Kruke has less 300s than I think some players are going to have 200s. That
just
is
look at Dark Muse 200
Yeah.
count.
And Dark Muse score is a good score as well. That's the thing.
yeah,
This is
it's
just such a Kruke moment. Oh my god. Okay, Japan with a very solid team score of their own, despite the misses coming out from Yomogi at the end. Not going to matter. So they are up 4-0 right now. They're on match point early, and France are going to be looking to pull off a bit of a reverse sweep here if they want to keep going in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I think for France it's going to be increasingly more difficult to get those picks as those picks get exhausted. We saw how close it was in a fight in Tunisia and also in the other Olympics, but as we go, they are exhausting their best picks.
Yeah, I mean, do or die now for France. It's not just going to have to come from the hybrids anymore, though. They're going to have to win some rice maps as well, which is going to be a tricky feat for them to pull off.
Yeah, we saw that Japan was not immune to misses. Yomogi did miss on the SVs, but those are the SVs. Can Japan miss on really anything else? It is the single determinator of France's survival chances. Well, they're not going to be eliminated, but they're just going to end up in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they are going to be switching in. Again, we're going to see 13 Wiz and Bad Mania player for Japan. And we're actually going to see Mr. FR coming in for France for the first time in this match. A player that's played for the past few MWCs, I feel like.
Yeah, Mr. has a pretty similar profile as Juniors, and I think that's an element that's pretty underrated in France's lineup. That many of their players in this current lineup are very all-rounded and can play just anything in varying degrees. So it is very interesting to see their lineups for different picks.
I think it's a very useful thing for a team to have, because you always do see some individual players might have just a weird amount of difficulty on one specific type of pattern, right? So maybe even if a player is strong overall at LN, maybe they're not really comfortable with one specific type of LN, in which case having a bit of a diverse roster really does help out.
Powerful, please. Okay, they're gonna ask for a reset, I think.
This does look like a potential abort here.
Yes, that is going to be an abort, and that is also going to be the occasion to check your scroll speed back if you have played the SV before.
Was that an SV? Was that an SV moment?
No, it's not an SV moment. Flowerful did not play the SV, but the keyboard did a little bit of a funny thing in the first 30 seconds, so it's all legal.
Yeah, that obviously wouldn't have happened if Flowerful was wearing the Osu socks.
Yeah, the Osu socks do protect you from hardware issues or electrostatical properties. This is false, by the way.
It is all science. It is proven.
It is a fact.
It's just how physics works. But let's go try number 2. We'll see if everything is okay in the intro this time. Hopefully it is. We want to see a close map here. Definitely possible. France has shown that they can compete. It's just been very close calls so far on a lot of the picks.
Starting been pretty balanced between the two teams. We see very similar profiles, really. Maybe a little bit different in the sense that Dogme and Cloudful are right now leading France away from Japan, and Japan only has Croquet with the accuracy intact towards 99.8.
Yeah, I mean, these two accuracies are actually incredible from Team France. Darkmew and Flowerful, as you said, 99.88 is not something you would be expecting to see on a map like this, this late into the map as well. But of course, we saw it before, even if France can hold this accuracy lead that they had in that first pick that we saw, they need to hold on to the combo as well, because all 6 FCs still on the board means that anything can happen. We still have more than half the map left.
Yeah, also France still has to maintain the full combo on their end. Combo, very important element to have, and it's not only the accuracy that matters here. Like, the combo is like really important to have in round 32.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen it happen time and time again. Right now, it is Bad Mania player and Mr. FR being won out by Mr. FR there. That 1v1 happening there is helping out France a lot. And of course, Flowerful and Darkmew still holding on to those 99.8s. So accuracy well in favor of France still, but it's only 7,000 points. And that Trill is something that I always get nervous seeing, but all 6 players managing to hold the combo on it.
Yeah, that is a magnificent lobby performance right now. Like, the speed up has been taken without any trouble from any of the players. Badminton player dropping a tiny bit of accuracy, but not much. And Mr. still dropping, but not enough for Japan to take the lead back. And we are going to end this beautiful OC original with France's first point.
And a much deserved point. It's definitely felt like France has been deserving of at least a few points this match.
Yeah, especially in the LN department. Like, those LNs were definitely in the advantage of France in terms of accuracy. And here we can see that if they get those picks correctly, France is a very scary team. 993.3 and 993.5 from Dogme and Flowerful. That is the kind of performance that we want to see from France.
And I think it's also really important, not just that France gets a point, but they got that point not because Japan made a mistake. Japan did not make a mistake at all. France just straight up won that point, fully earned in terms of the accuracy and the combo. So that is a very good sign for this team. They can absolutely force these points out of Japan's hand, but now comes the real challenge that France is going to have to face. It's going to be these Rice picks, because Japan, they're going to be able to pick at least 2 of them now.
Yeah, accuracy is the name of the game in Japan, and we saw their lineup before in other Rice picks, and it is going to be a very difficult team to beat. But I do think that France is capable of taking a point here. Maybe Japan chokes.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing the full Rice team switching in further. Actually, Croquet staying in for this one. Of course, Croquet, as we mentioned at the very start of the match, is a very strong Rice player himself. Or maybe not. Or maybe we're switching again. Or maybe I'm being baited. No, I'm not. Croquet just wants the top slot. Of course.
It was surprising to not see Croquet on the other right side. Things are unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, Croquet definitely one of the strongest players just overall for Japan, but that said, I mean, on the jump stream pick, I think in hindsight, it made a lot of sense, right? Seeing the scores that Japan were able to put up even without Croquet on the team.
Yeah, well, especially considering the missing player right now, Yomogi, the single carry from Japan, getting the incredible ratio that they got.
Yeah, for sure. But when it comes to these more technical picks, of course, a lot of tourney experience is always really nice to have, and Kruke has plenty of that on the side of Japan. So we'll see how this one comes out. Obviously, this is a very, very short pick. So I would say big opportunity here for France if they can keep the combos, because misses from the Japanese side can cost them the entire point very easily.
Let's get into it. I think Genius is a little bit behind in terms of ratio right now, as well as Mr. Not quite following up with the rest of the lobby, which is at 99.9. How good is that lobby, really? Oh my god.
Yeah, the other 4 players, aside from those mentioned, are still holding 99.9s, which really just goes to show how strong all of these players are just overall. We're already halfway into the map, so only half left. It's up to see whether or not they can hold these accuracies for the rest of the map, and the combo as well.
Genius recovering to 99.8, and Mr. also on their way to 1.8. Never mind.
There's a bit of a drop for Mr. FR in the accuracy department, now dropping, well, increasing the lead to 12,000 points.
Yeah, and that was a really nasty accuracy drop there in the break. Like, the breaks are definitely the most difficult part of the map, especially in a tight situation like this. That's Fodder!
Wait, is that enough though? That was such a clean miss from a Fodder. It's still 99.8. But the lead is going to start shrinking, and it might start flipping over to France. I'm not sure if there's enough time going in, but Mr. FR finds a miss on the side of France, and I think that has just guaranteed the win for Japan. They're going to win this last pick by 11,000 points. Hard to say whether it or not there was enough time either way, but congratulations to Japan. They are going to get another, I was going to say that is a score V1 SS. No, it's actually 2 V1 SSs for France and 0 for Japan, but that ratio is just incredible on that team right now. And Japan managing to win, and they are going to move on in the winners bracket for the round of 16 next week, while France is going to go down into the losers bracket.
Yeah, that 5-1 did not look like a 5-1, especially on the LN department. And the hybrids were also looking very, very scary for Japan, but Japan went through and went through this little obstacle that they might have been scared of in the early game, especially. But we're going to see how they fare in round 16. And as well, France is going to be a little bit of an interesting team to see within the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And that does it for our little block that we just had. Little block, I would say. It's been 4 matches, just back to back to back right now. But stay tuned, because it's not the end of the day yet. We have still more matches to come in. I think the next one's in about an hour and 15 minutes, just about.
Yes, it's going to be South Korea versus Peru. Not any slouches in any kind of regard. Like, Peru has been historically a very physical team, and South Korea has been South Korea. What else can I say? Like, South Korea has been good in many modes, many rhythm games. Mania 4K is not an exception whatsoever. They are seed number 2, I believe. So it is going to be very interesting to see how their scores compare to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this South Korea team, because just like Japan, South Korea's had another bit of a roster shakeup as well. A lot of new faces to MWC, that is. A lot of names that have been flying around in different tournaments throughout the year that are finally getting their chance in the World Cup now. It'll be interesting to see how they perform in this tournament in particular, but that is going to be at 15 UTC, so make sure you stick around for that in about an hour and 15 minutes. But until then, make sure you stay hydrated, go buy the banners and the Osu socks in the meantime, and we will see you then.
Bye-bye.
Alright, hello everybody! Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4Key World Cup 2024. We've got more round of 32 action, no eliminations. Not as high stakes, but you know, these teams really want to stay in that winner's bracket, and we've got an interesting one. South Korea, our number 2 seed versus Peru, number 31, fighting for that spot in winners round of 16. I am one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here by Eliminate. How's it going?
Hello, yes. South Korea, C2, really, they really showed a good performance in the qualifiers. But so did Peru with the SV as well. Now, this matchup obviously isn't the greatest for Peru. C31, just barely qualifying for the tournament. But I guess as Peru, we can play for... just trying our best, really, right? Advancing through the losers bracket and potentially winning some matches there. Now, Korea, pretty strong overall, to be honest. They've kind of got it set down to a T. So,
what are you gonna do? South Korea has always been strong. I mean, they've replaced 5 of their players on this team and still got number 2 seed, which is incredibly impressive. But I do want to mention, Peru is not. It does not have a bad team at all. I would not be surprised to see them really fighting for some of these points. Despite the large seed disparity, they have very, very strong scores in general. Like you said, they had a pretty good SV score in the qualifiers, and generally felt like they were stronger when it came to later rounds, but still had some good accuracy. And something that struck me as a little bit odd was that Dazura, the Peruvian captain, did not actually play any of the qualifiers outside of the SV pick, which I thought was interesting and could mean that if Dazura is capable of really pushing those scores on some of these maps, that I would have expected him to. I think Peru is much stronger than their seed indicates.
I mean, yeah, for sure, the qualifiers is much harder than the round of 32 pool, so we could see more of the accuracy side of Peru come out to play here. But yeah, like we said about the SV, there are 2 SV maps in this pool, and with Peru's much higher seed on the SV in comparison to everything else, I would not be surprised at all to see South Korea choosing to ban it, or Peru choosing to protect it.
Yeah, it's definitely in one of those situations where I think when you have a high seed disparity like this, where, South Korea is obviously going to be quite strong on pretty much everything in this pool. SV is one of those map types that you can, as a lower seed, kind of put the time into and have a better chance on than something that requires just pure physicality, like most of the Rice pool here. So I'd almost expect an SV to protect coming out of Peru here.
Yeah, to be honest, it could be any. Okay.
Rice 2. Not what I expected, certainly. South Korea. Okay.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
This is interesting. Things are going a bit haywire already as far as we're concerned. South Korea probably going to ban a Rice pick, actually. I would have expected that. I would probably get rid of Rice 4, maybe? If I was in South Korea? Oh, whoa, what is happening?
What? Yeah, this is definitely a change of pace as to what we were predicting there with the SVs. I mean, Peru protecting Rice too, that's pretty uncalled for, I'm not gonna lie. But, as we were saying, maybe more of an accuracy game from Peru here. And also choosing to ban the LN, which... That's pretty reasonable. LN is LN.
Yeah, it's not surprising. South Korea, I think, has been consistently the strongest long note team pretty much every single year ever, except when Brazil was at its peak. It's just been that way for a while. So getting rid of that is not a surprise at all. But Peru does get first pick. I imagine they're going to dip into that Rice pool just to, they protected Rice too. What else do you think they're going to end up going for at that point?
I mean, to be honest, protecting SV1 might be more of a scare tactic from Korea. I mean, obviously they still did have a higher seed on the SV in the qualifiers, but knowing that Peru was pretty close behind, you can't ban 2 maps. So protecting one, banning the other, you might trick your opponent to not picking it.
Okay, definitely. Though that said, I still think SEO would be a stronger pick for Peru than it would be for Korea, but if it's not a scare tactic in that situation, South Korea probably put a lot of practice into SV1 and feel very confident about that. So I wouldn't be surprised to necessarily see some very good scores there. But just waiting for Peru to get that first pick coming.
I do also want to mention that South Korea did choke on one of the Allen maps in both rounds in the qualifiers. That being Allen too.
Pretty much every single one. They choked on like hybrid, both the hybrids and the long nodes, like pretty consistently. So, but those maps are extremely difficult, like harder than we're seeing in this pool for sure. Except maybe hybrid one.
I mean, yeah, you're right. But the thing I'm trying to say is because this pool is easier, depending on how Peru is feeling, obviously. If we do see more chokes like that, because assuming they've practiced the pool like so much in qualifiers, you know, you think we wouldn't see that many chokes, you know. But maybe this team, because it's somewhat new, you know,
that's
a new experience.
All right, SV1 coming out immediately. What a silly match already. I don't know what to say about this.
Yeah, Peru choosing into Korea's Protect. Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Finally about to get that first pick underway. Just gotta make sure the players are in the lobby. We got Salutation and IME coming in for South Korea. You know, actually, very notably, I'm Yi, a new player on the team, did play all 8 qualifiers for South Korea, so definitely putting in the work there, showing that strength. Square to Trees, or also known as Decomposition, the only returning player, also coming in for this SV pick. And Salutation rounding out South Korea. And just waiting for that third player on Peru. We got Kimiko and Spectro, and I imagine Dazero would be the player to put it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to say these players aren't confident with SV. These guys definitely know what they're doing, and I would really like to hope that everyone on Peru has given this map a lot of practice, assuming that they know they're going against a really great team. So SV would be probably, for me, the most crucial map to put in that practice. I really want to see a good performance from Peru here against Korea.
Yeah, I mean, this is just in a position, but like we've been mentioning, SD is one of those maps that lower seeds can maybe put the best possible fight against, just because of the lack of physical requirements that, you know, would otherwise give a team like South Korea a pretty general advantage. But Dazero actually not going to be the player coming in for Peru. We got Anku coming in to round out that squad. Didn't play the SV in qualifiers, so I'm a little hesitant to think about about this player coming in, but I have been proven wrong before. Already like 4 times this match alone, and there hasn't even been a match played.
Yeah, there might be a player missing on the Peru side potentially, but that's it. Everyone is ready. The map is starting, and we'll see pretty early on how these ratios kind of play out, with this map being one of the easiest on the practicality side of things. Accuracy being very important, especially on an SV map like this one.
Yeah, much easier to be consistent on something like this compared to... Oh, do we have an issue? One of the Peruvian players not playing the map right now. Oh, I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, okay, they start playing? I'm not sure if that's a client issue. We should get a restart from the player. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was client. So it looks like they're just bringing it back, but that is unfortunately going to give South Korea quite a lead going into here.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. 4 players still in the 99% accuracy. IBE did drop quite a bit of accuracy early on. Anku, I'm not too sure where he would be around about now, but he did drop a little bit of accuracy just there as well. I think Peru would actually be very, very close, and I think they would be slightly ahead on the back of IBE's choke back there halfway through the map. I mean, everyone here is looking pretty comfortable already.
Yeah, everyone kind of just bringing that back. We do see I mean, even with those misses at the beginning, Anku was building up that accuracy, though, having a little bit of trouble with some of the transitions. On Yi, actually a little bit behind his teammates there at a low 99, so I'd be curious to see where this would go if Anku did play the beginning of the map, I suppose.
That's very puzzling why they didn't call for a restart there. I wonder what happened. Anku does find a regular miss that time. That would give South Korea a lost score, but you know, it's already 270,000, mainly due to the intro. It does drop more accuracy, more misses coming out. Not really much that could be done besides the intro.
Yeah, and there is a miss from Spectro as well, so the triple pull combo from the South Korean side is going to, I believe, wouldn't have made a difference even if Anku did play through the beginning of this map. South Korea just showing insane dominance on this SV pick, and it's no surprise that they ended up protecting it.
I still think Peru came into this with quite a bit of confidence. I mean, Kamiko with the 99.77, second highest in lobby behind Salutation. Definitely putting up a good fight on the SV though, and their seed does not go unmatched.
Yeah, but that's going to be a opening break point for South Korea there. It is also now their pick, so they'll have the opportunity to really push their lead here, bring it to a 2-0 game that they're able to pick properly. And I imagine probably LN1. LN1 is so difficult in this pool. I believe the highest star rating map in the pool outside of the tiebreaker, which for a release-esque or I guess coordination-oriented map, quite the challenge.
Yeah, for sure. South Korea picking into the LNs wouldn't be surprised. LN is obviously very chokeable. It's more accuracy heavy as well. And like you said, with LN being the hardest, yes, as well. And on top of that, it's more release heavy as well. So it's definitely a lot more intensive to try push a really high score. And South Korea obviously very much capable of doing so.
Yeah, and I mean, with the SV's already off the table, Peru having protected a rice map, I think it just doesn't really make sense for them to go outside what South Korea has been historically very strong at. And obviously, with their qualifier results, they did very well on the LNs and hybrids. Not really surprising, but they did go with the easier of the 2 LN picks available right now. That's going to be the density pick, Brain Rigid Girl, but still understandable pick at this point, sticking with something that they feel is comfortable and, less choke heavy, I think, than the other LN pick, and I think that's really something that they need to look for when it comes to these early stages.
Yeah, and I suppose it depends on how well you know your opponents as well. I mean, some people are just better and they prefer releases over density. Density does require like a lot more key inputs, so it's a lot more to go for. So South Korea may be just thinking they have a much better advantage on this than the release map. There's definitely potential there.
Certainly is, but we do need to wait for the third player on both teams, actually. Skidra and IGG's in for South Korea. I imagine... Okay, Salutation's coming in for South Korea. It looks like Peru is looking for Shio to get in for the team there. So that would likely be the third player.
I really hope we don't get the same thing as last time where they don't play for the first 10 seconds or something, but...
Yeah, we can hope. I think that'll be easier to do with it's not an SV map, so you don't have to worry about it too much, but I'm just still curious what happened at the beginning of the previous map. That was a little unorthodox for how these matches normally start.
Yeah, I don't think they put anything in the chat either. It was just very random, I suppose. Maybe they lagged out at the intro, I'm not too sure.
Possible.
We can only speculate. Otherwise, Shio has in fact joined the lobby for Peru.
Indeed, we have the MPS Star Command, all 6 players now in the lobby. South Korea's first pick looking to extend their lead to a 2-0. Peru looking to take that break point right back and bring even Stevens, but they've got a tall task ahead of them with South Korea's strength on these types of maps.
This will be a true testament of how Peru can manage on these types of LN maps and can really show how they can perform in the next round as well when push comes to shove.
And out the gate, no issues with loading in for anyone. A little bit of an accuracy deficit from Spectra. They're down to 99.5, but otherwise everyone in the lobby doing very well. Facilitation holding above 99.97 at this point. Really hammering down the South Korean accuracy on this long note pick, but Peru not far behind. 2 players from them actually holding on with the same accuracy as Skitra. So it really is just a difference in, from Spectro there, but still keeping that consistent accuracy, still within striking range if a miss comes out from anyone on South Korea, so not a safe lead at all.
Yeah, we do see some accuracy drops from a few players there, IMG included as well, and it's still only 6,000, 7,000 points difference halfway through the map. A miss from literally anyone in Korea. We do see accuracy drop there from Skitra, but a miss from anyone, there's Anku with the first miss.
Yeah, that
Very
is going to be
unfortunate, but that might be the nail in the coffin already.
I mean, we still have half the map left and still opportunities to miss, even though a map like this is very consistent. It's less likely for a team like South Korea to miss on this than if we were seeing like LN1 or one of the hybrids even with the trickier patterns, but still anything's possible. But 18,000 points does mean probably 2 or 3 misses now needed, and Anku with another drop is only going to extend that lead for South Korea, and it's getting further and further out of reach for Peru despite the 2 full combos. Hard to beat 3 full combos at that point.
I will say, Salutation with the miss. That is the first miss on the Korean side, and that could be the very first thing. It's still 24,000 points different. We're going to need to see more than that. But Peru are really, they're just saying, hey, we're not seed 31, you know? We can put up a good fight here. That 30,000 point difference for this seed difference is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely is. Spectro actually does find a drop as well, though. Going to make that lead about 35,000 points for South Korea, giving them their second point and establishing a lead very early in this match. But Peru's going to have an opportunity to strike back here, does have their own pick. No SVs available, but does have a full Rice pool to search through for, you know, what they want to go for. And I mean, they protected Rice too. I wouldn't be surprised to necessarily see that come out right away.
I want to comment on the salutations ratio just there. 155 perfects on that. That is a performance. Just very unlucky that they missed towards the end there.
Yeah, just overall very impressive scores. 3 full combos coming out of that map initially. First miss I think we've seen from South Korea in the match there, so definitely worth noting that that's something that can come out if Peru's able to stay more consistent. It's possible that a miss or 2 from South Korea can come out on, especially on some of the longer maps. That's, you know, we're still staring at Rice 2 as a potential area for Peru to choose into. And being the longest map in the pool outside of Tiebreaker gives a lot of opportunities for misses to start coming out.
I think now is the time for Peru to pick into their protect. Probably Rice 2. Yes, indeed. Rice 2 is chosen. And this pick is honestly maybe one of Peru's better Rice picks. It's not so physical, but yet it's still long stamina, right? So they can kind of just rely on another choke from South Korea as long as they all, like, you know, lock in, get their full combos. It still can be close on a map like this.
It absolutely can, and I mean, that's exactly what they'd be looking for. Nod does make his first appearance for South Korea in this match. It looks like the Peruvian team is going to stay about the same. I don't see any swap outs coming, and I could see, Square to Trees again. That I keep forgetting the names of the players. But I was just about to say Decomposition, because that's who that is. But yeah, coming in for the Rice pick doesn't surprise me. These players all more than capable. It's like you said, basically, I think fishing for a choke at this point from South Korea. if Peru wants to start taking points, or just locking in and getting that good accuracy. But that's just winning on accuracy alone can be very difficult against South Korea.
Very good accuracy team indeed. Now, this map, 225 BPM, I believe it is mostly entirely just jump stream. There's a few small little breaks in there, but yeah, for the most part, it is stamina intensive, right? So Peru, I think, presuming that they have played this map a bit, they know what they're going into, and they need to really make sure that they hit the notes. You know, maybe it's fine to sacrifice a few 200s here and there, but I think, yes, they really need South Korea to miss on this.
Yeah, just waiting for... Looks like we've actually got all 6 players in the lobby, just waiting for the ready up and the empty start there. And we'll be able to get into this. 2 minutes 40 seconds, not really the longest map. I think this is kind of what we would expect out of the jump stream pick in this round. Just kind of somewhere between, you know, regular fast jump stream and the stamina I think that we're going to be seeing in later pools. But as you said, there's not many breaks. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds basically of straight jump stream and a couple of tricky bursts in the middle of it. But so there's plenty of opportunity to choke and plenty of opportunity for stamina to become an issue for some players, especially if they're going for heavy accuracy, which on a map like this, I've seen lots of players going for as high of accuracy as possible and messing up as a result.
Yeah, exactly. With that in mind, if you're South Korea, you just know that, like, you just need to combo. That's all you really need to focus on at this point in time. If they do try to act too much, then yeah, that can be their downfall. Spectro and Shio do drop quite a bit of act there towards the intro, but still no misses. 3,000 point difference is not much, but this early on it can build up.
That's going to be an early miss from Anki, though. After 400 combos, so that's going to have full combo advantage taken away for a period of time for Peru. And extend that lead a little bit, but these combos do come up pretty fast with how dense this is. Anki already almost up there, but Shio is also going to find a drop, so that's 2 full combos gone for the side of Peru, already a third of the way into the map. Spectre, the only one holding on versus 3 full combos from the Korean side.
Yeah, Spectre, the only FC on Peru, with 99.5, also the lowest accuracy, but in a situation like this, maybe that's all you really need. You just need that combo, but with this point of a difference, 20,000 points is a lot. You need South Korea. They need to miss roundabout now, otherwise this is just going to keep expanding, and there's no really going back for Peru here. They all need to combo the rest.
Yeah, we got half of the map left. A small break right here where there isn't any jump stream, but it comes back very quickly, gets some stamina back. All players above 400 combos are getting full points for these, so that lead is sticking right around 20,000. The accuracy advantage is still in favor of South Korea, so it's going to slightly edge its way in South Korea's favor continuously unless we start seeing some misses, and so far it's been very consistent as we get into the last quarter of the map. Very consistent for all players, actually. Accuracy's kind of frozen now. Everyone kind of locking in, but that's not going to be enough. We're going to need to see misses from South Korea. Peru wants to find their way back into this, and it's almost starting to get too late. We just have a few patterns left in this ending, and we're going to have to see a collapse, I think, in order for Peru to come back in this one.
Yeah, this is the end of the map coming up here, and when South Korea, your lowest accuracy on the team is 99.82, what can Peru really do about this? The triple FC coming out versus Spectro's 1FC. Monumental performance from South Korea here.
Triple double S. And oh my goodness, Anku with a 1/100 score, but also the miss. And almost the best ratio in the lobby, does actually get the MVP for Peru with 990k despite not getting the full combo. But again, it's 3 double S's. That's just so rough to handle.
Yeah, and if we're like only looking at ratios alone, the only difference here is Spectro versus Scortatrice, right? These ratios from Anku to Nad and Shio to IMUE, very, it's like only a few perfects off. So Peru, they're putting up a really good fight, even though the score difference might not showcase that on the back of those misses. but it's still the accuracy battle is still there.
It absolutely is, but that is unfortunately going to be another breakpoint there. South Korea now 2 breakpoints up and have a chance to bring this to match point if they pick well. I mean, LN2 went well for them. I could see them going for LN1. I could see them going with the Osu original Hybrid 2. That would not be too surprising based on just how difficult that the LN patterns in that are. Plus, the physicality goes up a little bit. It might be good, but sticking with Rice, Hexica Rice 3 gonna come out. Interesting pick, but I mean, they just showed a triple double S on Rice 2, so maybe not the craziest thing to think of.
I mean, the difference between jump stream for 2.5 minutes into, I would say this is more Jack plus Trills, right? I mean, it's tech, but I think the main difficulty comes from the Jacks. It's a big difference in the maps.
It's broken jump stream effectively, and it's really, really fast. It's 280 BPM broken jump stream. In Round of 32, that's kind of unheard of. But the jump stream doesn't really last that long. I think the longest jump stream burst is like 7 nodes. So like you mentioned, a lot of the difficulty does come from the jacking motion you have to do in between all of like the bursty patterns there.
I would say I'm not surprised, but I'm pretty surprised for South Korea to pick this as opposed to an LN. But yeah, I mean, like you said, South Korea did show a more than pretty good. They showed a really good performance on that last Rice map, so going into this with a lot of confidence, I guess, is key.
Yeah, looks like they're actually swapping 2 of their players out. Square to Trees and Nod both swapping. We see GGE, I'm just going to call him Gex. Gex comes in for the first time for this match, and we're waiting for the 3rd player. I could see Salutation being that player. I could also see Skitcher coming in there. But okay, never mind. Nod's not swapping out. Just swapping positions, I suppose.
They did say in the chat they were playing on power saving mode.
I guess they had to swap it out, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Proven team staying put, Shio, Spectro, and Anku staying in for them. Looking to get a break point, looking to find their way back into this match. And I mean, the last map we had was very consistency based. South Korea showed incredible Rice ability and accuracy in general, but this one I think is even harder to be consistent on. Not necessarily hack-wise, but there's a lot of places where you can trip up pretty easily. The jack motion going into some of the jump stream bursts can make it kind of difficult to stay consistent with the combos. I could see some chokes coming out of something like this. Oh, but Anku didn't see that coming and missed the first few notes again.
Yeah, not the first time we see that from Anku, but yes, I mean, this map is very much chokeable. I do agree with that. The jacks into the one-hand trills as well can be very costly, especially later on when you've already been playing for, say, a minute through the map. But very early lead given to South Korea on the back of that miss from Anku at the very start.
And Spectro finding a break early on as well, right after 400 combo as well, so that's going to be full combo advantage lost from Spectro there. Bad, unfortunate place to miss. All 3 players on South Korea holding on Nod, trying to go for that 999 act, but just below it at the moment. But even so, some very strong accuracy from pretty much everyone on their team. Anku building it up, despite having 10 misses, up above Spectro's accuracy now, and I imagine it's going to get to the point where it's probably above the 99.7s as well. But that's another miss from Spectro, and that's going to start increasing that lead. Already 40,000 points for South Korea.
Shio really trying his damnedest to get a great score on the 99.82% accuracy, matching I'm Yi, but when you look at GGX and NAD, they're both just way too far ahead to even get close to Spectro with another miss. I mean, we started off with an 8,000 score lead, now we're already up at 60,000 almost. Spectro just keeps finding these misses, and it's really not going to help them win this point at all. I mean, we're already in the last few seconds.
Yeah, just brutally good performance from South Korea yet again, showing that wild consistency. 2.987 mil on this. 79 300s. And Anku, despite the first 3 misses, almost having double-digit 300s as well, beating out the other 2 South Korean players. And, I mean, you see a comparison. Anku and Shio both matching up with the South Korean players. There's just a little bit of third player syndrome right now from Peru. And if they're able to find some consistency from Spectro, I think this would be a very different match.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing that we saw in Rice 2 as well, with the ratios being so close, but ultimately it just came down to the chokes that Peru managed to keep having throughout the map. These misses keep stacking up, and when you have South Korea just full comboing all of these maps pretty much, you know, you're not going to be able to take any points.
Indeed, but that does bring it to match point. That was South Korea's pick, so Peru has an opportunity to go with something new. I mean, both race picks now being pretty heavily favored for South Korea. The only category we haven't seen so far is Hybrid, and Hybrid 1 comes out, the Tricolor Prism. Both these maps, I think, are some of the hardest in the pool. It's kind of crazy how hard this whole pool is wildly difficult compared to how I'm used to in previous years. So it's just crazy to see some of the kinds of patterns, especially in these hybrids when there's pretty much nothing far from possibility as far as pattern types go.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe also last year as well, 2023, there was a theme of hybrids being much harder than the rest of the pool almost. So,
yeah, I mean, I think it's generally the case that hybrids can be some of the hardest maps in the pool, if only just because of the pattern variety of needing to match up with the difficulty of the rest of the pool. So you're going to see patterns that are similar, if not like slightly easier, like Rice-wise, than we saw in the Rice pool, and some slightly easier LN pick patterns, but requiring you to be good at both the Rice and the long notes and still having them be this difficult makes them kind of push them in that direction.
Yep, and I'm not too sure if I agree with Peru's pick here. I mean, I know that they either try something new, they're down 4-0, but their ratio as well was very, very close to matching South Korea's. I mean, this is a huge gamble on Peru's part, especially losing as much as they did on the long notes. They really need to pull out like a miracle to win on this one, I feel.
But we've been talking about the difficulty. Obviously, Rice 3 and Rice 2 are both chokeable maps, even if Rice 2 is more of a consistency test anyways, if only from the length. But the patterns in this hybrid are also like very, very technical, a lot more technical than I think we've seen from anything in this pool so far. Because I think all 4 of the other picks have been very straightforward for the most part. This has some really tricky bursts, some coordination patterns that are not the easiest to be consistent at. And some jack patterns that can really catch you off guard. There's a lot happening in this map that can cause some mistakes, and if Peru can lock in, I wouldn't be surprised to see them really take this close.
I mean, yeah, all it takes is just a few misses from Korea, right? Peru, I don't think they've had a triple FC yet, so now's the time to do it if you're going to do it. This is their one chance.
It's potentially their last chance. If they're not able to do this, South Korea is going to take the victory in this match. So they've got to get 4 points in a row and then the tiebreaker to stay alive in the winner's bracket. And it has to start here. You gotta get a good performance. Make sure you go out as best as you can. But South Korea has something to say about that. They don't want to lose this map. They want to just move on into the winner's bracket. Despite how tricky it is, they're going to be putting up their best performance as well. And out the gate, no major mistakes. Everyone having pretty strong accuracy, though South Korea definitely holding on to the accuracy advantage out the gate. 5,000 points of advantage here.
Yeah, South Korea holding a really good ratio at the moment. Spectro is the first one to find a miss, and this is potentially their last pick. This is not something you want to see. Yeah, we're not halfway through.
Double miss from South Korea!
They both missed. That is going to give so much score back to Peru. Spectro did find that miss straight after, though, but Peru has the combo advantage at the moment.
They sure do. That lead is staying pretty tight right now. It is going in favor of Peru just slightly, but everyone's starting to get up to that 400 combo. South Korea going to maintain the lead up to that 400 combo. 12,000 points is still very close, though. More than enough opportunity to give Peru the lead if another few misses happen. But that is a massive strike of inconsistency that we haven't seen. But Spectro finding another miss there.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate place to miss, and Shio as well, but Salutation trades it! Korea still has the combo advantage here, but 23,000 points. We need to see a really big choke from South Korea here. They've just got such a big accuracy advantage in the back of Citra that it needs to be an utter collapse.
Not too much left in this map. The misses have to happen now. Salutation does miss once. All three players on Peru are able to hold, so it's going to shrink the lead a little bit, but they're running out of time. Not many patterns left, and that is another miss from Spectro. And that's going to be the nail in the coffin. South Korea will take this match 5-0 against Peru.
Yeah, and you were saying about how this map being one of the harder maps in the pool and how it's chokeable. I mean, we saw it just there. South Korea did give Peru a really good shot of taking this, but unfortunately the accuracy difference was just too much, and also the misses from Shio and Spectro there really towards the end of the map. Sadly, it did not come to be.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but fortunately for Peru, they are not eliminated from the tournament as of now. They will maintain a position here. They are just moving down into the losers bracket, and South Korea, being the winners of this match, will stay in the winners bracket, guaranteeing themselves a spot at least in the quarterfinals if they're able. Well, not if, they are in quarterfinals, but or even further if they're able to continue this winning streak, which it's South Korea. I'd be scared to face them if I was literally any team in the tournament. They always have a chance to win it, and it's going to be a scary tournament for whoever they're facing next week.
For sure, South Korea is a very scary team. But with that being said, that is it for this stream. In 2.5 hours from now, we have the USA versus the Netherlands. That will be here on the same stream. And then right after that, we have the UK versus Argentina.
Yeah, so we'll have those two matches a couple streams later, and then that will finish off our Saturday block of matches. We'll just have our Sunday slate for you after that, but you're not going to want to go anywhere. These are some exciting matches, and I mean, I wouldn't want to miss them. So, but for now, like you said, 2.5 hours until the next stream. So, you got some time, get some food, get whatever you need, and then come on back for these exciting matches on a Saturday block. You got anything left to say, old Nate?
Yes, one last thing. Don't forget to buy banners, guys. Banners, you can support your country. You keep your banners for the rest of the World Cup, and if your team wins the World Cup, then you keep it for the year after as well.
Absolutely, and don't stop at just buying one banner. You can buy as many banners as you want, and they'll all show up on your profile. You can back every single team if you wanted to. Back all 32 teams, buy 32 banners, and support these players. It's going to be a good time. But with that, that's going to do it for this stream. We'll see you guys in 2.5 hours for USA versus the Netherlands. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4Key World Cup 2024 action. We've got another round 32 matchup coming for the weekend. It is the United States of America versus the Netherlands, the number 1 seed versus the number 32 seed. I am one of your commentators, Toph Daddy. I'm here joined by Dynascape. How's it going?
It's going great, Toph, and I mean, it has to happen at some point, right? The most polarizing matchup, seed number 1 versus seed number 32. We're going to have to see what Netherlands has up their sleeve to try to get a couple points on this match, or even maybe take it in the most stunning upset of all time.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see if something like that happens. The Netherlands, this team itself, like Scheurer, Freak, Samuel Klumpers, those are veterans of the World Cup, but joined by a few new faces, Maidleaf, Anto, and Sneep, so got some new eyes on the game here, whereas the United States, 5 of their players are returning from the champion team from last year, joined by Beta Carotene, so a tough matchup to go against.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you do have some semblance of veterancy in the Netherlands team, like you said, with those 3 players. But I mean, it's going to be really, really tough when you are fighting the United States. I mean, come on now. The only swap out being Beta Carotene for Dev. I mean, I think the United States, in the long run, maybe loses some late game firepower or maybe early game accuracy with that switch out this year. However, as of now, it doesn't really matter much, especially in the round of 32 pool. I think for the Netherlands, probably their best idea is to go for an SV pick. It does sound kind of dangerous, but Netherlands being seed 32 has to try to cheese out a pick. And also, to be honest, they are quite good at SV as is. They did seed 22nd in qualifiers on the SV map.
Yeah, and I mean, Netherlands, they did well on the SE map in qualifiers, and historically they've been a pretty good SV team in general, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of coming out. The Osu original, actually, the LN3 gets protected by the Netherlands there, and SV1 actually protected by the United States, so the United States looking at that decent SV score from the Netherlands and saying, I'm not scared of that.
No, not at all. And I mean, when you have Reshram on your team who top scored the SV qualifier, I mean, you know you have at least one person that will absolutely destroy any SV thrown at you.
And SV2 banned out. We actually saw this same exact strategy pan out from South Korea in the previous match, where they protect SV1 and then ban SV2. It's an interesting decision, though I don't think it makes sense in this scenario. I think getting rid of the most polarizing pick in the pool, I think, which has the highest score variance potential as the number 1 seed, is definitely, kind of where you got to go with it.
Exactly. I kind of like this, I guess, meta devised by top seeded teams, where it's protect the SV you're comfortable with, ban the others, so that the other team, the lower seeded team, cannot cheese a pick off of you. So by just focusing on one SV, you are basically guaranteed to have a good performance on it, and then you don't have to worry about the other ones for the rest of the week. And you're just going to perform on pretty much any other category if you're the United States, as is.
Yeah, so the next ban also comes out from the Netherlands. Rice 1, not a surprise. United States, historically a great Rice team, and that has not changed. Their accuracy is incredibly good, and this is the same thing that happened in the last match too. It gets protected by one team, and then the other team picks it after banning the other SV map. What is happening?
Yeah, it's like you said, United States pulling off the we don't care that you did good in qualifiers. We're gonna protect an SV, and the Netherlands just pulls out the Uno reverse card and says, "Well, we actually practiced this one too, buddy. We're gonna see how you do on this map."
Yeah, and again, I'm not surprised to see this being the pick strategy. When you're a lower seed going against a juggernaut like the United States, you've got to get whatever score variance you can, and SV is definitely the pick that has the highest score variance in general as far as the Mania pool goes, or at least has the potential to make it difficult for teams with high physicality to perform as well on it. Even if the United States is really good at it, the Netherlands definitely has a point of attack here.
Totally true. And I think that with this map, there are a couple of choke points that can happen, especially later on in the back half of the map, which is very helpful for a lot of teams depending on how much you practice it, because the more choke points there are in the back half, the more you might forget, you might mind block it, you might let it slip through your mind while playing it. So, I mean, the United States not in clear waters as is right now. I know they protected it, but the Netherlands picked it for a reason. So Shoya, Freak, and Anto 199 going to be the squad for the Netherlands, and that is their SV team that had played during qualifiers. All three of them putting up pretty similar scores, pretty good overall. And then Reshiram, Tristan Jacob, and Neptune going in for the United States.
Yeah, interesting choice to have Neptune going in for this SV pick, because Peach Marrow actually was the one playing it instead of Neptune during qualifiers. So a different face than we might be used to, but I mean, they've got to be confident they're setting them in, right?
For sure. I mean, Toph, you played with both Reshiram and Neptune. You know them like the back of your hand. You've got to have some semblance of trust in them, right?
I have trust in Reshiram as an SV player. I've never known Neptune as an SV player in my time playing with him, but hey, times have changed.
Yeah, things change, skills rearrange. Neptune now known as an SV player, I guess. So we're gonna have to put a bit of a spotlight on him for this map.
Indeed, but we've got spotlights on everyone here. Anto and Freak actually not having the best time with some of these slowdowns in the intro. Anto is below the 99%. Tristan also dropping to the low 99%, so that's one player on the United States a little behind the norm, two a little behind the norm. Or at least those high accuracies from Shoya, Nep, and Reshiram for the time being. So it's going to give a small lead to the United States, but the more difficult SVs to keep your accuracy on have not come around. So we'll have to see how the players handle those when they start showing up in a couple seconds here.
Exactly, just a couple stutters here and there, but then we got this big slowdown section, and then we get a little bit more aggressive stutters. And it seems like everyone on the US is handling it just fine. No one has dropped anything just yet, but I think the main difference right now is really that accuracy, especially with Anto hitting at about a 98.7.
Yeah, Freak and Tristan Jacobs now matching each other about both at 99.5. Shoya keeping up with Nep and Reshiram for the most part. Anto just a little bit behind, but still 15,000 points is not a huge lead. With the low note count of this, one or two misses could definitely give Netherlands an in here. That is assuming that the United States is even going to miss in the first place, but you mentioned that the ending does have a couple of choke points, so I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see a couple of misses going up.
Exactly, I think this part is pretty light, but we're going to head into one of those choke points that I was talking about right now. In about 100 combo, we're going to see a major teleport, and I think for the rest of the map, it does get pretty much a bit harder than the first half. We're going to see how these teams handle this teleport coming up right now.
Oh, no one finding any major breaks, and Anto actually starting to build that accuracy back up, though once the hard part starts, it does go, but Freak finds a combo drop in the United States. All three players holding strong at the moment, extending that lead to 40,000 now.
Yeah, I mean, nothing much they can do on the side of the Netherlands. It's all in the United States court, and they are really handling it well because, I mean, just look at those scores. Neptune and Reshiram doing absolutely great, and Tristan Jacob bringing out a very good supporting score. Unfortunately, Shoya is going to miss at the very end. So Anto, lowest act on the Netherlands with the highest combo, but it's not going to do much for them as they fall to the United States on the first point by 55,000 points.
Yeah, good scores all around in general. Shoya with the highest on Netherlands, 985k, keeping up with Tristan Jacob even with that 50 at the end there. Freak and Anto just a little bit behind, but I don't know what you do against a 997, 994 from Reshiram and Neptune.
Exactly, really not much. But overall, I did like the pick from the Netherlands. I did like the call out. It could have worked either way, but I mean, United States better players on the day for this SV pick.
Absolutely, but we do have the first United States pick coming up. I assume a tech pick is coming out. If I had to guess based on the team's strengths, it's either Rice 3 or Rice 5.
Yeah, I do think that those are probably... Oh, wow.
No, I guess not.
Yeah, going for the Osu original instead. We're gonna see a fight in Tunisia, mapped by Alexire. So United States going down the LN route. Pretty interesting considering I think overall the Netherlands is a better LN team, right?
They're definitely, as far as their strengths go, LNs are part of what Netherlands is really good at. But I just noticed, I was laughing a little bit because they went through the the protect and ban phase, and Netherlands first picked United States as protect, and the United States first picked Netherlands as protect.
Yeah, kind of a shot back at the Netherlands. So I mean, something protect ban phase picks. They all don't matter in the end. Just as long as you play the maps, you gotta get the better score, right?
Just hit the notes better. Just hit the notes better. That's all you gotta do. But long notes, definitely not what I would have expected for the United States to be, falling back on, especially as the first pick. But they're certainly no slouch. They did get number 1 on both of the long note picks in qualifiers. So who am I to judge what they want to pick?
Exactly. I mean, this pick, very, very interesting too, because this is more of a I guess wild cardy pick. There's a lot more rice notes in it than you'd expect in an LN pick. This one's mapped by Alexire, and also I think I already mentioned an Osu original. If you know Alexire maps, especially with like Nawashi, with also Oster Project, specifically I'm thinking Violet Rose by Alexire. This plays a lot like that, where yes, there are a lot of rice notes, but overall, there's so much coordination and releases going on that you kind of tend to forget about them, and you kind of get in that flow state and just really do see it as an LN map.
Yeah, it's your classic Alexire. It's a lot of tricky, techy type long note patterns. You got your reverse shields and your bursts that, like you said, require the coordination. And I mean, we saw this coming out of them last year as well when it came to another Osu original that we had, that Toramaru map. From round of 16, it had a very similar structure, at least when his parts were coming around. So I think these players should be very well versed in the type of maps that Alexar comes out. But it is all about how they're able to perform on them. These types of maps are very easy to choke with the coordination, and the reverse shields requires a lot of proper play, and Shoira already falling victim to one of them. Drops before the 400, so it's not going to be as impactful on the score as it would be starting right about now, but it is still going to give the United States an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands, honestly, kind of struggling a bit in terms of accuracy, not really able to hit very high when it comes to that, whereas the United States is absolutely killing it. Hello Sun and Neptune doing very, very well, 99.96 and 7, and then Peach Marrow very close behind at a 99.91. Can we talk about Peach Marrow for a second? Just kind of came out of nowhere in the US Mania scene. I think their first tournament was NAMT 2023, where they honestly got scouted for the MWC team for MWC 2023, where they ended up winning, being an integral part, especially just that LN accuracy, that LN strength. Very, very strong player. Glad to see him in it.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And all three players still holding just around that 99.9, Peach Marrow just behind. But another miss coming out from the Netherlands side. Shoira does find the break, but the accuracy is still pretty strong on their end, right around the mid-99 range. But what do you do? These are, for a 32 seed, you don't expect these kinds of strong accuracies. But it's just going up against 99.92 average.
Yeah, there's not many individuals alone that could beat out a 99.2 average, much less an entire team. So I mean, again, it's the round of 32 stage. You are the 32nd team. There's really not a lot that you can do. It just focuses on whether or not the United States can get 3 misses while you pull off an FC, and even then, because of the accuracy difference between the 6 players, it might not even mean a win for them.
Right, and unfortunately that's going to be a miss from Maidleaf. That was their highest accuracy and remains the highest accuracy, but that miss is going to dampen things a little bit. Still, just Samuel H. Glumpers holding on to the FC for the Netherlands against 3 full combos for the United States with just absurd... No, I can't. I need to stop talking about it. I can't look over there right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just covering the left side of my screen as the map tries to close out. To be fair, it is a closer match than the SV pick. And it is kind of interesting that, again, Netherlands finishes off with the lowest accuracy scoring player having the FC on the map. Quite an interesting tale there, but Netherlands going to fall yet again, and United States picking up yet another point, 2-0. Thankfully, it's Netherlands' pick.
Yeah, so the United States going to solidify a lead here after that first opening break point, but the Netherlands now having been beaten on what they probably assumed was going to be their strongest pick, maybe outside of SV, has a little bit of a decision to make. Because you don't want to pick Rice in the United States. They've been the best accuracy team on Rice for like 3 years straight now. But you just got beaten on long notes, and the hybrids are brutally difficult for round of 32.
Yeah, it's a tough choice. It's really kind of like the lesser evil of everything in the pool when you are the Netherlands. Kind of seems like that's the situation they're in right now. Not a lot of great choices, but you kind of just have to make something work. And I mean, maybe going for a hybrid has to kind of be the play here, just because you got beat on LNs and the United States Rice being United States Rice.
Right. And I mean, a hybrid, I think, is also what I was thinking about. LNs change up the equation, give them something different, see how it goes. Rice 4. I do like this pick too. As far as a Rice pick goes, this is probably the best one you can make as the Netherlands in this scenario. This one's really tricky, requires a lot of awkward accuracy. There's so many changing rhythms with the bursts and the drills. There's choke points in a lot of different places that could leave the United States a little bit weaker on this than the other 3 Rice picks.
Yeah, kind of like what you said. There's a lot of choke points, and it really does take such an amount more finesse than the like Rice 3 and Rice 5 Code Zero and Hallucinate. So many different weird patterns thrown at you at awkward BPMs, and also just like the transitions in and out between them kind of make this map a very good Rice pick for the Netherlands compared to everything else left on the table.
Yeah, it's super dumpy. It's not straightforward, I think, is the biggest thing. Because the other 3 Rice picks available are very straightforward. You got your jump stream pick. You got your Tech 1, which is basically like broken jump stream and very simple to get good accuracy on. And then even Rice 5, which is probably the hardest, it may be the hardest Rice pick in the pool, does still have a lot of straightforwardness, a lot of jack focus at like 140 BPM, so it's not too difficult. Especially for those guys, but this is all over the place and has so many opportunities for like accuracy just to drop.
Exactly. So many very long trills, and also just like isolated jack patterns into very quick streams. It's just really transition madness in this, and I think that's the name of the game. I think Netherlands is really gunning for that, where they can try to nail down these kinds of things, nail down the in-betweens of the patterns, and try to beat the US, potentially off of the United States' mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And we do actually see a little bit of a sign of discomfort from the United States. 2 players going for the mirror on this, potentially having mind blocked a pattern, or just liking mirror better, has better patterns for their hands. And all players doing pretty well as we're approaching this 400 combo. Lowest accuracy in the lobby is 99.7, dropping a little bit now, but still very good accuracies across the board. And Netherlands doing a good job of keeping this within striking range if a mistake comes from the United States.
Yeah, I mean, we're about a third of the map in, and Netherlands only trailing by about 9,000 points. Seems to be doing a lot better than some of the other maps, but unfortunately onto 199 is going to break on that weird little stream pattern. And I mean, when you get the amount of graces that this map has, it's really, really tough to not only just hit Rainbow 300s or regular 300s, but like not miss in general.
Yeah, the other 2 players on Netherlands still holding on strong, 99.7. No players in the United States looking like they're having too many issues. Definitely lower accuracy than we're used to. Beta Carotene down in the mid 99.8s, but that's still enough to have all 3 players ahead of all 3 team members on the Netherlands, despite the 2 full combos there. So 30,000 points of lead now, approaching the end. The hardest patterns of the map are coming up. There's some very, very difficult transitions here. But with that 1 miss, it's going to take a lot of mistakes here from the United States to give it away, but still open.
still very surprised that all 6 players hit that guitar section so cleanly. Those anchors are super deadly, and the fact that they were able to handle it so well just means that, a very much a testament as to why they are in the MWC. And unfortunately, as the map closes out, Netherlands once again losing, but this time by 37,000 points. So really, Toph, if you think about it, the lead that they lose by, it keeps getting less and less.
It's getting smaller. 55, 49, 37. They just need to keep getting it smaller, and they'll start winning, and then it's the reverse sweep.
Exactly. At some point, it hits that singularity, and then it becomes positive for the Netherlands. So they just need to survive these last 2 maps, really.
Yeah, they're getting better and better. And I mean, 33,000 points, that's not too far away. The United States just triple FC. What are you going to do with some of the best accuracy in the game? I don't know what anyone's going to do. South Korea, I don't think does that. I mean, they probably have C with good accuracy. Are they beating the United States' accuracy? I have no idea.
Really, just a tough call. And what's not a tough call, really, is for the United States picking up next map. I mean, a lot of choices here. They won on LN, they won on Rice. Do they feel confident on going on the hybrids? Probably. I mean, honestly, Tricolor Prism's very speedy, very physically demanding. He kind of has like that finesse factor, lots of coordination, lots of weird releases. So, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at their pick of LN3 and they're thinking, let's just do that, I think Hybrid 2 is the right pick, which would be another OSU original. That'd be really fun.
Yeah, getting both in on the match. United States taking quite a bit of time to think about their next pick. You always got to be safe. Better safe than sorry, even if you are seed number 1 going against seed number 2. And they're going to go for Brain Rigid Girl.
Bone Density, this is... I think this is a good pick, but I don't know if I would go with it over other things. I think it's probably safe that United States doesn't really want to stick with the Rice, because I think they're easy enough for both teams that a good run from the Netherlands can definitely start to approach the United States, especially if they start making mistakes. The Long Notes is an interesting position because I think it's also in the same boat as that. The Netherlands has been playing very well this match.
Yeah,
and
100%.
this is the kind of song that I think that the Netherlands should be performing maybe the best on in the pool, and that is scary to look at if you're the United States, even with accuracy monsters that they have.
Yeah, Peach Marrow coming in, one of those accuracy monsters that we talked about. For Netherlands, we do have their entire squad loaded in Shoya, Metaleaf, and Samuel H. Clumpers. This kind of brings up an interesting talking point that I was wanting to go to. This is the round of 32 density pick. Toph, last year you had the round of 32 density pick in 8-bit Voyager. How do you think this map compares to that?
I think, as far as that goes, 8-bit Voyager is, I think, a little fat. It's around the same speed. They're very comparable. I think this one's denser, though. Last year's was definitely a bit light on the density. There were certainly parts of it that were difficult, but it focused more on the motion of a density pick more so than the actual density of a long mode density pick. This one goes pretty far into the density that's needed for, as the map pools are starting to develop. But that said, I still do think this is probably the easiest map in the pool. Full stop.
I'd probably have to agree. It's just so straightforward. I mean, there is a bit of a jump from last year in terms of pattern complexity and density, like you said, but still, I think that this is super handleable by every player on this map right now.
Yeah, we're seeing all 6 players doing pretty well. We see a little bit of an accuracy drop from Samuel H. Clumpers and Maidleaf. But everyone else holding above 99.8 at the moment, and the 2 players with low accuracy building up and keeping that combo. Again, same situation as we saw in Rise 4 there, where the Netherlands doing a good job of keeping the United States in range for the time being. Just needs to hold on to that combo and try to build up that accuracy as much as they can. Maidleaf trying to get back into the 99.7, but Samuel struggling a little bit to get above the 99.3 where they are right now. All 3 United States players just holding very strong accuracies right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the Netherlands to really reel it back, especially with Samuel H. Clumpers hitting at about a 99.2 accuracy. I think at this point it probably depends on misses on the side of the United States, because at that point you're not really able to get it to where you're at, anywhere near any of the United States players in terms of accuracy. Lowest being Peach Marrow at a 99.87. It's going to be super tough, and you already see that lead skyrocketing despite no misses. It's all on bad judgments. 30,000 points for the United States.
Absolutely, and Neptune putting on an accuracy show, on pace for a 999 right now, I think, and that's scary. Even if this is just a density pick and it's OD 7.2, anyone being able to 999 anything in this pool is kind of terrifying, and it's flickering back and forth between it. I think it's just below it right now.
Yeah, at that point with Nep dropping to a 99.96, unfortunately, it is going to be less than 999, and Shoya is going to have the first miss of the map as it starts to close out and we get into this last little section. Very, very not dense to end it off, so there's basically no chance for the Netherlands to stage a comeback. And unfortunately, United States going to be at match point 4-0.
Yeah, fortunately for the Netherlands, it is on the Netherlands pick now, so they'll get the opportunity to choose something that they feel comfortable with to try and bring this back. But oh my goodness, that is 3 double S's from the United States. I did say this is the easiest map in the pool, and I still stand by that. But any 3-way double S at all is just ridiculous.
Yeah, especially when the team averages a 997. What a monstrous performance from the side of the United States for that.
And Rice 5 comes out, sticking with the Rice pool. It's funny because we're thinking about this match going into it, and we're like, oh, it's the United States versus the Netherlands. That's obviously going to be Rice versus Long Notes. And it was, in a way. But the Netherlands is the team that is, choosing to move into the Rice side of the pool, in the United States, despite their history, staying away from it, feeling more comfortable with the Long Notes. But we still have a match to finish here. Potentially the last pick of the Netherlands winners bracket life. They're going to have to put everything into winning this so that they can keep themselves alive in the winners bracket.
Yeah, the storyboard really was kind of flipped for this match, and especially that whole thing going on with the protects being picked by the other team. What a crazy match this has been. Netherlands has been putting up a very, very good fight. I think, honestly, some of their team scores would have beat some of the other teams. A decent chunk of the other teams' scores on the lower half of the 32 teams. So, I mean,
yeah,
Netherlands
without a doubt.
Definitely kind of like a shining gem in the losers bracket if they do fall after this map, and definitely not the last that we'll see of them.
Yeah, and I mean, it also goes to show just how strong all these teams are. Like a couple years ago, round of 32 comes around, you get your number 1 seed versus number 32 seed. You're having 100,000 point differences because players at the lower end of the ranking just didn't quite have the physicality or the strength to do it. But the Netherlands putting up some very strong scores, and to do that when you have such a massive opponent against you, doing that against the United States is super impressive. And they're still alive. They still can do this. And I like their strategy of going for picks that they feel comfortable with and just doing what they can and hoping that the United States finds some mistakes.
And Hallucinate, a very, very good choice by them. Probably one of the better choices left in the pool. In that same vein of Little Princess Rice 4, where it's not, it's definitely it has some weirder points to it. It has some very strange timings and definitely very tight streams as well. I think they go up to 12s in that back half after, as we all know, that really, really disgusting stream section after the break.
Yeah, that stream lasts a lot longer than it always looks like. It always feels like it's going to be shorter than it actually is. But opening patterns come out, some awkward rhythms here, but no one really having any issues. A little bit of an accuracy drop from a couple of players. The United States building back up. Samuel, H. Climpers, and Shoira also building above 99.8. Sneep almost there. So everyone looking pretty good in this intro before we start hitting the really important jacks. And here we go. No mistakes in that transition. Everyone doing well so far. Samuel H. Climpers actually finding a little bit of an accuracy drop there, struggling to keep it above the 99.7 that they were having in the intro, but jacks come out. Makes it easier to get good accuracy. But again, same situation. Everyone makes it past 400. The Netherlands stay within striking distance for the time being, but do need to make sure that they keep an eye on their accuracy, because if they don't keep up with the accuracy, the United States can afford a few mistakes.
And I do think that this first half of the map is very, straightforward. Very, very straightforward jacks. You have a couple of broken jump stream in there and also some 8th streams, but this is where the seams of reality really start to tear apart after this break section, because the patterns get a lot more rough starting from here on out.
They absolutely do. Accuracy is so tough on some of these patterns. The long stream is coming around. Everyone doing okay on it. No major accuracy drops at all. And it looks like everyone's going to make it through it. No breaks. And actually, I think a few players like increasing their accuracy through that. Very impressive all around. But the hardest patterns in the map coming up. Still opportunity. 22,000 points is not a huge lead here.
Yeah, if anything is going to happen, this is where we'll see a lot of motion in terms of the scoreboard. This is where the streams get way tighter. This is where the jacks get way funkier, a lot more trillier, and just overall, just a tech mess.
Absolutely, everyone doing such a good job holding on to the combo. 6 full combos going into the end. What an incredible performance, but it looks like the United States is going to lock this down as long as nothing insane happens here. The United States going to get their 5th point in the match, but really can't understate how good of a performance Netherlands put up here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we talked about how the skill disparity between teams has tightened over the years. And I mean, Netherlands is really showing it. I mean, only losing by probably about like an average of 30,000 points or so per map is absolutely insane to do as a 32nd seed, and really shows that, I mean, you put them up against any of these teams from seed 24 to 32, and it's going to be a close match. So good game, well played to the United States and the Netherlands. Neptune almost getting that 999, missing out by like 30 points.
We're kind of talking about how good the performance is in general, where we're just like ignoring like 1-300 difference from 999. Just kind of stuff that happens in the MWC booth, I guess. But a big congratulations to the United States for staying live in the winners bracket. They will move into the round of 16 on the winners side. The Netherlands, thank God, not knocked out, put up a great performance, and I think will scare a few of the lower bracket teams. I'm excited to see it, but I believe that is our second. I think it's our second to last match for Saturday. We have one more left in about an hour and a half at 20 UTC. It'll be the United Kingdom versus Argentina, and I think that's another pretty high seed versus one of the lower seeds. But I'm still excited to see just how these perform. If we can expect some good performances like we saw in the Netherlands, I'm really looking forward to how Argentina plays this map pool.
Yeah, definitely the losers bracket is shaping up to be kind of crazy, very, very close between a lot of teams. But definitely that's going to do it for us for now. I mean, before we go, Toph, we talk a little bit about the banners, possibly?
I would love to talk about banners. You know, they're my favorite part of the Mania World Cup. You can go on to the OSU store. Any of the 32 teams that have made it to the bracket stage, you can buy a banner for them. It'll put a little banner on your profile saying that you support that team, and you can support more than one team. And on top of that, if you buy a banner for the winning team, you get to keep it for the entire year after the Mania World Cup ends. So a lot to look forward to with the banners. You got anything else to say before we sign off?
No, just make sure you go ahead and support your favorite teams. Hope you guys enjoyed this match. We'll see you for the next one in about an hour. We'll catch you in the next one.
and welcome back to Osu Live for the Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2024. This is another match, and not just another match, mind you, this is the United Kingdom versus Argentina. We are going to be commentating this match together. I am Pachiraj, and I will be commentating with Dynescape. How are you?
Hello, Pataraj. I am doing great. And I mean, if you look at it, you know, season number 6 versus seed number 27, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a close match. But as the Netherlands honestly proved from the last match that was streamed, you know, some of these lower seeded teams are actual menaces. So we're going to have to see what Argentina has in store for the United Kingdom. And it should be an interesting one as well, because I think the United Kingdom is a very Rice-centric team, had some very, very good qualifiers for the Rice maps. Whereas Argentina looks to be more of a LN/hybrid focused team. So interesting little, you know, dichotomy there. We're gonna have to see how these two teams branch out in the match.
Yes, Argentina, the home country of Juan Cristal. Retired player, by the way. Juan Cristal is not playing anymore since a long time, but still has the spirit within the country. And the United Kingdom home eliminate one of the best court jack players of this world. Like, how?
Yeah, I think that's a big reason as to why United Kingdom has had such a glow up from last year, just the resurgence of Eliminate and just overall being more well-rounded. Big reason as to why they jumped from 17th seed last year to 6th. And as we get into the protects and bans, we're going to see, of course, United Kingdom protecting Rice 5. And interestingly enough, Argentina going for a protect onto SV2, knowing that, you know, United Kingdom, as it stands, have been a very good SV team throughout the years.
What's more surprising though is that Argentina is going to be banning LNs. LN1 coordination. Kind of surprising, considering that the United Kingdom is pretty strong on the other categories, but maybe they are especially uncomfortable with LN1.
Yeah, maybe they have more confidence in their early game, Rice and Pataraj. I talked about it before the match started. I really did want to see this map picked. It is going to be the first pick of the map by United Kingdom, Code Zero by Shoegazer at 1.15 rate. And I mean, reason why I wanted to talk about it is because this exact map with this exact rate was used in my tournament in which you played in. So there's, you know, the lines all connect. It's a horseshoe. It all comes around.
It had to be the first pick, like the first single pick. It's like they were listening in on our chat, like before stream chat. We're talking about it. And yeah, it just turns out to be the first pick. Like, good job, United Kingdom. Good job, UK. You did it.
Yeah, I mean, both of us know this map like the back of our hands, right? This is a very, very techie pick. Very trilly. You know, the transitions from the jacks to like the broken jump stream sections are really what makes the map, you know, where the key points are. And handling those will really set you aside from other players on this map.
Yeah, the broken jump streams do go at a speed equivalent to 288, or rather 287 BPM, which is really fast, but broken up enough that it doesn't hamper players too much. But it is really physical and really hard to maintain throughout the whole map. But all of those players throughout the world have been nailing this pick like it's an accuracy pick.
Yeah, definitely very cool to see so many players be able to handle this in such a way. When this is like really the techie tech pick of the map pool, the fact that everyone is just absolutely killing it really speaks volumes about how just insane the cast is for every single team this year.
Yeah, I feel like as a first pick from the United Kingdom, I think they are trying to gauge how Argentina is in terms of physicality, because this is probably one of the more physical type of picks. But Rise 2 is a little bit too slow for that. Like, it's more stamina based than really physicality based. In Rise 1, I suppose the United Kingdom stays for later.
Probably, I always do like when you get into the tech or mixed rice picks as your first pick, because winning on those really means that you can branch out more into things like Rice 4, Rice 5, and feel more safe because those are still more in line on like the other straightforward picks of Rice 1 and Rice 2. So United Kingdom honestly doing a good job with this pick here. Gonna have to see how it turns out as we get eliminate Yusin and Zubin, the team that has been absolutely destroying the Rice qualifiers, and I believe got first place on Rice 3, which was stage 7 or something like that in the qualifiers, beating out the US, and Argentina fielding out Nobuo Hakitsu and an unknown third player in which I believe, yeah, should be Clone Droid. And I think this team can probably stand up to United Kingdom. It's just that usually their early game accuracy is absolutely insane. Like eliminate Zubin Yusin, those guys can really hash out 997s, 998s like it's nothing.
Oh, Girl is actually subbing in because the third player from Argentina is apparently having trouble connecting.
That's gonna be quite tough and always very scary when you are asked to sub in without much notice. So they're gonna try their best. I know that they are a very, very good player, especially when it comes to LN in general. As well, you should be seeing more of them if LNs get picked at all, considering Argentina's ban. But for now, we're gonna have to see how they hold up to the pressure that was immediately put onto them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting which score they are getting because it's not an optimal lineup for Argentina. They had the same issue during the qualifiers. Apparently, it's for the background, players are playing on a tournament server separated from the rest of the multiplayer lobbies that are going on right now in parallel for the common mortal, so that the World Cups are not disrupted. Let's go into the actual pick.
Yeah, going into the actual pick, United Kingdom has that early lead of about 4,000 points, and mainly that is probably off of Hakitsu not standing up too well in terms of accuracy. I think Girl and Nubble are doing a very good job of trying to keep up with the 3 in United Kingdom, but at the moment it's not enough. And can I point out before anything else happens, Nubble, one of the rare players that plays with Hidden.
Yeah, honestly, we don't get too many of those players going on this scene right now, especially on MWC, where everyone is just, quote-unquote, normal? I don't have the word for
Yeah,
it.
putting it.
Yeah, hidden players, they are just used to play like this. And for the background, this is still times 1.0. They're not getting a bonus score for this. It's just that Hidden just covers enough of your playfield that not get an overload of information, and that helps the backers to pick up. And there's just not anything going on. Just people are keeping the same accuracy throughout. And that's going to end up for a stellar win from the United Kingdom. All V1.
Yeah, all V1 double S's on the side of United Kingdom, whereas on Argentina, a couple grades here and there, but very clean performances. It was a 6-way FC. So again, like I talked about, some of these lower seeded teams are very exceptional and can really put up a fight, especially in the lower bracket. So next week, it should be very, very exciting to see when the dividends get slightly smaller. United Kingdom picking up that first point. However, to be fair, Argentina is going to have this next one up, and they are going to choose Hybrid 1 Tricolor Prism.
49 300 out of like 1,000 combos. Just wham.
Yeah, definitely a crazy performance by Eliminate there. But gotta focus on this next one. That's all that's in Argentina's minds. And like I said, Girl gonna stay in for kind of like these LN hybrid picks. And we're gonna see Hakitsu and Nubbo. I know Clone Droid could possibly usually play some hybrids. They did play, I believe, hybrid one of the hybrids in their qualifiers. And actually Crew stepping in. So quite a new formation for Argentina here. United Kingdom gonna stick with Eliminate, gonna stick with Newson, and of course their LN specialist, Mini Egg.
Okay, interesting lineups. From the back of the scene, we see that Clone Droid was transferred to the tournament server, so maybe Clone Droid will be able to play the next Rise pick from the United Kingdom. Who knows?
Yeah, hopefully all of that is sorted out, possibly connection issues from them. Made a damper on Argentina's team score from the last map. Hopefully they can have a more positive mindset going forward and things are changed. And especially with Argentina picking this as their first pick, kind of speaks like they are confident on this map. So if they can win on Tricolor Prism, they might be looking good on, Hybrid 2 or some of the other LMs. But MP Start gonna come out, and United Kingdom Argentina clash once more to see if United Kingdom can pull off the first breakpoint or if Argentina can tie it up.
Let's get that information, shall we?
Quick little start, and I think this map in particular is quite speedy for a hybrid, but it's traded out by being more straightforward of a pick. There's nothing really crazy to trip you up in this map. It's just LN infused with Rice and, a couple bursts here and there, stuff like that.
Yeah, speaking of tripping up, I do notice that Girl's combo is quite different from the other players, so that means that an initial miss was grabbed during the intro. That is giving the advantage to the United Kingdom right now.
Definitely an unfortunate drop, but thankfully it was before that 400 combo cap, so it didn't do as much damage as it should have. However, the accuracies are trailing a little for Argentina. Everyone on the United Kingdom about 99.7, whereas everyone on Argentina probably averages out to 99.5. So there is that team difference going on right now, but nothing that can't be solved with a couple of misses in the back half.
Yeah, I was exactly gonna say that. It's definitely within possibility that the United Kingdom catches some misses. Here goes the break. Sometimes the breaks are the most difficult parts of the map for some people, but everyone just nails it.
Yeah, a couple of released elements here and there, and especially combined with the streams, could maybe make for a couple of bad judgments. But honestly, United Kingdom holding very strong, looking to triple 990 this map, lest there be a break. And as we close it out, United Kingdom pushing up their lead to 20,000 points. Things are looking dire for Argentina.
Ooh, as you say that, Newson's actually grabbing a miss, and that's not the prettiest miss. There's a lot of accuracy here and there, but not too drastic a drop in accuracy, so the UK is just going to keep this lead until the end.
Yeah, and with Kuru missing at the end, it did not help either. I tried to curse them, Patiraj. I tried to curse the United Kingdom and maybe make something happen, but unfortunately, did not go well. And United Kingdom taking the point, but only by 20,000. So again, you look at the seeds, you see 6 versus 27. You think it's going to be an absolute blowout, but Argentina has hands for sure. Keeping it very close, United Kingdom cannot really make any misstep, even though they got this breakpoint.
Yeah, honestly, looking pretty interesting. We do not have quite the information about the LN category yet, but considering that Argentina banned LN1, it might be a little bit of a tough task.
Definitely seems like a tough ask, but United Kingdom, not a tough pick for them. They're going to go straight into yet another Rice choice, this time being Hallucinate Rice 5. And again, like I said, I think winning on Code Zero really helps you branch out into these other picks, and Rice 3 into Rice 5 seems like a very, very logical choice.
You know what rhymes with hallucinate? Eliminate.
That is true. You can see Eliminate once again on this map. I mean, this guy is just insane. And as I said, the return of Eliminate really did wonders for the United Kingdom team. And I think they're such a cohesive squad and really have like specialists in every category, really making use of all 6 of their players. So United Kingdom gonna look to try to get a 3rd point. This was their pick, and I mean, gonna have to see what happens with Argentina. They're gonna go ahead and field Nabu, Hakitsu, and Girl, so we're not gonna see Clone Droid just yet. And it seems like still a bit of trouble, but we do at least see them on the tournament server.
Yeah, so Clone Droid, definitely an option for Argentina to sub in. Definitely an option. Maybe they're not gonna go with it actually. So still going with this lineup. I think this is the same lineup as for Code Zero.
Yeah, I believe so as well. So, I mean, Hallucinate coming in, there's a lot of tricky portions, especially in that back half. So it really kind of is like first half, you try to keep your accuracy as high as possible. Then after that break section, you turn on the jets and try to hold on as long as you can.
Ooh, that was a rare client crash from Newson's view. Mind you, it's really rare that I see those, but here you go. That's an Easter egg. That's a shooting star, if anything, on Newsy Live.
Yeah, I mean, make a wish, right? Because you don't really see that too often here. And United Kingdom providing really good scores, as is 99.95s all around as we get finally into the main meat of the map.
For now, stellar accuracy from the UK, 99.95, 91, and 95. Just nothing can graze them on Rice.
Meanwhile, for Argentina, Nubbo and Girl trying their best to keep up. They're slightly behind, but matching quite well, and Hakitsu trailing behind just a little between all of the other 5 players on the map. And that's really leading to United Kingdom having that 6,000 point lead.
Yeah, we are going into the break section, but the break is perhaps the hardest spot of the map with the long stream.
Yeah, after this long node, you know, you kind of get a little taste, you get a couple really short streams, and then it starts to really kick in. And here we go. Super long stream section coming up. Stamina is key. Speed is key. Very, very weird patternings and anchors. And it seems like everyone is just hitting through it. Oh, but Nubbo fails out of the transition. Unfortunate for Team Argentina. That's going to lead to United Kingdom digging into the lead just a little bit more. It was so clean for basically 99% of it, but unfortunately Nubbo could not nail that final part. Get into this last fourth of the map. And as I said, streams are tighter. They turn from 1/8 into 1/12, as well as the patterns just being so much more scathing.
Yeah, Nubbo's miss was really clean though, so they keep that 99.71 accuracy. That's gonna net them a decent score, but unfortunately I don't think that's gonna be enough to quite upset the UK. The UK has been monstrously solid throughout this matchup, and wow, that team score is really scary.
Oh, for sure. This is why they basically, I think, placed anywhere between first and third in all of the Rice qualifiers. I mean, when you have Eliminate, Newson, and Zubin just absolutely dishing out scores like this, almost a triple S from all 3 of them, and about a 997 average, it's not a lot of teams can really beat that. And best score on Argentina going to be Girl with 1 grade. 994 is very respectable. Unfortunately, Nubbo and Hakitsu lagging behind just a little bit, but honestly, I think all things given, a 20,000 point loss is not a lot in the scope of a map like that against United Kingdom.
Yeah, the dynamics of the round of 32 are especially daunting when you consider that the amount of 200s can be counted on one hand, and it all comes down to a ratio between the regular 300s and the rainbow 300s. But what is going to be a little bit more uncertain is the SV pick that we are going to see from Argentina.
Yeah, I mean, this pick was their protect, and SV1 was banned out, so Argentina looks to try to get a point. It is always recommended when you are pretty much a lower seeded team facing a much higher seeded team, always try to go for an SVI. That's what I really do believe, because I think that's a way you can always cheese out a point out of someone. However, I mean, is United Kingdom really the team to try that on? Because throughout the years, they've been so good at SV. They just have multiple players that can really play anything. So it's going to be a tough matchup. We're going to see how they do on Outer Mongolia.
Yeah, we see the entrance of some players that we haven't necessarily seen before. Epic Man 2, and we saw the brief appearance of someone else. Well, it was Dro from the Argentinian side, and mania is going to help on the SV side. But yeah, in terms of entrance, we only see Epic Man 2 and Dro.
Yeah, I believe Epic Man 2, basically the SV third man for the United Kingdom team, and I believe that is the same for Dro as well for Argentina. Outer Mongolia is definitely a tough one, very easy to FC, but hard, super hard to master, and should be said that this is mapped by Poke Gadgets, so I do think the UK has that little UK buff going on.
Yeah, shoutouts to Poke Gadget in it. What is Epic Man 2 saying in the chat? I do not understand this reference.
Not sure either, however, I mean, if it helps them get hyped for this map, go for it, right? You gotta do what you gotta do to really get in that mindset, and sometimes you need to be your own cheerleader, right? So I'm expecting a good score out of Epic Man 2. This guy can really do wonders, was a very integral part for the 40M squad of this year and I believe last year in terms of SB, and to see them grow into an MWC player is quite amazing.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned 40M, because Epic Man... Please.
Uh-oh.
I think we gotta stop talking about Epic Man.
Yeah.
But let's skip this one. Oh, that was a client actually, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, no.
When bullets over here as it doesn't fix itself, it really does seem like Epic Man 2 fumbled the bag and took an unfortunate couple of misses. Seems like Argentina will have a very interesting lead to start off with, and basically this first half is entirely slow jam, or at least up until this part, and then it starts to really break down, get into some more aggressive teleports and starters, things like that.
I'm really interested to see how Argentina fares on the SVs. This is looking really good for now.
They really do just need to hold tight. I mean, it was carried to them on a silver platter, a couple of misses on the side of Epic Man 2, and so far in terms of accuracy, it seems like they would have beat them out anyways.
But wait, it's kind of starting to reverse a bit. As Nubo is dropping some accuracy, and the rest of the UK players are catching up. And this second half is going to determine everything. It's
exactly
the hardest half of the map.
Get this really funny inside two-hand trill for quite a while, and then we finally get into the last part where, as you said, it does get a lot harder. There are a lot of slowdowns. It's very unlike the rest of the map, and so everyone has to handle it well, and it seems like they are caught out that teleport. And I mean, wow, Argentina doing great on this.
Yeah, Dro really showing their prowesses at being an SV specialist. Like, wow.
Oh man, not only keeping their lead, but extending it by up to 12,000 points, 14,000 as United Kingdom takes a lot more 200s, mainly on the side of Epic Man 2. It is not really a blowout, but I mean, Argentina did so well and didn't even need those misses off of Epic Man 2. That's such a crazy thing to think about. Argentina pulling in for their first point.
Yeah, not a sweep. It is definitely still alive. And Mini Egg just kind of froze in the middle of it, but it doesn't change the result. I think it's just a little bit of a laggy issue, but still the point is going to go to Argentina. We can confirm that from behind the scenes.
Yeah, Mini Egg, so stunned that their entire client froze. Unfortunately, United Kingdom is going to have to deal with losing that point, but it is their pick. I mean, they've got a lot of good choices here still, right? Basically any Rice, but I'd like to see Rice 4 potentially from them.
Yeah, if you told me that Argentina was an SV team in 2024 back then, I would probably have laughed with you, but it is what it is. They definitely did great on this SV, and I'm looking forward to see them going forward into round of 16 and onwards.
Yeah, kind of like surprising in the best way possible because, yeah, like you said, I mean, if you told me 2 weeks ago that Argentina would beat UK on SV, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, take notes, pick 'em enjoyers. Take notes.
Well, we've got United Kingdom thinking about what their next move is. Still have the streams map, still have the jump stream map, still have Little Princess, which is like a finesse-based mixed Rice pick, I guess.
It's going to be Rice number 4, the more technical Rice that is remaining on the board. I feel like the UK just picking any Rice just cannot go wrong in terms of strat.
Yeah, can't go wrong with a Rice pick when you're the United Kingdom. Of course, United Kingdom going to have their 3 main players for Rice, eliminate Zubin and Newson. We might see Abyss Zero in the later stages if they get far enough. But I mean, for now, this is such a solid squad when it comes to Rice. And then Argentina swapping out a bunch of players. The turn from SV2 Rice is going to have them take out Dro and I believe Nubbo. If I'm not mistaken, we should be seeing maybe Clone Droid and Hakitsu, if I had to make a guess.
As we wait for the players to settle in, we are 3-1 for the United Kingdom against Argentina. So Argentina definitely has a little bit to catch up, at least 1 break point, or 2, actually.
Yeah, I mean, not far off, but again, when you are in a first to 5, best of 9, the the room for mistakes are quite low, and breakpoints really do mean everything in a setting such as this. And finally do get everyone in, and just like I predicted, Girl, Hakitsu, and Clone Droid in for Argentina. Gonna have to see what Clone Droid can do because this is their debut.
Welcome to the tournament server, Clone Droid. I hope you enjoy yourself.
Alright, so Rice Fort picked, can talk a little bit more about it in detail. Little Princess is such a crazy map. There are so many different Rice elements thrown at you. You have very quick graces, you have super intense bursts, you have like a guitar riff with funny anchors in the back half, and I guess some of the more standard patternings include isolated jack to streamy burst patterns. So, I mean, again, kind of like the ringers throwing at you the kitchen sink, but I think overall it should be, around as hard as Code Zero and Hallucinate. Definitely just in a different flavor.
Yeah, I think the snaps and the general abrasiveness of Little Princess has caught some teams off guard. They had several people who just missed multiple times in a row and gave out break points from really strong teams, mind you.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, hopefully Argentina can make some magic happen over here. As it stands, feeling a little bit behind in terms of accuracy, but only a lead of 2,000 points garnered by the United Kingdom.
So now it's actually looking more balanced than ever. The entrance of Gunjoy definitely playing something, and especially exhibiting kind of uncharacteristically falling a little bit behind compared to their average up until now. Girl is not quite a miss confirmed right now. Yes, now this is a client miss.
Yeah, client miss jump scare as we head into this again very Gracie section with Jax and then into the vocal dump. Argentina still doing well to keep things an actual match, only 5,000 points as we head into this little break section, followed up with, I believe, the guitar anchors.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to whether the UK can sustain this kind of accuracy, and if they drop some 200, it is entirely possible that Argentina catches up, but not if Gunjoy freezes. I wouldn't say that's a freeze.
Yeah, I feel like that has to really be a freeze because it was at such an opportune time for them, and Girl actually catching yet another miss as well, and then yet another one. So, I mean, this lead has skyrocketed in a blink of an eye to 50,000 points for the United Kingdom. A snap of your fingers, and that's that for Argentina on this map.
Yes, that is very unfortunate that Clone Droid had to get this technical issue on their end, but Girl missing definitely would have tipped the balance over to the UK. It was already pretty cemented, considering that the UK is really, really consistent, has been consistent on all of the Rice maps so far, and that is going to net them their 4th point match point as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of those misses did not matter in the end. The perfect ratio was just truly too good on the side of United Kingdom. And can we talk about Girls 3 miss 0-200 would be SS play? That's actually very funny to think about, especially in a map as dense as this.
It's interesting that Girl actually caught 3 misses in that one go. Maybe Girl actually also froze. The freezing has gotten past 2 players at the same time, consecutively at more or less the same time, just 1 second apart. It's a little bit strange, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, someone needs to turn on the heat or something because there are way too many freezes, both on the client side and the player's side in this match. United Kingdom looking to seal the deal here. Argentina going to pick potentially their last map as they are behind 1-4.
Yeah, they have 3 points to catch up right now if they want to get to a tiebreaker situation. It would be really hard considering the remaining picks. 2 Rice picks remaining and 1 hybrid, 1 LN. 2 LNs, I'm blind. Oh my god.
Super tough pick, but they are going to go with a fight in Tunisia, the Osu original map by Alexire, created by Sobram and Nawashi. Quite an interesting pick because, if I'm not mistaken, they had banned out LN1.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of result Argentina can get from this particular LN. They did ban LN1, so that is quite interesting.
Yeah, and especially because they banned out the coordination pick. There are a lot of coordination elements in this map. I would say it's like a very coordination releasey map. Those are the main 2 factors, I think, when you go into it. But, I mean, that's just me. I think Argentina has a better sense of what they can do with their players.
Go back to our sort of. I don't actually remember if it's the same lineup as Hybrid.
I believe at least for qualifiers, Clone Droid and Hikitsu did play some of the hybrids. So I mean, I think Argentina's just kind of very fluid in the way that they can use a lot of different players when it comes to hybrids or even LNs, honestly. And that really is their main focus as a team.
A lot of talking going on in the chat right now. As you say, all of the players have to get their hype going on, especially if they are in a disadvantageous match point situation. And it is their last chance to get some more points before the match is over.
Yeah, so Argentina really on their last life here. They need to make something happen unless they go to the losers bracket. And United Kingdom trying to fight for that spot because winner does get to face seed 11 Singapore.
This is such a vibe. Stubborn, what she just did. A stellar job on this OC original, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. This is very much such a fun map to play through and also just a very fun song to listen to, especially with the little vocal flares in the back half and stuff like that. It's just such a, joyous map.
Yeah, I just want to see some na-na-nas when the time comes.
Oh, for sure. And starting off, this map does seem like United Kingdom slightest lead in terms of accuracy. However, anything can change. I think that this map does provide a decent amount of places where you can kind of miss a shield or miss a jack and accidentally drop your combo. And we're gonna, remains to be seen whether that happens in match for these guys.
Right now, the accuracy average for Argentina is looking lower than UK. Zubin is looking to be a little bit behind their counterparts in the UK. Eliminate and Newsom leading the pack right now.
And United Kingdom finally passing that 10,000 points lead, very much off the back of, unfortunately, Girl missing, as well as Kuru. That lead is going to extend by a mile as we are not even halfway into the map. This is a pretty long LN pick, so maybe something can happen. However, those two misses means that it needs to be traded out by United Kingdom, and unfortunately Nubbo will miss as well, so no more FCs on the side of Argentina.
Yeah, the FCs are still intact on the UK side, so it's gonna take a lot for Argentina to catch back up to the UK, and that is that's the first miss from Newsom right there.
That is a start. That is what is needed to happen. And I definitely, because of the accuracies on the side of the United Kingdom, they're going to need to have a bit more than 2 more misses. So still very much an uphill battle for Argentina. And time is ticking. They don't have a lot left on the clock.
Yes. Is it time for the last nananas before the match finishes?
I believe so. Everyone hitting that speedier section greatly. And here we go.
Yeah, another miss from Kuru. Another one, I should say.
Tough.
Still,
tough.
like the accuracy from Kuru is still really high for having caught that many misses. It's like in general, Argentina catching some really clean misses in general. And I was saying, what is the miss count? 6 misses with 99.4. That's like really good accuracy still.
Yeah, that's actually really, really interesting that you point out, because in the United States versus Netherlands match, most of them had 6-way FCs that where United States won by about that same amount of 40,000 points. So for Argentina to pick up that many misses and still only lose by that much is really good on them. unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their run in the winners bracket. United Kingdom picking up this match 5-1.
Yeah, I think that's a good introduction match for Argentina, especially since they actually were able to catch that one single point on SV. That might be useful information for the people going into this bracket, and I do look forward to see how they fare in round of 16.
Yeah, United Kingdom going on to fight Singapore in the next round. Argentina dropping down to fight Poland, scarily enough. Poland having a very close match with Singapore, 3-5, and that was seed 22 versus seed 11. So that should be a very tough one for Argentina to try to claw their way out of. But that is going to do it for us for now. That was Great Britain versus Argentina. We'll have another match quite soon. This was the last one of Saturday, technically, but we will have one at 0:30 UTC on Sunday. So that's about in 3 hours. But I mean, Patiraj, UK beating Argentina in a pretty dominant manner. You know what else rhymes with manner?
It is the banners that you can find in the Osu store. Pick them up right now. Click the website, go to the homepage, look at the navigation bar, go to the store and scroll down to the banners. You can find them, you can stack them, you can buy every single country in the world and stack them in your profile. That is entirely possible if you have the money for it. And it is going to a good cause, that is the rhythm game that you all love and play.
Yeah, so make sure you support your favorite teams multiple times, or support your multiple favorite teams multiple times on the Osu store and get your banners today. But we hope you guys enjoyed this match. Got a lot more left for Sunday. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we will catch you guys in the next one.
Peace out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Osu Mania World Cup 2024 here for the 4-key edition. That is, we're here for another day technically. We are now on the Sunday in terms of UTC time, and we're here with the closest match that we have actually seeding-wise this entire weekend. It's Canada versus Australia, seed 16 versus seed 17. I'm Potassium F, and I'm going to be casting alongside Mifa. How are you doing today?
Hello. It's been a while since I've actually spoken anything with regards to Mania World Cup, and yeah, this is the one that I'm mostly looking forward to because in terms of seeding, they're just like neck and neck, actually.
Yeah, these two teams have very close scores overall on the qualifiers. There's a few maps that sets them apart. I think. Especially like the last few I can't talk, sorry. The last few stages in the qualifiers, especially, Canada really pulled ahead of Australia, but those stages don't matter too much here when we're in the round of 32. So it'll be interesting to see which team really comes out on top here. It's going to come down to their accuracy and their consistency, really, as we've seen in some of the other matches so far this weekend.
Yeah, statistically speaking, that mostly Canada's scores on qualifiers have been on the higher end. I mean, of course, because they are like the higher seed in Australia, but in terms of their scoring, there are, I guess, in most like the higher risk charts, they have been scoring the most, and Australia has been pretty much kind of dominant on like the lower risks, especially for like the easier charts in general.
Yeah, no, I think overall, this year, Australia is very much a Rice-focused team. Overall, they have a little bit of a third-player issue when it comes to the LNs in particular, so I would expect Australia to be going more for those Rice picks for the most part, and it seems like Canada's actually going to be protecting SV1. So Canada feeling good on the SV. Now, this seems a little bit risky because both of these teams actually had very close SV scores in terms of the qualifiers, so maybe Canada feels a little bit better than with this map in particular.
I mean, I guess it does make sense that Canada wants to go for that. They're very, very confident on it. Has a really good team score. Australia, on the other hand, I think I've never seen Australia protecting any Rice picks ever since like in the Mania World Cup. So this is kind of new to me.
I think this is the first time since 2015, I would say, when LN wasn't even a thing, where Australia's not been an LN team pretty much. Australia has been more of an LN-focused team for all of that time, but now we do have a lot of Rice players in our team. And it looks like we're getting some interesting bans coming in. Australia banning LN1, which is fairly expected. Canada going with Rice 1 ban, so they're wanting to ban out the Rice pool, but that means that both SVs are going to be staying up for Canada.
Well, for both of them, really.
For both teams, if they want to pick it, right?
Really...
I'm assuming Canada's going to be the one going for SV1 at the very least, though, since they did give that one a protect.
Yeah, so, I mean, interestingly, that both their protects are contrasted to each other. They're protected, Australia, like, protected like straight, just a code 0. For most of the higher risk technical, but not too much in a way, but they're going for outer spawn. Yeah, I mean, not the protected SV, but that works.
Well, seems like they're confident with the SV then.
I'm not quite sure how this is going to turn out. I've seen like couple scores that are pretty much neck and neck for SVs, but this just comes down to whether if you lose your marbles here.
Yeah, I mean, Canada did beat Australia in terms of stage 1, but it was by only a little margin, and it's hard to really tell from that one exactly which team would have the advantage on this map in particular. But obviously, I would assume since Canada has first picked it right out of the gate that they are very confident with this one.
Iron.
Yeah, no, I'm not joining the lobby here.
doesn't seem like, by the look of things, that Australia doesn't really have a, I guess, comfortable third player to play as Vs. But that, I mean, I could be proven wrong, but it does seem like a neat team's comp there.
Yeah, no, Australia do have an SV lineup. They have 3 players that can play SV, for sure. It's just whether or not they can play up to the same standard that Canada does. I know Canada has, in the bottom left corner there, Sawdust Inhaler is actually a changed name from Accelerix in the qualifiers. So that one took me a while to figure out just before the match started.
Hilarious nickname, that is.
But I would be on the lookout for them in particular. Sawdust and Halo are going to be one of the key players for Canada basically throughout all of their picks. Was one of the top scoring players in Canada for pretty much all of the qualifiers as well.
Yeah, on the other side, that Australia doesn't really have that much stood out, except maybe like some players that are both key players, but also they can contend with like most of the players from Canada's teams.
Yeah, Australia has a kind of weird situation with a lot of maps. We'll go into it a bit later, but Oct4 is the name really that's going to be playing all of the maps today. Oct4 and probably Iron as well. But it looks like we're going to be going into this one a really short map, and this one has a big difficulty spike towards the end as well. It gets really, really hard to maintain any form of accuracy.
Yeah, you never know what's about to happen. Already a little bit of a shaky start for Australia. All 3 players there.
Yeah, it's really hard to adjust to this opening here with the weird snaps here. So easy to get the 200s. But all players on Canada above 99% here, so they're performing fairly well. Just in the intro, they're yet to reach these really disorienting fast jam parts that are coming in the later sections of the map.
Everyone on the 99s on Canada, and Australia doesn't have a 99 at all. Kinda telling sign.
Well, they are all building back up to the 99. It was just a couple early 200s. Just getting used to the initial slow jam here, but it looks like everyone in Australia now above 99 themselves.
It does build back up, so we can kind of see the score difference, deviance in terms of ratio is coming into play, but now for taking a couple 200s on their side here.
But yeah, 200s coming in for Octon full-hearted there. Down below 99 once again, and these 200s are going to keep coming because this map just gets harder and harder from this point onwards. It's going to be much easier for the rest of the map to drop these 200s. So I'm going to expect these accuracies to keep going lower on the side of Australia. Lazy Ghost as well, dropping down to the low 99s as well, finding a few 200s themselves, but it's Canada overall in the accuracy lead. Right now, it is Sawdust Inhaler, Accelerix over there. That's really pulling ahead the accuracy for Team Canada. 99.85 is on pace for a 995k score, potentially, if they keep this up. But the last section is really hard, so maybe we'll see some mistakes down the end here. And all 100s, 200s coming in for full-hearted and Oct. It looks like that's going to be a comfortable win overall for Canada on their very first pick. We see actually a 6-way FC on this one, which you don't see every day for SV maps. But 994k, Scorpion double S for Sawdust Inhaler. Iron not far behind on Team Australia, but the team scores overall faring better on Canada. So we'll see what Australia decides to pick next. So let's see what Australia's first pick is going to be. I'm assuming they're going to go to the rice pool here. We've got 4 of them open. And it looks like we're going to be going straight into rice for Little Princess being the very first pick. Is something that I don't think we've seen so far this week. I think most teams have opted for some of the other rice picks. This one is going to be the first for Australia though. And it's going to be a really hard one to act as well. A lot of really strange snappings, to say the least, that might make things very difficult to maintain any kind of good accuracy, or even find some misses, perhaps. But it looks like we're getting a few switch outs for both of the teams. Opt for going to be staying in for Australia. So let's see, the last players for either team. I would expect Emptiness to switch in for Australia, and it looks like Canada's also switching out one of their players.
Yep, seems Emptiness going in.
When we see Verdun in for Canada, switching in for Lazy Ghost, and Emptiness is going to switch in for Full Hearted on Team Australia.
Yeah, I think for most for the team comp for both Canada and Australia, it's gonna probably stay like this unless there's like LN picks coming, and Australia will have their 2 LN main specialists here.
Yeah, I think for the past kind of this year and last year, Australia's had this situation between Emptiness and Luca in particular. Those 2 players have had the complete opposite roles on the team, where Emptiness has been kind of the best rice player on the team, while Luca has been the best LN player on the team. So you'll see those 2 players switch in and out if we ever go between the LNs and the rice here. But other than that, I do think Canada has a more kind of like well-rounded roster, I would say. Most of the players in Canada can pretty much play everything.
Yeah, this chart comes in like a fairly higher risk because of the amount of flams involved in this, and especially with OD 8.2, which is on the higher side. So sharpshooting is pretty critical here.
Yeah, we'll see how these players fare on this one. Of course, starting off with a little bit of LN at the very start of this map, but
yeah,
shouldn't be anything that affects either of these players. What's really going to matter is if there's any chokes there, any big misses, because we have seen this map come down to a few misses in some of the other matches as well. But it looks like all 6 players off to a pretty good start overall, but Sunny is pulling ahead of the other 5, still at 99.94.
a little bit grace involved in here, so we'll see how that goes.
It looks like the accuracy from Canada is actually pulling ahead a little bit over Australia. Everyone on Canada above 99.8, while only Emptiness on the side of Australia is holding that kind of accuracy. So 2,000 points, the lead for Canada right now as we're halfway through the map already.
Yeah, the lowest on Canada, well, I guess matching Emptiness right now. It's just the other 2 players from Australia will need to get their game back up here.
Oh!
Sunny though with a miss here.
But the highest accuracy for Canada that as well, so that's a really big point swing right away, right at the halfway mark as well, as we're reaching this little break section kind of. And Australia's going to take the lead by about 7,000 points, but it's not safe just yet because the accuracy is still looking fairly good for Canada.
In this break section, Sunny doesn't have the 400 combo now.
It looks like Verdun and Sunny both dropping in that accuracy in that section as well, below 99.7, so it looks like Australia actually with the accuracy advantage overall. We have the very last section of the map. As long as Australia holds on to the combo of this last few seconds of the map, they have a 10,000 point lead. This might be enough for them to guarantee their first point. And it looks like they are going to do it on their own first pick. So a good first pick, all things considered. But that accuracy from Canada does look scary if they manage to hold on to the combo in the future picks there. Scorby 1 SS for Oct and Sawdust Inhaler, 1 for each team. And yeah, the 200 counts, we can see that all 6 players are looking very comfortable with this. So that is 1-1, tied score so far, and Canada, I mean, they did protect the other SV. I would almost expect them to pick SV1 after how SV2 went, but they've also got some other good options on the table if they want to go towards those. We'll see what the choice is. And it looks like actually we're going to be seeing LN3 coming out for Canada.
OS original coming up here.
Yeah, this one being a really tricky LN to really get down, to try and get good accuracy on, and maybe Canada kind of looking into Australia's ban as well, being the LN1 ban, might be trying to really take advantage of Australia's kind of LN issue that they might have in their third player. But that said, Australia, I think, has a very weird situation when it comes to their LNs. Where I think Luca, we're going to be seeing Ruka and Oct4 for sure in this team. And those 2 players are really scary when it comes to LN. They have 2 super strong LN players. It's just their third player. So this entire LN point is going to come down to whether or not Iron in particular can keep up with the rest of Canada. And if Canada can hold together their 3 team scores well enough, they would be able to take away this point.
Yep, Ruka coming here for the first time in the lobby.
Yeah, we do expect Ruka to play all of the LNs and hybrids, in particular for Australia. And it looks like the same 3 players are going to be sticking in for Canada, so Canada have their core 3 players that are going to be playing pretty much every map, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes, especially for Alan pick like this. This is like fairly high risk. This is all the way through. It's just very tight patterning. Not necessarily difficult, especially for the players of this caliber. It's just the consistency that needs to be managed.
So let's see how this one goes. The first look that we're going to get in LN in this match so far for these 2 teams. And oh, actually, that's a really early miss for Sunny. Off to not the best start. That's going to give Australia a small lead, but it was before the 400 combo mark, so it's not going to affect the score all that much compared to a miss in the middle of the map.
Very luckily, that's just pretty much at the... Oh, actually, another one.
That one's going to matter a bit more because now we are very well into the map. So the score lead is actually going to start growing for Australia. And actually, in terms of the accuracies, Canada is not even winning on the accuracy front either. It looks like Australia's ahead by a little bit due to Sunny's accuracy dipping down quite a bit there. Luca with the highest accuracy in the lobby right now, 99.83, but Canada have 2 of their own, Verdun and Sawdust Inhaler, holding down the accuracy front, making sure this point lead is not growing any further.
But yeah, Sunny with already like a 99.6 with 2 misses already. So this is looking pretty dire, I guess, for the accuracy, but not to start back up.
But if you look at the score lead, it's actually starting to shrink a little bit. Oh, but just as I say that, Verdun finding the miss themselves, that was the highest accuracy for Canada. Now that's going to go down below 99.7. And this point lead now, 10,000 in the favor of Australia.
Picking up a mistake on one of the transitions earlier on. And it does seem to Australia has a kind of decent lead so far. Not too much.
But this is a fairly long map, and we see Luca dropping in accuracy a fair bit down to 99.7 flat. And Sawdust Inhaler, now the best in the lobby, and the accuracies from Verdun and Sunny have both managed to build their way back up to the 99.7 range, all of them beating Iron on the side of Australia, but it's the full combos that are keeping Australia just a little bit in the lead still.
Yeah, the lead has been cut down to like about 5,000 now. I'm looking around where their accuracy lies, but it seems like Iron and Luca had a decent amount of drops here.
There's a little bit of the map left. I don't know if there's enough time for Canada to bring back the accuracy enough. This lead has been kind of sticking around, but Iron finds the miss for Australia, and that's definitely going to give the lead over to Canada.
They need to start picking back up because the ending here does exist, and the lead is going towards Canada a fair bit.
And it just switches over. It looks like Canada's going to manage to take their own point by 1,000 points.
Watch those 200s at the very end.
That is
3,000
points at the end for Canada. It did come down to that single miss there, but Australia almost managing to take it back. That is Oct 4, actually with the Scorpio 1 double S on that one. Not the best ratio in the lobby, but still holding the consistency for Australia, being Oct 4 and Luca. But Canada winning despite the 2 misses that they got on their 2 players.
Everyone on Canada's on a ratio with on the 300s and Australia with the 500s. That's already telling with the accuracy. This needs to pick back up, but it does seem like Iron's miss is the nail in the coffin.
And I think Australia, they're going to go right back to the Rice, what was working for them earlier. So we're going to be seeing no hesitation picking this Rice 5 right away.
Interesting enough, they're both not going for their protect, so they're going to be straying away for a little while.
So of course we are going to be seeing the switch in for Australia, Luca being switched out for emptiness as expected here. And we'll see if Australia can pull off another one of these full combos that can score them another point here, because it was a fairly close affair on the first Rice map that we saw until the misses came in for Canada.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. This is another one of those fairly higher risk charts in general. You would expect like accuracy starts to fall a little bit short, especially on most of the I guess kind of dumpy streams in this, so you would see.
But there is a big midsection in this map where that has a very long sustained stream into some really weird bursts that happen at the end that has caught out some players so far this weekend. So we'll see if there are any chokes that are happening in that section in particular, but for now it looks like we are starting off all of the players holding fairly strong. Oct 4 dropping down a little bit below 99.7 at the start there, but should have plenty of time to build that accuracy back up. Oh, never mind.
Miss there.
Yeah, early miss from Oct 4 at the start of this map.
Yeah, accuracy starts to make really high for Canada, trying to sharpshoot most of the jump jacks, I would say. It's 99.88 across all 3 players.
Yeah, this is an incredible team performance so far from Canada. 99.86, high 980s. But yeah, this is not much that Australia could do if Canada manages to maintain this accuracy. And Australia's going to be hoping for Canada to find a miss at some point to counteract the earlier one that we saw from Oct 4. It's right now 12,000 points in the lead for Canada at the halfway mark.
Yeah, anything can happen with the more of the streams right here. Kind of picks up here in the middle.
Doesn't look like we're seeing any accuracy drops here just yet, but oh, Iron finds a miss on the side of Australia. It's Australia now finding the misses on the Rice map this time. All 3 of them, actually.
FCs on Australia now.
0 FCs, and Canada managed to maintain all 3 of theirs. Looks like Canada is going to start running away with it now. 36,000 points. And they have a very big buffer now. They can afford a few misses on the side of Canada.
Yeah, at this point, when the 99.8% does still persist for an entire map, I don't think this is gonna change all that much, even with a couple misses on their side. Although there's one.
There is one, but it does feel like too little too late here, as we're already in the end of the map. 38,000 points is not going to diminish that quickly off of one miss. And it looks like Canada is actually on track for the first break point of the match.
Fairly solid scores across the board, especially for Canada right there.
And that would have been a Score V1 double S for Verdun, so very unlucky for that miss there. But Sawdust Inhaler getting the MVP there, the Score V1 double S there, with Sunny only getting the 1-200, 100. So it's really strong accuracies for Canada across the board, and it looks like they have had the better accuracy in general. But yeah, it looks like it's SV time once again. They've been saving this one, this Protect, throughout the match, and it's time for them to bring it out. They did have a very strong showing on SV2, but this is a very different map as far as the SV is concerned.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that with Full Hearted coming back in, I'm not sure if Alt or Rika's gonna be playing for this SV because it's fairly different in approaches, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like we're not going to be seeing Lazy Ghost coming in for this one, as you said, and we're going to be seeing Iron and Full Hearted staying in for Australia. I expect Oct4 to be the other one that's staying in on this team here. Maybe just double checking the settings here. Make sure everyone remembers that their scroll speeds might be changing for these SV maps. And I'm really interested to see what scores these teams can put off on this map, because this SV, I would imagine, would have been the closer of the SVs between the two teams. But Canada being able to protect it makes me feel like they probably have something cooking.
Well, they already have kind of very high amounts of time to be able to like practice or something. To make sure they are consistent enough to beat Australia in that regard.
Let's see, we saw 6 full combos on the first SV map. We'll see if that trend continues on this one here.
Making sure that everyone has the correct scroll speed just to not getting dumbfounded by the next set of SVs after.
Yeah, but looks like everyone handling this intro slow jam pretty well. Oct off to a little bit of a worse start here, 99.3, but nothing to be too concerned about, especially since Verdun also starts off with the similar kind of accuracy in the intro. So all in all, actually Australia with a small accuracy lead out of the gate here. But we are yet to see the real main parts of the map.
Kind of concerned because I saw ghost tabs earlier on. It kind of makes me anxious.
And this is looking like it's going back and forth.
Oh,
the Oct
no.
4 finds the first miss there just before we get into this really tricky section with the SVs here. And it looks like overall Canada maintaining their 99.5s for all 3 players. Full Hearted being the one that's topping the lobby right now, but that doesn't matter if they can't have all 3 of their players keeping up here. 16,000 points at the halfway mark.
At this point, it's gonna have to be a miss for Canada, or be able to making sure they be able to pick back up. But Oct4 themselves need to have a really good build up for this for the accuracy here. A little bit of a weird pattern of the Jack there, but let's see if the next set of SV is coming up.
It seems like all 3 players in Canada are actually building up their accuracy from the first half. They're now almost all at 99.7.
don't get caught by the sudden teleports there.
Looks like if nothing else changes, it doesn't look like Canada is going to be finding any misses anytime soon. And even if they do, it feels like 25,000 points might be a bit too much to come back from.
Wall of consistency by Canada here, and it already clearly shows that their accuracies are not messing around.
Yeah, my god, look at Canada's team score. Actually, not just Canada, it looks like all 5 players, all 5 players at FC, that is, are getting some exceptional accuracies themselves. Iron does drop a little bit at the end, but it's a Scorpion double S actually for Full Hearted, getting the MVP performance. But Canada having the next 3 higher scores is what's gonna do it for them here, and putting them on match point 4-1 in this match.
Similarly, for Canada's Protect, we're gonna have Australia's Protect. You're gonna code 0 now.
Okay, back to the Rice Pool for Australia. It worked well for them with Rice 4, but Canada seemed to get the hang of things when we went to Rice 5. It's going to depend to see which kind of scores we're going to be having on this map, because this is another different one, another technical map that we're seeing out, and another one that's really short as well. So I think this one's going to come down to the misses.
Seems like, I guess it's just pretty much locked in for both team members for both teams here. So yeah, you never know, because Code Zero is still pretty tough to discern where the lead is gonna go. Alright, should be going in soon here.
We'll see. Australia's going to have to win 3 in a row if they want to force this break point. Looks like we're getting just all the 6 players into the client here.
Maybe a little bit more reset mode. Not sure what has happened here.
That looked like it might have been a real miss from Emptiness. So, going to be an early lead for Canada if that is the case. But the accuracy actually looking so strong on Canada as well. Sonos and Halo on 99.97 just about at the early stages of this map. It looks like Emptiness building up the accuracy again. They're going to be able to hit 99.7 pretty soon. So the accuracy from Australia is still doing well, but that one miss is causing 7,000 points of difference right now. Australia's going to hope that Canada finds a miss somewhere in the middle of the map if they want to be able to come back from this one.
Yeah, it does seem to be like you said, like a real miss. So yeah, I feel like the lead is just gonna cut through for Canada right now. 99.9 average, it seems.
Oh, but that is a miss.
There. There's a trade, but I think the miss is probably kind of severe because the miss was very later on.
Yeah, I think this is actually enough for Australia to take the lead, even though the accuracy still looks like it's in Canada's favor.
Oh,
the miss being
coming out to the quarter.
Yeah, the miss being in the middle of the map actually favors Australia a little bit, and maybe another miss.
Oh my god, okay.
This is definitely in Australia's favor now, and it looks like as long as they hold on to these combos now, they're going to be picking up their second point. Sunny having another miss as well for Canada, so that is going to seal the map. And Australia finally finding one for themselves. And they're going to be going up 2-4.
Oh, that's a shame, really, because that early miss from Emptiness, but you got gated by the V1 LS there.
Yeah, Sawdust and Halo and Iron both with the score V1 double S's. Emptiness almost, but that early miss didn't actually end up mattering all that much. Luckily for Emptiness there, it was those misses towards the middle of the map that happened. Really messy misses there for Canada. And now, Canada now not wasting any time. They're going straight for the LN picks now. LN2 going to be coming out. Now, the other LN pick that we saw, LN3, ended up being extraordinarily close between the two teams.
this is kind of treading on thin ice. This is like the easier ones of the LN picks, and I'm kinda concerned right now to where this is gonna go.
Yeah, this one, as if there are players on any team that are maybe not so comfortable with LN, LN2 is probably their most comfortable out of the options, right? So
Yeah.
even though Australia maybe does have a bit of a third player issue sometimes with the LNs, I think this map is where we're going to be seeing that issue less compared to the other maps. So this one might be fairly close. And remember as well, even though Canada are in the lead of this match, it is only one breakpoint difference. So if Australia managed to win the breakpoint here, they could very well match Canada's score in this match so far.
Yeah, we're seeing all four, and we're probably gonna be seeing at this point. That's a given, pretty much, for Australia, though.
Yeah, Luca's going to be coming in as well, switching in as the resident LN player. And it looks like Canada's just been sticking with the same players since the very first map. So we're seeing the same three staying in here.
Yeah, at the same time, Australia has been playing with their 5 players. Not 6, because I don't think I've seen the other last player of Australia.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Howran is the last player for Australia, unfortunately not available at this time. So they won't be here. I think on the other side, Canada doesn't have Maya for this this match, but I think the other players all here for the teams, as we are seeing here, and I think we're just waiting for the very last player to switch in for Australia. Luca is just preparing a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem to have we're getting timeout for Australia here, so maybe an additional extra 2 minutes there. Does seem need to be having some time to switch up for, I guess, fine, I guess. Yeah, at this point we're gonna have to talk about if Australia does win. I mean, does win the, I guess, breakpoint in this scene, because it is kind of big. So Australia does need to have one more pick, and I'm fairly sure this is not going to be race 2, is it? Like, the Synchro de Korea was like a great pick, and I'm kind of concerned where the accuracy is, and probably you're gonna have to sitting ducks with the hybrid pick, it seems like.
Okay, looks like we've got all the players in the lobby here for both teams, and we're going to be seeing whether Australia can take this breakpoint. I think they definitely could potentially take the breakpoint, given what we saw on LN3 earlier. So it's going to be up to the misses, I believe, if there are any misses at all. Canada should have the accuracy advantage overall, but if there is any misses, I think Australia could absolutely take it.
Given this is also the easiest LN pick in this pool, I would not count accuracy as being the biggest factor, but there is a chance they would take a breakpoint off misses, and Australia cannot miss at all here.
Early on, this lead is looking like it's going to Canada in terms of the accuracy, but not by very much. Oct is sitting just below 99.7 right now, which is not too far behind the rest of the players. So only 1,000 points is the lead for Canada.
I mean, we're still pretty much at the same round score difference, although on average accuracy for Canada does seem to be fairly higher than the rest of the Australian players. The highest being 99.78 by Iron here.
Wait, I'm so surprised at Iron having the highest accuracy for Australia, actually. But strong overall. Australia is still holding this 99.7 average overall. It's just that Canada has the 99.8 average, and Iron finding a miss, unfortunately, in this middle section. And that's going to be a lead building for Canada now. Australia are going to have to hope that Canada finds a miss somewhere, and probably pretty soon if they want to be able to come back.
Does seem to be a trend of mentioning someone's name and they miss instantly there.
That is sometimes how it goes, but right now Canada, their whole team is holding really strong accuracy still. Not seeing any accuracy drops from that team in general, as we're already towards the end of the map. And 11,000 points seems like it's going to be enough for them.
Yeah.
Iron finding another miss, unfortunately, towards the end.
Yeah, that's going to seal the deal here. And Canada is pretty much taking the point, although they still have a bit to go, but I feel like that you can afford one miss and that's it. But I don't think they're just going to miss any time soon for Canada here.
Yeah, that is going to be it. Canada are going to be able to win this match against Australia 5-2, although there were a few close calls in some of those points in there, so it could have gone either way. But that is going to be it. 3-way FC for Canada, holding a 993k average, which is really, really strong on this map, despite the 2 full combos on the team of Australia as well. But
Yeah,
that is going to be...
despite the efforts from Australia with their very good scores, it's still kind of tough to contend with because the losers bracket on around the 16, they're going to have to watch out.
Yeah, there's some very strong players, very strong teams, that is, in the losers bracket right now. And Australia is going to be joining those teams in the losers bracket next week, so they're not out of the tournament just yet. They'll get another shot down there. But Canada are going to be moving forward in the winners bracket here. Going to be able to verse... I don't think the match has been decided yet, actually, for who Canada's versing. But it is expected to be seed number 1, which would be USA, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just kind of toss up in the air, pretty much. Although, I guess for Australia in the lower bracket, I would say it's a tough opponent to deal with, and you kind of know that maybe their accuracy wasn't their strongest suit, but their consistency might be able to watch out.
Yeah, Australia did have some fairly strong team performances in some of those maps as well, so any team in the losers bracket is going to have to watch out for those. But it looks like we're going to be having a little bit of a break now before we get into our next match. I believe our next match is going to happen in about an hour's time, which is going to be...
It's probably it's going to be Chile versus Australia's other neighbor, which is New Zealand, I think. Yeah, yep. It is.
Hey, we're going to see the other OCE team here, Chile versus New Zealand. That's going to be happening in about 47 minutes, and we're going to have another match after that being Taiwan versus Mexico. So make sure you stick around for those in 50 minutes, and until then, we're going to be taking a bit of a break. So we'll see you soon.
Yeah, take care.
めくり合う輪廻の定めの中で星屑の糸頼りに手繰り寄せたその流れに逆らうよただ君と描いた夢を歌うよ宵の奇跡輝く時綴る歌悲しく別れ告げる言葉さえも見当たらずにさよなら夜が明けて目を閉じた君はまた少し怯えて絆見失うことないように鳴り止まぬ風星屑の雨願いなせ落ちる星必ずに瞬く奇跡描き闇を払えて永遠を君と誓うように知らぬ嫌かは定めの中で降り積もる雪解けと共に目覚めてそれがたとえ幻でも茨の道を君と渡る 罪の形瞳の奥に焼き付けて二つ誓いの言葉とまとわず時は刻む傷跡
Hello, everyone. We're back once again to Osamania 4K World Cup 2024. We're back with another match coming up right here, and it's going to be probably one of the most promising ones to see. And it's going to be Chile versus New Zealand. Still with me, and we'll be commentating it alongside Potassium yet again. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're getting the other country here from the OCE region, Chile versus New Zealand, and it is seed number 5 versus seed number 28, so big seed disparity between these two teams. But as you said, this one is probably a little bit more exciting than the seeds kind of suggest in a way. Most of the time when you see this seed gap, it would be more of a one-sided match, and it might still be there. I know Chile are extremely strong in pretty much every single pick this year, as we saw in the qualifiers, but New Zealand are an interesting seed number 28 in that they are this seed purely because I don't think they can really play the hybrids and the LNs very well. I think they struggle with some of their players on those picks in particular. But if you go back and look at stage 2 from New Zealand, they almost actually beat Chile's Rice scores on that one in particular. So I think New Zealand have the Rice accuracy and consistency to be able to play these easier round of 32 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like given the tournament dynamic between the Chile and New Zealand, the most renowned one is probably the Chile especially, but we got some couple of renowned names out here which should be expecting to do very well on this pool, especially on the early game side of things. And we already saw like a couple of scores in the qualifiers, and that's not already a tall ask for couple of people over there that to be able to outperform everyone on the lobby, especially.
Yeah, we're looking at Muka in particular on the side of Chile. Muka, also known as Muchi, is one of the players that you would be looking out for just in general throughout the entire tournament. One of the strongest players just in the world in general. So some of the accuracies that we're probably going to be seeing from them today might be a little bit absurd.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be seeing Ignite My Heart Protect by New Zealand. The SB choice here seems interesting enough to look at, and we're gonna be just seeing Protect Brain Rigid Girl from Chile, just like the easiest Helen pick in the pool.
Yeah, so Chile looking to target the LNs makes a lot of sense. I believe that should have been the plan anyway for them. New Zealand maybe going for the SVs. That's going to be interesting to see which of these teams comes out on top in terms of the SV, but it's good to see that New Zealand at the very least has been practicing, has been learning those SV maps.
Yeah, taking the time to enjoy a bit of a niche skill set in general is kind of a plus point in itself, especially when your team doesn't know how they're going to perform in SVs, but they are pretty much well prepared, so I'm kind of interested to see that.
And it looks like this is going to be the bans now. Rice 5 going to be the ban away from Chile. Targeting that Rice pawn, it looks like we might be actually seeing both SV maps staying up once again for the second match in a row. So,
Yeah.
first time I'm actually seeing Rice 5 being banned, actually. So Chile not liking the chances of choke potential on that map in particular, and the LN1 makes a lot of sense for New Zealand to be banning away as well.
Yeah, and obviously, like, the most popular band being low, being the nostalgic loss or long. Like, very understandable. They don't want to cope with the releases that does exist on there, so we're not getting that out of them. So at least so far in the tournament, Long Note 1 has been like the most polarizing one to learn and practice on it.
I think that's going to be a trend in general. It's always been a trend, right? The LN1 slot usually means, the coordination focused, the release focused LN, which is the kind of skill set that if you're not really comfortable in LN, if you haven't practiced that in particular, then that is absolutely the least comfortable map in the entire pool. So it looks like it's New Zealand's first pick here.
Oh, okay. Senko no Korea as the jump street. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go with that.
So they're going to
Jump
go
street
for,
to start off here. Huh.
yeah, early jump stream pick. They're going to be banking on the accuracy. And as we said, New Zealand's Rice accuracy is actually very solid, especially for a seed 28. They did get, I think, seed number 11 in stage 2 when it came to the Rice accuracy stage. So they do have that level of Rice consistency, but whether it's enough to keep up with Chile, we're going to have to see that right now.
Yeah, a bit shy of the top 10 in terms of like the qualifier seeding, especially when if you count like the jump stream. I believe it's stage 7, and in of itself, top 10 is a competition for that stage 7 in particular, especially when everyone has such very high accuracies, and this is what they're gonna target. But on the other hand, taking off Chile off that is it's a steep climb, but they would hopefully have to miss to make sure New Zealand has to.
So these are the 3 players that we are going to be expecting for all the Rice maps for New Zealand. Brobeats, Midian, and Blixer are the 3 players that played everything. We're going to get Muchi, Zan, and also, I believe, is it Benja? I think it's Benja.
Sure, let's go.
I'm going to go with that.
Sure.
But Chile, of course, having a really deep roster themselves as well. There's a lot of players that can play the Rice picks for Chile. They swapped out their roster a few times during that qualifier run as well. So a bit of a deeper team pool on that team as well would help out in the long run for some of these maps potentially.
All right, let's see how this goes. Especially, I'm not particularly all that well thought about most of the New Zealand players, but seeing their scores, they should be fine. But whether or not it beats Chile is going to be put into question.
So let's see what the accuracies are like in this pick. I'm expecting some fairly high accuracies across the board on this one, especially given New Zealand first picked it. And of course, a fairly long map as well, being the jump stream map. So stamina also does play a little bit of a factor if they start running out towards the end.
Alright, well, I guess the first run of the jump stream starts to kick in, and you would expect some flicker back and forth, and to be expected, really.
Yeah, everyone's holding exceptionally well here. All in the high 99.8s here. Benja does drop down to the low 99.8, but not too big of a deal. Because right now, Muchi is pulling off a 99.99.
Yeah, well, I just don't want to look at the top left screen because it's just gonna attract you in any way, shape, or form. But, oh, actually, I thought it was like a drop by Benja, but I believe that would be not the case.
Yeah, this score lead is purely just from the accuracy, and New Zealand's accuracy is not bad at all. Blixer does find a little bit of an act drop down to 99.7, so finding a few 200s there as we're getting into the halfway point of the map soon.
Still maintaining that forward full combo for all 6 players, but it's just a matter of whether or not the accuracy beats out Chile in this case.
I'm not sure when the last time Muchi hit a regular 300 was. I think it was a very long time ago, because
well,
that
it was
like
the very first 3 notes in the intro.
Yeah, it was, because I saw that's accuracy started for Muchi at like 99.8, so it's just been rising and rising throughout the map, and that's really what's causing most of this score gap right now, because New Zealand have very strong accuracies themselves. Midian still in the 99.9, matching Zan's accuracy. Robeat's matching Benja's as well. It's just the difference here, Muchi versus Blixer there, and Blixer's still holding strong. 99.7 is a very good accuracy full combo as well. But
well, there's a 200 by Benja, but not too egregious to make sure a drop happening there.
It's just like, what do you do against 99.99? There's no player that can realistically match that score on the side of New Zealand. And Robeats does drop in accuracy a little bit, but not too much. As we're getting towards the last part of the map, still full combos and 8,000 points for Chile just off of the accuracy alone.
Oh, Roby's with the first drop here, and I don't think that's gonna pretty much matter for New Zealand to catch up because Chile has already a resounding lead.
Yeah, that is going to be Chile's win breakpoint at the end here. 8,000 points, actually. It did come back a little bit, but oh my god, Michi with the 18.
160 to 1.
That is just straight up 10 times less than anyone else in the lobby. Midian actually getting a really strong accuracy themselves with the score V1 double S, but not managing to match up Chile getting 2 of those score V1 double S's themselves.
Alright, we're going straight in for Protect here right for Chile here.
Yeah, makes sense for Chile. They just want to make sure they solidify this lead that they've built off of that early breakpoint. So going straight into their own Protect, the map that you would assume they feel most comfortable with. And they do have their LN team, LN lineup here. Bambi FNF and My Angel Kokomi being switched in for those lower 2 slots. And I wonder if New Zealand are going to make any changes here.
I mean, it does seem like the main players for New Zealand are pretty much those 3, except for maybe like a substitute for if they somehow pull out a very good amount of practice for long distance in general. I could be proven wrong, but yeah, I think that might just be that.
I was gonna say, I think they did have some switch-ins for the LN maps in the qualifiers as well. We're gonna be seeing Koyu for the first time coming in from New Zealand. So the other 2 players on New Zealand staying the same, it seems like. And we'll see how the teams fare when it comes to the long notes. This one a little bit more straightforward than maybe some of the other long note pools in the long note maps in the pool, I should say.
Yeah.
But still not that easy to actually really nail.
Yeah, it should be a relative. I mean, this is like the most straightforward picks of LM picks in general. I mean, that what beats it was like the fight in Tunisia, but that alone is like pretty whack as a longer pick in general. This is just the easiest of the one to get good accuracy. Hence, maybe the OD is a little bit higher this time.
Okay, let's see how we end up on the LN density pick here. Of course, expecting... I'm gonna be looking at Muchi's screen once again for this one.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to? Really, right?
That is just how it goes sometimes, but it actually looks like all 6 players off to a fairly good start at the start here. All 3 New Zealand players holding above 99.7 just at the start there. Koyu drops a little bit lower, but not too bad right now.
Yeah, I was really expecting for one to have a little bit of a collapse, but at the same time, the accuracies are just well above there. I would expect like maybe some drops like a 200, but I think it does seem to be fairly the case for Koyu here.
Oh, and that is the first miss going to come out from Koyu's side there, dropping down to 99% accuracy as well. Chile is going to end up with a bit of a lead here, and actually all 3 of these Chile players on above 99.8% accuracy. They are absolutely crushing it right now.
They're still like above like 99.8, 6 on average. Not 99.8, it's just a little bit more of a 6 on the percentile in the average.
Yeah, all of their 3 players, above all the 3 players on New Zealand as well. Robeats and Midian still with the full combos, but their accuracy is falling a little bit behind all the players on Chile at the moment. And actually, weirdly enough, Muchi is with the lowest accuracy on the Chilean team. It goes to show how strong they are.
Yeah. Coming up to the outro, I think the last quarter of it is just pretty much the same ideal here, but I don't think that's pretty much a kind of a tough battle to climb from that score difference there.
Yeah, it is fairly consistent. There's not really that much of any kind of difficulty increase, right, towards the end. It's fairly consistent throughout the map. So these players looking comfortable throughout the map. It's looking to continue for the rest of it. Koyu does find one last miss at the end, but it's not going to matter that much because this score lead is a little bit insurmountable. Not really much New Zealand can do when Chile are pulling up scores like these. This is more than a 995k average, I think, all 3 players.
Oh, wow.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Oh my god, okay, we didn't get to see the scores there.
Yeah,
but
that's a V1SS for Bambi if you're watching very closely there.
Yeah,
but
V1SS
for
for Bambi. 2 200s for Muchi and one 200 for My Angel Kokomi was the score there. 4 200s only for Robeats, ending up getting the higher score in New Zealand there, but yeah, the average of 995k is just a little bit too hard to really beat. That's going to be one of the best team scores we see on that map for sure this weekend.
Yeah, it does seem we're going to be a full swap. No, not actually a full swap, but I would say for New Zealand, only Koyu staying in, and now Xenos coming in now for the first time.
And are we seeing 5 players swap?
It does seem like it. No, actually,
No,
4.
okay, Muchi is staying in, yeah.
So Urusai and San be coming in for the SV. I've seen some Urusai scores in SVs. They are fairly pretty much expected in line of what I would usually expect. Shan, however, maybe one of the little bit of a superstar for SV2 as well.
Yeah, and this one being picked by New Zealand as well. This was the Protect from New Zealand, so we'll see how well practiced they are on this one, and maybe an opportunity to be able to take a point from Chile.
6 misses, yeah, you love to see it.
Yeah, the client does just load in a little bit here, trying to load in all the 6 players.
Okay, all right, we're good to go. Looks like everyone's on sync. Bit of a... Oh wow, okay, that's already dropped to a below S rank for Blixer there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misread on the start there for Blixer, and finding another drop as well, dropping down to 93%. Actually, Zan as well, and Urusai on the side of Chile, dropping a little bit of accuracy in the intro also, but obviously still Chile with that 30,000 point lead. And we haven't really reached the hard part of the map yet.
Yeah, at this point it's like 45,000 points coming into this very first set of SBs. It's just very sizable lead.
And now we are seeing the accuracy rate rising up again for Blixer and Zan as well. Urusai hitting that 99.2 also. currently top of the lobby, Muchi and Zedox both tying their accuracies with the full combos. And Koyu's actually matching Urusai's accuracy as well, so New Zealand doing well for themselves. But it's that third player difference right now that's making up the entire score lead.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a weird patterns in terms of anchor. There's a lot of like 200s everywhere though, except for maybe the top players on the top screen right there. Zedox beating Yuka's score right there now.
Yeah, Muka dropping maybe a 200 at some point there. And it seems like all the other accuracies are kind of staying fairly consistent. Koyu does drop a little bit of accuracy down. Blix has managed to recover back up to the 95% mark, but still a far way away from the other scores in the lobby. And 112,000 points currently. It is looking like a very clean Chile breakpoint that's going to happen here despite the efforts of Zedox up there.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be pretty much it. Like 115,000 points of difference is really pretty much quite a lead there.
Yeah, Chile with the overall team score there. 200 each for Zedox and Muchi, but Zedox actually beating out Muchi as far as the ratio goes. So really strong individual scores there. But the 3 FCs versus the 2 FCs is the main story here. And Chile managing to win that breakpoint off of New Zealand.
Very, very good scores there for the top row, especially for Zedox actually for taking the MVP there. So not every time you get to see the MVP for pretty much the dominant player, but this time it's going to be Zedox now.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Chile is going to just go for LN3 right away. I feel like that is going to be the obvious pick if they want to keep attacking the LN pool here.
Well, it does seem to be the case, and Rain Rejiggle works so well. They're gonna go with Tricolor Prism actually.
Okay, switching it up, going to the hybrids instead, so maybe picking the maps that they feel a little bit more comfortable with, maybe.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be seeing like the composition for the team for Chile here is pretty much what Rain Rejiggle does. So Kokomi is staying for the hybrid and Lotus, and Nambi is coming back in for those.
Yeah, so the same LN team that we saw earlier for Chile being played for the hybrids. Of course, all these players on Chile can also play pretty much every map. So they can switch in whoever they choose. New Zealand going to be switching back to their LN roster as well, with Robita Midian coming back in.
Also, to be fair, I don't think we've seen like quite a bit of hybrids like for today. Actually, we're kind of being seeing more of a rise along those SV focused charts, but today may be the first time we've seen hybrid at least.
Yeah, well, we did see a lot of hybrids the first few matches of the weekend. I think there were more hybrid picks than LN picks at the start. But now, yeah, as we're getting into more and more matches, I feel like we have been going more towards the LN versus Rice kind of dynamic for most of these matches. So hybrids ending up being a little bit less played. But here we go. Let's see how the teams perform on this one here, because this one's a little bit faster. This one's a bit more of the physical hybrid compared to the other one. So we'll see if that affects any of these players as far as the combo is concerned, especially.
Yeah, alright. Let's see how this goes for Chile here. So far, though, I mean, for a transition, for those transitions, they've been doing very solid there.
Yeah, everyone's starting with good accuracy overall. Koyu with slightly lower accuracy, 99% flat. It's going to give a little bit of a lead over to Chile.
So far, I mean, looking at the accuracies around, it's just pretty much all around 99 points. I guess the 7 being the lowest for Chile, but Koyu is trying to take it back up to 99.4.
Yeah, Koyu's recovered quite well in the last few seconds here. My Angel Kokumi did drop down a little bit, and actually does drop down again below 99.7, so this accuracy lead is still staying as close as it can be, it feels like here. Only 10,000 points the lead for Chile. But the big issue really is these top two players right now for Chile right now. Muchi and Bambi FNF, both of them not being counted out by any of the players in New Zealand, and Robeats actually does find a little bit of an AC drop down to 99.6, so this accuracy lead has grown a little bit.
15,000 point of the score difference because of the accuracy difference is kinda... well, it's hard to recover from that accuracy especially.
Yeah, the accuracy strength for Chile is really strong right now, and it's going to come down to the misses, it feels like, if New Zealand want to be able to take a break point back. But we're already at the end of the map. This is a fairly short one, less than 2 minutes long. So there's not that much time for a comeback to happen, and we still have 6 full combos.
We still have 6 full combos, it does seem like. Unless nothing happens at the very end of it. Alright.
Yeah, so strong performance from New Zealand here with 3 full combos, but the accuracy is just, oh my god.
Breaking the double digit. Breaking double digits.
Absolutely insane accuracy from Muchi there, but closely followed by the other 2 players. Really strong ratios overall from Chile as a team, and that is what results in another point going towards them. New Zealand now, they're not wasting any time. They're going straight for Rice 1. We're going to be seeing the speed pick now instead.
Right, Morris, this is speed pick, and when I say speed, it's kind of a very loosely sustained speed pick. So yeah, kind of interesting to see whether or not they can take even further for accuracy there.
Yeah, and these streams in this map are very sustained for a really long time as well, so if you kind of struggle a little bit keeping up with the level of speed, level of BPM in this one, it goes up to almost 300 BPM effective for the snaps, then you can lose quite a lot of accuracy very quickly on some of the patterns.
Alright, we should be getting in soon. Interested to see how this goes now.
Yeah, just a couple of switch outs here. We are getting Blixer switching in for Koyu and Zan switching in for My Angel Kokumi. So Chile with their team on match point as well. New Zealand looking to get on the board now with this pick.
Where's My Angel, Nila, where you're at it?
We can have all the Genshin characters playing Mania in MWC at one point, surely.
So true.
We have Ganyu Angel on the side of China this year as well at the same time. So there's a few of them out there.
There's a fair few out there. There should be. But anyways, let's see. I guess that the most extreme picks is very straightforward, so it's very easy to lose your spot there.
Midian off to a bit of a rough start on the side of New Zealand, but the other players holding on really strong. Blixer's doing really well at the start here, 99.86. So we have a very close map actually, as Zan drops a little bit of accuracy, so now not far in front of Midian, only 2,000 points in the lead of Chile.
Oh, Bambi now with the miss, the first miss there actually.
Yeah, the first miss that Chile has gotten all match actually, and this is going to switch the lead over towards New Zealand. They are comfortably with a bit of a 4,000. Oh, I say comfortably, not very comfortable at all.
Yeah, well, the accuracy is still very much in favor of Chile's, but the 200 draws might have maybe costed it.
Why does Muchi have that many 9s in the accuracy?
I mean, come on. Hey,
that shouldn't be allowed. That is the only reason.
For Muka, jump stream equals stream accuracy.
Muka's accuracy right now is the only reason why Chile is keeping this map really close. It's only 3,000 points, so it's nothing guaranteed just yet. We still have a third of the map left.
Actually, the score difference is shrunk considerably there.
Yeah, it's shrinking. New Zealand, all 3 of their players now on that 99.7 range.
Oh my god.
But Bambi
it's
FNF
actually
has managed to recover.
Going back.
The accuracy is just so strong for Chile. The miss from Bambi doesn't matter because they're still holding 99.84 and rising at the same time, even though Zan's accuracy is being beaten by New Zealand right now. It doesn't look like it matters. And it's only
There's still one more stream left.
1,000 points of difference. A couple of 200s could easily flick this back towards New Zealand's side.
Oh my god. It's looking to be like it. Chile takes it back in.
Oh no, at the end. And it's 70. Oh my god. You can't do that.
Hey, this is Muka has less 300s than the jump stream score.
Oh, that is insane. I don't understand how you get 99.5k on that one, but Chile needed that score to be able to recover from that, and they end up taking it, but with such a close margin. New Zealand's team score is really strong on this map. And actually, it was Midian actually missed the very first note. I didn't even see that one.
yeah. Still counts as FC regardless, but given 993k is like pretty much an FC score, but regardless, that's a very valiant effort there by New Zealand, and is going to the lower bracket here, and Chile was moving up to the round of 16.
Yeah, Chile would be moving forward in the winners bracket, going to be playing in the winners round of 16. Well, New Zealand goes down to the losers bracket. They're going to get one more opportunity as well, and at the very least, their rise scores are looking very, very strong. So some of those losers bracket teams got to be watching out. I feel like we say that for all of the teams because there are so many strong ones down in that losers bracket. I don't think anyone wants to be there right now.
Yeah, strong teams, but also pretty fresh new teams, especially. I have never seen like 60 to 70% of the new players for every single team in the Mania World Cup.
Yeah, it's been good to see a lot of the new players for a lot of these teams. I think New Zealand also one of those teams that has a lot of names that I haven't necessarily seen too much in the tournament scene before, so it's good to see them performing well at the same time. So that'll be it for, at least for now. We do have one more match coming up in about 30 minutes. That will be... I've already forgotten what the match is, but...
It is Taiwan versus Mexico, yeah.
Okay, that's the one. Okay, so we have one more match in this little block of matches here, and then we'll have the rest of our matches later tonight. We'll be seeing all the other matches for the round of 32. So make sure you stick around 30 minutes. We're going to be having a short break until then. And in the meantime, maybe go check out those banners on the Osu store. You can put them on your profile, and you can stack them as well now. So you can buy as many as you want. Fill your entire Osu profile, make everyone scroll all the way down to actually see anything that's on your profile.
Yeah, if you dare now, you can buy all 32 team banners if you want to stack your profile. Maybe just to make your friends scroll a little bit longer to the bottom to see anything on your stats there. But yeah, those 32 team banners are on the Osu store there. So be sure to check it out and buy one to support your favorite teams over there in the Mania World Cup 2024. And it's gonna be a busy evening, especially for today, because all of those matches are in that particular block.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be a good one to stick around for. But we're going to be back in 30 minutes. So until then, we'll see you next time.
Take care.
Click.
Living in a paradise. Water's never running dry. We could stay here and hide. Like islands in the sky. We could stay here and
Alright, everybody! Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4 Key World Cup 2024. We've got some round of 32 action. We've got the last few matches. Starting off our Sunday fresh 3UTC Taiwan versus Mexico. We've got one of the closer matches seed-wise. Seed 15 versus seed 18. This is going to be an exciting one. I'm really excited to see it. I'm one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here yet again by Dynascape. How's it going?
Hello everyone, Toph. I am doing amazing and very excited to see this match. So far this weekend, we have not seen a singular upset. Maybe Mexico will take some initiative and show us how it's done. And honestly, with these seeds being close as they are, it could totally happen. And Taiwan and Mexico seems like a decent matchup at the first glance, just because both of them seem to be very all-rounded as a whole.
That is definitely true. There was an interesting bit of the qualifier results. Taiwan having quite a strong rice showing. Number 7, well, this isn't even right, but I have number 7 on my notes list because they got number 7 out of the 2 runs of every team. So they're closer to number 5 or 6 on Rice 1, which this pool is going to be a lot closer to. And then Rice 2 and 3, they also did quite well on. So Mexico also having a very, very strong performance on the Rice, especially those late game Rice 2 and Rice 3. So 2 quite well-matched opponents. It'll be interesting to see what kinds of paths these 2 teams are going to go on. I expect Taiwan to kind of keep around the Rice, protect one of those Rice picks, get rid of one of the long notes, and I think Mexico is going to try to go against the grain there and, try to just do the opposite, right?
Exactly, and we're already seeing kind of that game plan form in the protect and ban phase. Mexico surprisingly going for SB1. They're going to try to make something happen on Ignite My Heart, whereas Taiwan, kind of like what you said, they did really good on the Rice 1 qualifier, which is very jump stream based, and they're going to keep that up by protecting Rice 2. Going ahead and banning SB2 seems like they don't really want to deal with that other SB, just in case Mexico has practiced both of them throughout this whole week.
I mean, if you see it protect on one of the SV picks, kind of gotta ban the other one, right? Because that means that the team has practiced SV in some capacity. And it just feels like the natural progression almost. And LN1 gets banned out by Mexico there. Actually, kind of a strange ban.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty strange, but I mean, based off of the qualifier results, Taiwan seemed to do better just like overall on LNs by a smidgen. So maybe they probably should have banned something like Rice 1, but I mean, it remains to be foreseen. We're gonna have to see how it leads into the match when they probably and eventually do get picked. And Mexico firing straight away with having that first pick going with their Protect in SV1. They're ready, they've remembered the map, and they want to see what they can do and strike first against Taiwan.
Absolutely, and I mean, Taiwan did perform better in the SV pick in qualifiers, but qualifier SV is not really a necessarily, what do you call it, like descriptive. It doesn't necessarily confirm what a team is in terms of SVs, because qualifiers are an interesting time for a lot of teams. I think a lot of teams will balance out what is possible and what is needed to keep themselves in the tournament. And if a team is like not super confident in themselves, they might like really focus on getting the physicality down without focusing so much on the SVs, and then when the actual routes come out and points can be on the table, that's where these SV skills can come out. Not to mention, Mexico, a lower seeded team, can potentially get some score variance out of this SV pick. So it'll be interesting to see how well these two teams practice up on this week 1 pick.
Exactly, and even speaking about the SV qualifier, there's only one SV map in the qualifiers, right? So at some point you have to encompass reading and you do have to encompass memo both into that map. When you start to get into that bracket stage, you can kind of diverge a little bit and really have these two maps settle into their own little categories, one reading, one memo. So even though Mexico did get 25th on SV, it's not too much behind Taiwan at 17th, you know, probably only separated by a couple thousand points. Maybe one of the teams just had a bad run, right? So it probably is closer than we think, and I'm really excited to see what these 6 people do on this map.
I mean, especially when you're talking about a map in round of 32, right? Like, this SV map is certainly easier than what we saw in the qualifier round. So it's going to be more approachable, it's going to be easier to read, and it's going to be a lot less difficult. It's going to be a lot easier to not choke on a map like this than it would be on like the SV map in qualifiers. And we're already seeing like some of the SV patterns in this intro, some slow jams, but Mexico taking an early lead now with 2 players actually below the 99% on the side of Taiwan, all 3 Mexican players holding the 99 in the slow jam, and that bodes well for this first pick coming out of Mexico.
Yeah, Taiwan off to, honestly, a decently shaky start, whereas Mexico do seem to be in formation with each other, very close in terms of accuracy between the 3 of them, whereas Veloz is really just trying to keep up their accuracy probably around the lowest for Mexico. And as we get into the harder sections here, we do see the lead not really changing too much. It seems like everyone's kind of staying within their accuracies.
Yeah, and now that lead is just kind of staying stationary. All players kind of having a constant accuracy, 6,000 to 5,000 points being the lead for Mexico at the moment. Such a little bit behind everyone else in the lobby here. All 3 Mexican players above 99.6. Aha 02 and 01 also a little bit behind, and that slow jam transition also caught them off guard, but that actually transition accuracy loss was traded by Shadow GM, who continues to find some 200s in this low section, but it's not going to be enough, as such also finds a few accuracy drops. It looks like Mexico is going to be able to hold on to a small lead in this break section before we get into the hardest patterns of this map. Teleport coming up.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how these people do as it comes in, and seems like no one actually breaks except for Ha. Spoke a little bit too early, and that's not what you want to see if you're Taiwan. And yet again, 2 breaks on the side of Taiwan, untraded. Veloz even taking one to go as well. So Mexico, huge lead as we get into the last 8th of the map. It seems like all is said and done. It needs to be traded out here and now, but this section, unfortunately, is a lot easier than the one we just passed through. And Mexico seems like they're going to take that first point.
Yeah, unfortunately, that teleport catching it, Ha 0201 off guard, Velos finding him pretty soon after that, but all three Mexican players holding onto the full combos, and despite a better SV score on the qualifiers, Mexico managing to take a first point in this match, holding on, and will give the choice back to Taiwan, who has to make a good choice in order to stay in this match, or not stay in this match, but keep up with Mexico getting that first point there.
Yeah, Mexico is such a good team score between them, basically all within 3,000 points of each other. They were primed and ready to go on that, and really shows you how much they practice throughout the week, just making sure every single thing was right, making sure that teleport would go smoothly in match, and it really did happen, and that was pretty much the difference between Mexico and Taiwan on that map. So Mexico up 1-0, Taiwan up next to pick. Where do they go? They go right into their own protect, Senko no Flare.
Yeah, not too surprising to see Race 2 coming out from Taiwan. Like we said, that early game Race qualifier, absurdly good score, getting one of the top scores in the entire tournament there, despite having 15 seed. These lower end Race maps in general, I think, are going to start to come on very well in this match.
It really does seem like most players can handle jump streams at this speed, even given the amount of weird split trills to deal with, and also kind of like that small bump in density in the back half of the map. And it seems to probably be true for Taiwan that they are just absolutely a menace. Velos has been crushing so many different Rice scores in the qualifiers. I think they ended up one of the top individual performers overall. So definitely one to watch out for when you're looking for high scores, one that really makes a difference in this team game. And Jackie and Yokum gonna try to give some good supporting scores for their teammate here. On the side of Mexico, we've got Darkchizer, Wate, and if I'm not mistaken, usually Cerrone is playing the Rice.
Yeah,
I think that's we're gonna see.
That's the team I expected. We're gonna see the two Rice teams get together. We're waiting just for Cerrone. So it looks like Cerrone's actually in the lobby. We're just waiting for them to move into the right position. Yeah, they are there. Just waiting for the right position. So the two regular Rice teams, Velocite actually, interestingly enough, playing every single map for Taiwan during the qualifiers. So definitely a very well-rounded player. Just Yukum and Jackie backing them up on everything else. And then on the Mexican side, like you said, the Darkichizer, Iwate, and Cerrone being the general Rice team. So not too surprising to see these teams come out.
This map being, it is round of 32, so I think the OD is deservedly up to Lil at 8.5. I don't think really people have had a lot of issues in terms of, dropping a lot of 200s. It's more like that stamina component, or just like losing concentration for half a second. That's why you break, and that's why maybe you cause a big swing in the map. So definitely something to watch out for. I think all 60 Beats players can really handle this just fine, as we've seen time and time again throughout this weekend. Just every player has been killing it so far. So it should be a very, very close one, closer than SV at least.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've been seeing, like earlier today, we saw number 32 seed keeping themselves within like 40,000 points of the number 1 seed United States. Like, that's already pretty absurd, and we got 15 versus 18, and Mexico's already taken a point off of Taiwan. So even if we're under the impression that Taiwan might have the stronger Rice team in general, which I think is true in this scenario, Mexico's not that far off.
No, not at all. And it really is just, Taiwan knows it's their scariest skill sets, and straightforward things like jump stream and streams just based off the qualifiers, but really in match it's a whole different beast. So you're gonna have to see what they do here, and seems like as it is now, Taiwan does have that better innate accuracy, especially with Velosa at a 99.94 matched by Wate. However, for Taiwan, the better supporting scores are really keeping them in it, and with that 2,000 point lead.
Yeah, 299.9s coming out from Taiwan. Iwate just dropping below it now. And Jackie actually matching up with Iwate's accuracy. So Cerrone and Darkichizer a little bit behind in terms of accuracy. though still 2,000 points, so close, a third of the way into this. Despite being a stamina map, even with the large number of notes, 2,000 points is not that big of a difference. One mistake can mean the difference between a lead here, and all 6 players holding out of the full combos going into the first small break sections here. So they're going to be able to hold on to their stamina a little bit, but still need to stay consistent. A little bit of a risky pick from Taiwan looking at this right now, just because of how straightforward this is. Mexico able to hold on extremely well with that.
Yeah, and as we pass through this little jack section, we are passing through the final, basically, break section. As far as it goes from now on until the end of the map, it's going to be very much just a test of stamina, just pure jump stream for the rest of the minute. And the density is upped a little bit, the split chills are still ever present, and at the end you even get like a little light hand stream section as well, so something to watch out for the Taiwanese players, but it seems like they're handling things just fine. The lead has not really changed much, just about 3,000 points between both of them, and Mexico really needs someone from Taiwan to drop bad judgments or maybe even a miss, because at this point there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, there is one chokeable pattern at the end. There is a burst at the end. The jump stream should be relatively straightforward, but that burst can cause some misses. So that's the only real thing stopping Taiwan from taking this point. But as long as they're able to hit that, they should be fine. Last pattern. No one misses it, and Taiwan narrowly does manage to take their first point on their Protect. 4,000 points. 2,991. Absurd for a 15 seed. I just don't know what's happening. Triple. 6-way double S. Hold on. What?
How often do you see something like that where just two very monstrous teams so close to each other pull off a 6-way double S? And I mean, only 4,000 points separating the two. It really was just a battle of ratio, and this time Taiwan came out on top.
No, this doesn't happen with 15 versus 18 seeds.
Yeah, no, it basically never happens.
I feel so old right now seeing people just like full teams in the middle of the pack being able to perform this well. This is crazy. I think map pools are too easy still at this point. What's going on?
I mean, Toph, right now you must feel like a grandpa at this point. Just seeing what mid-seeds can do is like, no, there's something in the water these days, and these Mania players, every single one of them that has qualified for this year's tournament is such a standout player in their own way. That was an insane double team score at that point. Mexico literally could not have done anything more. And they're going for long note too, so we're going to see the density long note pick coming out. I think that makes sense coming from Mexico, looking to get away from that rise. I mean, they just 3-way double S to map and lost, right? They do not want to stick around in that rise pool. No, not at all. I mean, the spirit hopefully is not broken for them, and they are seemingly looking for other avenues of attack. They did get beat in Rise, so now they're going to run over to LN2, which is the density pick. Brain Rigid Girl by Mint, and I mean, hopefully a little switch up in the I guess formation for Mexico might do something for them. However, it doesn't look like so far they're really changing much. We did change Wate for, I believe, Shadow GM. Cerrone and Dark Chaz are staying in. On the side of Taiwan, you've got Ha back in, and then also Shice and Belos.
I'm a little surprised to see Hopper Gamer not come in for Mexico, but we already see the anti-star command. So one of the lineup players from Mexico not coming in was a Ha and Shise. Definitely in the expected long note squad, but maybe Cerrone has some. Maybe Cerrone or Iwate. Sorry, I'm having a stroke right now.
it's hard with all the switch outs.
Cerrone and Shadow GM not necessarily being the normal LN players, but low end. I was expecting Hopper Gamer to come out, so we'll have to see how this ends up going.
Yeah, maybe Hyper Gamer is just better at like middle of like where the most qualifiers hit, where like quarterfinals, semifinals, that kind of difficulty. Cerrone is just better at lower end accuracy, but so far it seems like they are trailing behind by just a little bit in terms of everyone else in the pack. Thankfully, Shadow GM is kind of pulling through in terms of accuracy, matching basically the highest accuracy on Taiwan. However, the supporting scores just aren't there in Taiwan. Getting into this first little section is running away with a little bit of a lead. Not too much, though.
Yeah, it looks like actually it's running a little bit behind everyone else as far outside of that. Everything's pretty close. Darktizer and Shadow GM both above 99.7. Shisei with the highest accuracy in the lobby, approaching 99.8, but a double trade there. Hot and Darktizer both finding misses there, and that actually, I think, technically is better for Mexico. Cerrone with the lowest accuracy, able to hold on to the combo, not have that much of an issue, but 7,000 points of lead stays in favor of Taiwan as Shadow GM also finds a miss, and that's 2 full combos to 1.
Ooh, that was not a good miss for Mexico to have. You know, you had such a good trade that was potentially in your favor, and unfortunately it just did not work out with Shadow GM missing. So Cerrone having the only FC at the lowest accuracy does not spell good things for Mexico. There's only a fourth of the map left in Veloz, and Shice has been so steadfast in their accuracy. 99.8s from each of them is actually kind of insane. So definitely putting in that work into making Taiwan have a substantial lead.
Still extremely close. A couple misses could definitely do it, but there's so little left in this map. It's going to take. It has to happen right now. And Mexico might just give up the first break point here just by a little bit, and it's so close. But Taiwan does get a little bit of an advantage on their own pick here. Have an opportunity to go into some more of their own comfort picks, go into potentially some more Rice, and try to make this a 3-1 game. But they do have to make a good pick here, make sure Mexico isn't able to, keep up quite as close. Rice, too, despite being the protect, was 4,000 points of difference. So it's a little bit of a scary choice to go for Rice again.
Oh, definitely. And I kind of find it funny that Ha0201 and I believe Darkchizer missed on the exact same note. I wonder if I'm gonna have to run it back on the editor to see if that pattern is mind blockable, because that usually doesn't happen too often. But I mean, Mexico unfortunately gonna give over that breakpoint. That doesn't seem too good. Again, I've talked about it a lot. In a first to 5 best of 9 series, you really cannot afford any breakpoints, especially when the seedings are close and you expect it to be a very close match. You want to close with every single pick that you have. And with Taiwan up to bat next, it really begs the question, what do they want to go for? Rice 1 does seem like a good option. Rice 3 or through 5, we've talked about each one are kind of chokeable in their own way. Could be a scary pick, but no, they say screw it, we're going to go for Rice 5. We're going to see how you do on these mixed Rice techie picks.
Yeah, technical coming out this one a little bit closer to the Jack side of things. Has a lot of heavy Jack patterns on top of, that one stream. Plus, some very difficult to act burst patterns. So, everything about this map is very difficult to be consistent on. And it's a little bit awkward. I mean, Taiwan, such a good early game Rice team at this point that, you'd expect them to just go with whatever they're comfortable with. And I think as far as the Rice picks available, this might be the most comfortable pick left. I might have gone for Rice 3 before this, but I can't really blame them for feeling more comfortable on something like this, especially if they think Mexico might not feel the most comfortable on this in general.
Exactly. In the last match that I commentated, I saw United Kingdom start off with Rice 3, which is kind of like a middle of the road techie pick, and then further branch out into the other picks like Rice 5. And I thought that worked really well for them. Taiwan kind of taking that opposite route of going into Hallucinate, which is pretty, I guess, different from the other two in many, many ways. So gonna have to see if this gives them confidence to go into Rice 4, Rice 3 if they do win this pick. That's really the first step.
This intro is quite funny. 25-point advantage for Mexico just off the accuracy from the first couple of bursts, but nothing really to speak about until we start getting to a really difficult pattern, which should be coming up very shortly.
Yeah, as we pass through this intro and everyone just honestly gains combo, we start to get into these little streams. These are at 1/8, so very, very quick, about 344 BPM, but very short bursts. And then also a lot of jacks at 172 BPM. The density is quite low, basically all doubles. However, some people have been struggling through them, especially in the back half. Does not seem like the case for these guys, though.
Yeah, no doubt. All 6 players holding on very strong. Starting a little behind in terms of accuracy, but outside of that, all players kind of around each other, and we have basically 1,000 points of advantage to Taiwan, but 1,000 points is basically no advantage unless you can hold on to it. This map very easy to show. We've got some jack patterns coming up that should be easier to extend the lead for Taiwan, but we still have a lot left. That stream coming in right after this break happens is gonna be a lot here.
For sure. I mean, we've seen a lot of players in this stream pattern actually gain accuracy. We're gonna have to see if that holds true for these guys. And so far, it seems like no real bad judgments coming out. Everyone's slaying it exactly as they should be. And even with the little switch ups in terms of the snappings, they are doing just fine, passing through it flawlessly.
Goodness. Everyone's just keeping such high accuracy on those. The Taiwan team, 2 players above 99.9, every single player above 99.8 right now. A 4,000 point lead for Taiwan, but it's so close. Some of the hardest patterns coming up now. Last quarter of the map, any miss loses it. And there's a miss from Yukon!
No.
And that might be it for Mexico. If they're able to hold on to combo, they might just take a breakpoint right back. And that's what I was talking about, the risk here. With these Rice picks, it was 4,000 points on Rice 2, and that just might be enough for Mexico to really step into the match. 2-2, looking evident here. Oh my goodness. One miss is all it takes.
Mexico closing it out off of the back of Yukam's mistake. So unfortunate because I know that miss was super clean. Jackie even picking up a 50. I believe that was in the back half as well. Like you said, Tove, I mean, some of the hardest patterns, and there's just that risk factor going into Hallucinate. And unfortunately, Taiwan was punished for it. Mexico stealing back a breakpoint. And things are even now. Things are in equilibrium. 2-2, Mexico up to pick.
Yeah, 2 breakpoints back to back. Mexico has the opportunity to go with what they need to. I mean, is LN3 the right pick? They lost LN2 by like 12,000 points, and they just won a Rice pick. Maybe Rice 4 is what you go with here.
Rice 4 might be a good option, yeah. I mean, if we really think about it, Rice 2 separated by 4,000 points. Mexico beating Taiwan on Rice 5. LN2 didn't really go their way. I think they kind of have to send it on a Rice pick. It might be just the play because as it stands now, overall, Mexico has done really well on Rice. So at this point, they're a Rice team now, right, Tove?
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. I mean, both of these teams are just so strong right now. We're seeing they're very well-rounded. I'm interested to see if hybrids come out. Wait. Oh, LN3 actually does come out for Mexico, not wanting to dip into a potentially risky pool, still wanting to stick with that long nut. I'm not necessarily surprised. It is just an interesting choice to go with after losing LN2 like that.
Definitely an interesting choice. Again, you and I both wanted to see a Rice pick to surprise us. However, that's not going to be the case. They're going to flush out the rest of the LNs and clean it up with LN3. As LN1 was banned, LN2 Mexico had lost on. Serenity still staying in Shadow GM and Dark Chaser as well. Whereas on Taiwan, we got the same, I believe, LN squad from last time. Ha0201, Shice, and Belos. So just really a rematch of LN2. And last time, things didn't really go their way. Hopefully for this one, with that added, I guess, spice in the map and the difference in categorization, Mexico can really make something happen here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we mentioned it in the last match, but this map has so many choke points. The reverse shields and the mini jack heavy, the tech heavy long notes. Also, Osu original. Gotta keep mentioning that every time this is picked, but exciting stuff to see. Love seeing this map get picked, but it's going to be interesting to see. Those difficult technical patterns are just rough to be consistent on. I think if I was in Mexico's shoes, I probably would have picked this before Rice or before Long Note 2. I think Long Note 2 was a little too safe. It meant that Taiwan was able to, be comfortable on a Long Note pick that might not have been otherwise, in their favor, but kept them out of the nerves and gave them the point. But Mexico now in a potential point of momentum can pick this again. Cerrone does find a miss right at 400 combo, and that's going to be big. But Shisei trades that, and is going to be just about even for both teams. But that was a much cleaner miss from Shice.
Yeah, definitely favors Taiwan, unfortunately, for the Mexican team, but maybe they can make things happen. This is, I think, one of the longest maps in the regular pool, standing at 2 minutes and 48 seconds, so still a lot of time for Mexico to do something. Like you were saying, I think LN2 was maybe too straightforward of a pick for Mexico, and seeing how they've been doing on some of these non-straightforward picks, right now LN3 seems like their best bet. So as the lead gets slightly cut down, and that's really off of the back of Shadow GM and Darkchizer having some really good accuracies, Mexico kind of reeling this one back in just by a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. This lead staying just around that 3,500, 4,000 point range. 2 full combos to 2 full combos. No one's really batting an eye at the moment. Accuracy lead slightly in favor of Taiwan, but that's mostly off the back of Cerrone being a little bit behind Ha here. 99.6, 99.4, but that's a double miss there. Veloce actually trades one of those, but Shadow GM and Cerrone both missing on the side of Mexico, and that's extending the lead for Taiwan as we only have 1 full combo on each side. Darkchizer and Ha holding down the fort. Darkchizer a little bit of an advantage, but both of those misses happening at the same time for Mexico. 12,000 points is huge right now as we get into the last quarter.
Yeah, that small exchange definitely favored Taiwan by a decent chunk, and that's why you see a 13,000 point lead for them. This map is honestly pretty physical, dare I say, just with, like you said, all of the shields, all of the little jack patterns involved in it. So, as the map goes on and on, you'll see a lot more mistakes, and Shadow GM dropping yet again. It's really unfortunate, but skyrocketing is the lead for Taiwan. Darkchizer holding on with their FC, same with Hao 201. The map is closing out, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of time. Taiwan really does need to make a mistake, however, such a calm outro, and it's not gonna happen. Taiwan sealing the deal, taking yet another breakpoint off of Mexico, and getting the lead 3-2 with their pickup next.
Yeah, that's 3 breakpoints in a row now. Mexico choosing 2 long note picks and losing both in a row. Taiwan picking a technical map and losing that. At this point, you're almost in a position where Taiwan's like, hey, long notes are good for us. Let's go with something that's more long note heavy. I could definitely see Taiwan picking Hybrid 2 in this scenario. 100%.
Hybrid 2 does kind of seem like a very good pick because it is kind of similar in structure, I guess, to LN3 in a way. A lot of jacks are like coordination-based kind of tactics in that map. And honestly, Rice has been too much of a close call to really get a good grip on it. And in fact, they're actually going to go for Tricolor Prism instead.
Yeah, going with a slightly more comfortable hybrid here. Still quite difficult, but definitely looking to get away from the Rice picks, getting away from the real comfort picks of the entire lobby, and trying to make sure that those long note advantages that they've been seeing on like long note 2 and long note 3 are able to be kept forward, at least as far as this goes. But this is definitely going to be one of the points where I think Mexico has a chance to kind of keep up. 12,000 points is not that much, so they weren't even that far behind on LN3, but I do still think that this is a little bit more straightforward as far as the hybrids go, so I could see Mexico definitely doing well on this.
Yeah, 100%. It does seem more straightforward. And honestly, Toph, I think that with Taiwan picking Hybrid 1, it seems like kind of like they're throwing out the script that they had, and they're kind of conceding, hey, we haven't been doing too well on Rice. If you want to go for it on the next pick, go ahead. So, I mean, Taiwan trying to find other avenues of getting points versus Mexico, especially and just trying to stay away from Rice, it seems now. Mexico kind of has that chance to jump at it after this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Mexico definitely will get a pick after this. Taiwan cannot win off of this. Not match point quite yet. So getting a little bit of an ability to scout out how the hybrids will go for Mexico. If this doesn't go in Taiwan's favor, you know, I could definitely see Mexico sticking with hybrids, but ultimately I think Mexico should probably move into the Rice one way or another, especially if they lose this. Mexico only has the hybrids and the Rice to work with, and they won one of the Rice picks. And they can move with that, but it really just depends on how this map goes.
Yeah, starting off for Taiwan, we have Veloz, Ha, and Chise. For Mexico, Shadow GM, Dark Treasure, Cerrone. So no huge changes really whatsoever here. Basically the same squads as the last map, and we're just gonna have to see how things roll. Things starting off pretty tame for now. Maybe a couple of bad judgments on Cerrone's side, but nothing that can't be fixed with a couple more 100 notes.
Yeah, and you say a couple hundred notes, but at this point we're hitting that 400 combo, and Mexico actually holding on to a very slight lead, though. Basically nothing. It looks like it's swapping back and forth as the accuracy advantage does go slightly in favor of Taiwan, with Shadow GM dropping to about 99.5, but still only about 1,000 points at this point, as Chise and Veloz both able to hold on to a 99.8 accuracy here.
Yeah, that's really the main factor as to why Taiwan has such a decent lead going into a third of the map. We go past a little Jack section, a couple bursts in between, and then some Ellen sections that are isolated in between those, and everyone hits those very, very cleanly. Unfortunately for Mexico, the accuracies just are not really there. 99.6s from two of them is very much lower than the overall accuracy for Taiwan, and Dark Chaser with the highest accuracy for Mexico is unfortunately basically stuck in the middle between all of the Taiwanese players.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a miss does come out from Cerrone right as that break finishes up. This can extend the lead for Taiwan as the accuracy advantage just pushes that in their favor. We get into the last quarter. 3 full combos for the side of Taiwan, 2 on the side of Mexico. Good accuracies all around. But we're going to need to see 2-3 misses coming from Taiwan in this ending in order to see any kind of changes in the lead. But 14,000 points is a lot to overcome, despite the good accuracy from Mexico, and it looks like Taiwan is going to be able to hold on to this point and bring it to a match point here.
Yep, Taiwan up 4-2 now. Thankfully, like we said before, Mexico does have this next pick. The question is whether they want to branch into Hybrid 2 or if they just want to go for one of the Rice picks. And probably the worst pick they could make would be Rice 1, in my opinion, just because it's so straightforward and they're so strong at... Taiwan is so strong at very straightforward maps.
It definitely is between Rice 3 and Rice 4 for me. Like, if I'm in Mexico's shoes, it's Rice 3 or Rice 4. And I mentioned it last time I had to pick around. I probably would go with Rice 4. The difficulty on the accuracy on that side could definitely be difficult for Taiwan to deal with. Plus, the choke potential of that is just like so much higher than Rice 3.
Yeah, I like the game plan that you have in mind for them, because the whole reason why Hallucinate worked out for Mexico was because of the choke potential in that back half of the map, but things hit very high density, got very fast.
That's what
someone
we
broke,
love
and
to see.
Perfect pick for Mexico, in our opinion, of course. So hopefully it works out for them and they can really ring this back into a tiebreaker situation.
I also always love to just see some variety in the picks. We see the red and blue spread all over the map pool. Blue Team Mexico getting to pick some Rice despite not necessarily planning to in the first place. Certainly their opening game plan, especially with Taiwan's super high Rice 1 score in qualifiers, not necessarily expecting to go into this, but they have such good accuracy players on the side of Mexico that, you know, as long as they're able to stay consistent, this is a for sure zone where they can strike in.
Exactly, and really just speaks to Taiwan and Mexico being very open-minded going into the match. being very adaptable into what's going on map to map. And they've done really well, both of them, to kind of hone in on where they think they'll get the best chance of having a point. And it really all just culminates in this Taiwan being at match point and Mexico trying to stay alive here in the winner's brackets. It all comes down to Little Princess. We're going to have to see if Mexico can still have a shot at bringing it to tiebreaker.
Yeah, super close match so far. I think the largest difference so far has been about, 14, 15K. So not too much of a difference, obviously outside of the SV, but even the SV was only about 30,000 points of difference. So these two teams are very well matched against each other. It's just about who's able to perform well enough. And this is the kind of map similar to Rice 5, where those chokes can happen, and Mexico has just shown a better consistency on Rice.
It does seem like this map does have a decently high amount of variance. If you're just not having the best day on this map, it can really culminate in you having a much lower score than maybe your PB. So one thing Mexico really needs to do is just FC throughout the whole map, because that's what got them the win on Hallucinate.
Yeah, if I see a three-way FC from Mexico, I think this might be a win. But we've got to watch it. A very good Rice team on the side of Taiwan. Jack, Yukum, Vilose. The expected Rice team, Darkichizer, Saroni, and Iwante. Also the expected Rice team from Mexico. So exactly the same team we saw on Rice 5. And the only reason Mexico won, Taiwan had the better accuracy, but there was one choke on the side of Taiwan. And that's kind of what Mexico is fishing for at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as we kind of get into some of these more technical patterns, a lot of graces coming out. It doesn't seem like there are too many large drops in accuracy, unless maybe Cerrone has a 200 or two. But as it stands, Taiwan basically all at the same accuracy. Darkichizer with them as well. Watch it a little bit higher and Cerrone a little bit lower, and that's going to lead to Taiwan just kind of having a very, very small lead. Nothing a couple of bad judgments or miss can't fix.
Absolutely, and Cerrone continuing to increase that accuracy. I think stabilizing around the low 99.7s. Iwate dropping a little bit. Darkichizer holding on to about the same as the rest of Taiwan, so a slight lead for Taiwan here. We're already 2/3 of the way through, but still only 3,000 points. Still waiting for any misses. A 6-way full combo at this point, all having extremely strong accuracy. It's just one player from Mexico a little far behind, but it's certainly not within striking range.
Yeah, here we go with this little guitar solo, and everyone just hitting the trills perfectly. Unfortunately, probably favors Taiwan by just a little bit. And I think Darkichizer took a decent hit in accuracy as well, so no longer kind of in that group of Iwate and all three Taiwanese players. Map's gonna try to close out, but honestly, Mexico's still in it, just needs a couple misses from Taiwan, maybe even one. However, that's not going to happen. Very light outro, and yet again, Taiwan staving off. Wait a second! Oh my lord!
Don't do that to me!
No way!
No.
Jackie, you can't do that.
You can't do that to us. What a
my
match!
Heart sank.
Oh my goodness! Jeez, what are we supposed to do about that?
Oh man, gotta catch my breath there, but Taiwan surviving in the end, staving off Mexico, beating them, finally again in their Rice pool, and securing their spot in the top 16 winners side, 5-2.
Yeah, what a close match. 5-2. It doesn't look that close, but I mean, you mentioned it earlier. If you get a lead early in a best of 9, it's hard to get that back. And Taiwan really took that lead early. Even though they gave up another break point, they were able to really bring it back and get their lead right back. But they're going to move on to the winner's bracket. Mexico putting up an unbelievable fight. These teams are so good. But no upset coming out today. Taiwan in the winner's bracket, Mexico in the loser's bracket. But that's going to be it, I think, for this stream for now. We've just got to wait for the rest of the round of 32. Do you have anything left to let the viewers know about?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple matches still left. Anything can happen in those. That's going to be in a really big block. We've got one match at 13 UTC, two matches at 14 UTC, and one match at 15 UTC as well to showcase. Possibly at 16 UTC, will anything change for that, but I believe that is almost set in stone. Again, anything crazy could happen in those matches, but you know what else is crazy, Toph Daddy? The fact that you can support your favorite teams through the OSU website. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Hey, I would love to tell you more about that. We've got some banners available at the store that go on your profile. You can support your favorite team. You can support your favorite teams with the parentheses there. You can buy as many banners as you want to support whoever you want. Personally, I have always been a fan of obviously the United States, but also Brazil has been one of my favorites, and I'm obviously going to be buying both of those banners because they're both going to show up on my profile. But you can buy as many as you want. Any of the 32 teams that are in this round of 32 bracket are available to purchase in the OSU store. And as a bonus, if you correctly predict who's going to win, your banner is going to stay up for the entire year. How does that sound, Dynasty?
That sounds amazing. I might just go ahead and buy 5 banners for Thailand right now. But we hope you guys enjoyed this match. Many more yet to come, including the showcase later on today. Hope you guys had a good time, and we will catch you in the next one.